Section 24 of Manners, Customs, and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Donna Stewart. Manners, Customs, and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance period by Paul Lacroix, Section 24. Law and the Administration of Justice, Part 2. In the time of Philip le Bel there existed in reality but one Parliament, and that was the King's Court. Its action was at once political, administrative, financial, and judicial, and was necessarily therefore of a most complicated character. Philip le Bel made it exclusively a judicial court, defined the territorial limit of its power, and gave it as a judicial body privileges tending to strengthen its independence and to raise its dignity. He assigned political functions to the Great Council, Conseil d'État, financial matters to the Chamber of Accounts, and the hearing of cases of heresy, wills, legacies, and dowries to the prelates. But in opposition to the wise edict of 1295, he determined that Jews should be excluded from the Parliament and prelates from the Palace of Justice, by which latter proceeding he was depriving justice of the abilities of the most worthy representatives of the Gallican Church. But Philip le Bel and his successors, while incessantly quarrelling either with the aristocracy or with the clergy, wanted the great judicial bodies which issued the edicts and the urban or municipal magistrates, which, being subject to re-election, were principally recruited from among the bourgeois, to be a common centre of opposition to any attempt at usurpation of power, whether on the part of the Church, the nobility, or the Crown. The great days of Troy, Dies Magni Trecensis, the assizes of the ancient counts of Champagne, and the exchequer of Normandy, were also organized by Philip le Bel, and further, he authorized the maintenance of a Parliament at Toulouse, a court which he solemnly opened in person on the 10th of January, 1302. In times of war the Parliament of Paris sat once a year, in times of peace twice. There were, according to circumstances, during the year 2, 3, or 4 sittings of the exchequer of Normandy, and 2 of the great days of Troy, tribunals which were annexed to the Parliament of Paris, and generally presided over by one of its delegates, and sometimes even by the supreme head of that high court. At the King's Council it was decided whether a case should be reserved for the Parliament of Paris, or passed on either to the exchequer or to the great days of Troy. As that advanced reformer Philip le Bel died before the institutions he had established had taken root, for many years, even down to the time of Louis XI, a continual conflict for supremacy was waged between the Parliament of Paris and the various courts of the kingdom, between the counts and the Parliament, and between the latter and the king, which, without lessening the dignity of the crown, gradually tended to increase the influence which the judges possessed. Immediately on the accession of Louis le Hutin in 1314, a reaction commenced. The higher clergy re-entered the Parliament, but Philip le Long took care that the laity should be in a majority, and did not allow that in his Council of State the titled councillors should be more numerous than the lawyers. The latter succeeded in completely carrying the day on account of the services they rendered, and the influence which their knowledge of the law of the country gave them. As for centuries the sword had ruled the gown, so, since the emancipation of the bourgeois, the lawyers had become the masters of the administrative and judicial world, and, notwithstanding the fact that they were still kept in a somewhat inferior position to the peers and barons, their opinion alone predominated, and their decision frequently at once settled the most important questions. An edict issued at Val Notre Dame on the 11th of March, 1344, increased the number of members of Parliament, which from that time consisted of 3 presidents, 15 clerical councillors, 15 lay councillors, 24 clergymen and 16 laymen of the Court of Inquiry, and 5 clergymen and 16 laymen in the Court of Petitions. The king filled up the vacant seats on the recommendation of the Chancellor and of the Parliament. The reporters were enjoined to write the decisions and sentences which were given by the court in large letters and far apart, so that they might be more easily read. The duties of police in the courts, the keeping of the doors, and the internal arrangements generally, for those attending the courts and the Parliament, were entrusted to the ushers, who divided among themselves the gratuities which were given them by virtue of their office. Before an advocate was admitted to plead, he was required to take oath and to be inscribed on the register. The Parliament, as then established, was somewhat similar in its character to that of the old national representative government under the Germans and Franks. For centuries it protected the king against the undue interference of the spiritual power, it defended the people against despotism, but it often lacked independence and political wisdom, and it was not always remarkable for its correct appreciation of men and things. This tribunal, although supreme over all public affairs, sometimes wavered before the threats of a minister or of a court favourite, succumbed to the influence of intrigues, and adapted itself to the prejudices of the times. We see it in moments of error and of blindness, both condemning eminent statesmen and leading citizens, such as Jacques Coeur and Robertet, and handing over to the executioner distinguished men of learning and science in advance of the times in which they lived, because they were falsely accused of witchcraft, and also doing the same towards unfortunate maniacs who fancied they had dealings with the devil. In the 14th and 15th centuries, all the members of Parliament formed part of the Council of State, which was divided into the Smaller Council and the Greater Council. The Greater Council only assembled in cases of urgency and for extraordinary and very important purposes. The Smaller Council assembled every month, and its decisions were registered. From this arose the custom of making a similar registration in Parliament, confirming the decisions after they had been formally arrived at. The most ancient edict placed on the register of the Parliament of Paris dates from the year 1334, and is of a very important character. It concerns a question of royal authority, and decides that in spiritual matters the right of supremacy does not belong more to the Pope than to the King. Consequently, Philip de Valois ordered his friends and vassals who shall attend the next Parliament, and the keepers of the accounts, that for the perpetual record of so memorable a decision it shall be registered in the chambers of Parliament, and kept for reference in the treasury of the charters. From that time, cases of complaint and other matters relating to benefices have no longer been discussed before the ecclesiastical judges, but before Parliament or some other secular court. During the captivity of King John in England, royal authority having considerably declined, the powers of Parliament and other bodies of the magistracy so increased, that under Charles VI. The Parliament of Paris was bold enough to assert that a royal edict should not become law until it had been registered in Parliament. This bold and certainly novel proceeding the kings nevertheless did not altogether oppose, as they foresaw that the time would come when it might afford them the means of repudiating a treaty extorted from them under difficult circumstances. The close connection which existed between the various parliaments and their political functions, for they had occasion incessantly to interfere between the acts of the government and the respective pretensions of the provinces or of the three orders, naturally increased the importance of this supreme magistracy. More than once the kings had cause to repent having rendered it so powerful, and this was the case especially with the Parliament of Paris. In this difficulty it is interesting to note how the kings acted. They imperceptibly curtailed the various powers of the other courts of justice. They circumscribed the power of the Parliament of Paris, and proportionately enlarged the jurisdiction of the great bailiwicks, as also that of the Châtelet. The Provost of Paris was an auxiliary as well as a support to the royal power. which nevertheless held him in its grasp. The Châtelet was also a centre of action and of strength, which counteracted in certain cases parliamentary opposition. Thence arose the most implacable rivalries and dissensions between these various parties. It is curious to notice with what ingenuity and how readily Parliament took advantage of the most trifling circumstances, or of charges based upon the very slightest grounds, to summon the officers of the Châtelet before its bar, on suspicion of prevarication, or of outrages against religion, morals, or the laws. Often were these officers and the provost himself summoned to appear to make amende honorable before the assembly, notwithstanding which they retained their offices. More than once an officer of the Châtelet was condemned to death and executed, but the king always annulled that part of the sentence which had reference to the confiscation of the goods of the condemned, thus proving that in reality the condemnation had been unjust, although for grave reasons the royal authority had been unable to save the victim from the avenging power of the Parliament. Hugh Aubriot, the provost, was thus condemned to imprisonment for life on the most trivial grounds, and he would have undergone capital punishment if Charles V. had abandoned him at his time of trial. During the English occupation, in the disastrous reign of Charles VI., the Châtelet of Paris, which took part with the people, gave proof of extraordinary energy and of great force of character. The blood of many of its members was shed on the scaffold, and this circumstance must ever remain a reproach to the judges and to those who executed their cruel sentences, and a lasting crown of glory to the martyrs themselves. An edict of King John, issued after his return from London in 1363, a short time before his death, clearly defined the duties of Parliament. They were to try cases which concerned peers of France and such prelates, chapters, barons, corporations, and councils as had the privilege of appealing to the Supreme Court, and to hear cases relating to estates and appeals from the provost of Paris, the bailiffs, the seneschals, and other judges. It disregarded minor matters, but took cognizance of all judicial debates which concerned religion, the king, and the state. We must remark here that advocates were only allowed to speak twice in the same cause, and that they were subjected to fine, or at least to remonstrance, if they were tedious or indulged in needless repetition in their replies, and especially if they did not keep carefully to the facts of the case. After pleading, they were permitted to give a summary in writing of the principal points of importance as well as their clients' grounds of defence. Charles V. confirmed these orders and regulations with respect to advocates, and added others which were no less important, among which we find a provision for giving legal assistance to poor and destitute persons who go to law. These regulations of Charles also limited the time in which officers of justice were to get through their business under a certain penalty. They also proclaimed that the king should no longer hear minor causes, and that whatever might be the rules of the court, they forbade the presidents from deferring their judgment or from retarding the regular course of justice. Charles VI., before he became insane, contributed no less than his father to the establishment on a better footing of the Supreme Court of the kingdom, as well as that of the Châtelet and the bailiwicks. In the 15th century, the Parliament of Paris was so organised as not to require material change until 1789. There were noble, clerical, and lay councillors, honorary members, and maîtres de requête, only 4 of whom sat: a first president, who was supreme head of the Parliament, a master of the great chamber of pleas, and 3 presidents of the chamber, all of whom were nominated for life. There were 15 masters or clerical councillors, and 15 who were laymen, and these were annually approved by the king on the opening of the session. An attorney general, several advocates general, and deputies who formed a committee or college, constituted the active part of this court, round which were grouped consulting advocates, consiliarii, pleading advocates, proponentes, advocates who were mere listeners, audientes, ushers, and sergeants, whose chief, on his appointment, became a member of the nobility. The official costume of the first president resembled that of the ancient barons and knights. He wore a scarlet gown lined with ermine and a black silk cap ornamented with tassels. In winter he wore a scarlet mantle lined with ermine over his gown, on which his crest was worked on a shield. This mantle was fastened to the left shoulder by 3 gold cords, in order to leave the sword side free, because the ancient knights and barons always sat in court wearing their swords. Amongst the archives of the mayoralty of London, we find in the account of the entry of Henry V., King of England, into Paris, on the 1st of December 1420, that the first president was in royal dress, et trois en habit royal, the first usher preceding him and wearing a fur cap. The church dignitaries wore blue robes and hoods, and all the others in the procession scarlet robes and hoods. This imposing dress, in perfect harmony with the dignity of the office of those who wore them, degenerated towards the 15th century. So much was this the case, that an order of Francis I forbade the judges from wearing pink slashed hose or other rakish garments. In the early times of the monarchy, the judicial functions were performed gratuitously, but it was the custom to give presents to the judges consisting of sweetmeats, spices, sugar plums, and preserves, until at a subsequent period, 1498, when, as the judges preferred money to sweetmeats, says the Chancellor Étienne Pasquier, the money value of the spices, etc., was fixed by law and made compulsory. In the bills of expenses preserved among the national archives, we find that the first president of the Parliament of Paris received 1,000 livres parisis annually, representing upwards of 100,000 francs at the present rate of money. The 3 presidents of the Chamber 500 livres, equal to 50,000 francs, and the other nobles of the said Parliament 5 sols parisis, or 6 sols 3 deniers, about 25 francs, per day, for the days only on which they sat. They received besides 2 mantles annually. The prelates, princes, and barons who were chosen by the king received no salaries, ils ne prennent nul gage, law of 27th January 1367. The seneschals and high bailiffs, like the presidents of the chambers, received 500 livres, 50,000 francs. They and the bailiffs of inferior rank were expressly forbidden from receiving money or fees from the parties of any suit, but they were allowed to accept on one day refreshment and bottles of wine. The salaries were paid monthly, but this was not always done regularly. Sometimes the king was to blame for this, and sometimes it was owing to the ill nature of the chiefs of finance, or of the receivers and payers. When the blame rested with the king, the Parliament humbly remonstrated or closed the court. When, on the contrary, any officer of finance did not pay the salaries, Parliament sent him the bailiff's usher, and put him under penalties until he had done so. The question of salaries was frequently arising. On the 9th of February 1369, the court having been requested to serve without any remuneration for one Parliament, on the understanding that the king would make up for it another time, the nobles of the court replied, after private deliberation, that they were ready to do the king's pleasure, but could not do so properly without receiving their salaries. Register of the Parliament of Paris. At the commencement of the 15th century, the scale of remuneration was not increased. In 1411 it was raised for the whole Parliament to 25,000 livres, which, calculated according to the present rate, amounted to nearly 1,000,000 francs. In consequence of financial difficulties and the general distress, the unpleasant question in reference to claims for payment of salaries was renewed, with threats that the course of justice would be interrupted if they were not paid or not promised. On the 2nd of October, 1419, 2 councillors and 1 usher were sent to the house of one of the chiefs of finance, with orders to demand payment of the salaries of the court. In October, 1430, the government owed the magistrates 2 years of arrears. After useless appeals to the Regent and to the Bishop of Terouanne, the then Chancellor of France, the Parliament sent 2 of its members to the King at Rouen, who obtained after much difficulty 1 month's pay, on the understanding that the Parliament should hold its sittings in the month of April. In the month of July, 1431, there was another deputation to the King, in order to lay before him the necessities of the court, and that it had for some time been prorogued, and was still prorogued on account of the non-payment of salaries. After 2 months of repeated remonstrance, the deputies only bringing back promises, the court assumed a menacing aspect, and on the 11th of January, 1437, it pointed out to the Chancellor the evil which would arise if Parliament ceased to hold its sittings, and this time the Chancellor announced that the salaries would be paid, though 6 months passed without any result or any practical step being taken in the matter. This state of affairs grew worse until the year 1443, when the King was obliged to plead with the Parliament in the character of an insolvent debtor, and in order to obtain remission of part of his debt to the members, to guarantee to them a part of the salt duties. Charles VII., after having reconquered his states, hastened to restore order. He first occupied himself with the system of justice, the Parliament, the Châtelet, and the bailiwicks; and in April, 1453, in concert with the princes, the prelates, the Council of State, the judges, and others in authority, he framed a general law, in 125 articles, which was considered as the Great Charter of Parliament. According to the terms of these articles, the councillors are to sit after dinner to get through the minor causes, prisoners are to be examined without delay, and to hold no communication with any one unless by special permission. The cases are to be carefully gone through in their proper order, for courts are instructed to do justice as promptly for the poor as for the rich, as it is a greater hardship for the poor to be kept waiting than the rich. The fees of attorneys were taxed and reduced in amount. Those of advocates were reduced to such moderation and fairness that there should be no cause for complaint. The judgments by commissary were forbidden. The bailiffs and seneschals were directed to reside within their districts. The councillors were ordered to abstain from all communication with the parties in private, and consultations between themselves were to be held in secret. The judgments given in lawsuits were inscribed in a register, and submitted every 2 months to the presidents, who, if necessary, called the reporters to account for any neglect of duty. The reporter was called to draw attention to any point of difficulty arising in a suit, and the execution of sentences or judgments was entrusted to the ushers of the court. In 1454 the King, in consequence of a difficulty in paying the regular instalments of the usual salaries of the Parliament, created after-dinner fees, des gages d'après-dîner, of 5 sols parisis, more than 10 francs of our money, per day, payable to those councillors who should hold a second hearing. Matters did not improve much, however. Nothing seemed to proceed satisfactorily, and members of Parliament, deprived of their salaries, were compelled to contract a loan in order to commence proceedings against the Treasury for the non-payment of the amount due to them. In 1493 the annual salaries of Parliament were raised to the sum of 40,630 livres, equal to about 1.1 million francs. The first president received 4 livres 22 sols parisis, about 140 francs per day. A clerical councillor, 25 sols parisis, about 40 francs, and a lay councillor, 20 sols, about 32 francs. This was an increase of a fifth on the preceding year. Charles VIII., in thus improving the remuneration of the members of the first court of the kingdom, reminded them of their duties which had been too long neglected. He told them that of all the cardinal virtues justice was the most noble and the most important, and he pointed out to them the line of conduct which they were to pursue. The councillors were to be present daily in their respective chambers from St. Martin's Day to Easter, before 7 o'clock in the morning, and from Easter to the closing of Parliament, immediately after 6 o'clock, without intermission, under penalty of punishment. Strict silence was enforced upon them during the debates, and they were forbidden to occupy themselves with anything which did not concern the case under discussion. Amidst a mass of other points upon which directions are given, we notice the following: the necessity of keeping secret the matters in course of deliberation, the prohibition to councillors from receiving, either directly or indirectly, anything in the shape of a douceur from the parties in any suit, and the forbidding all attorneys from receiving any bribe, or claiming more than the actual expenses of a journey, and other just charges. The Great Charter of Parliament, promulgated in April 1453, was thus amended, confirmed, and completed by this code of Charles VIII., with a wisdom which cannot be too highly extolled. The magistrature of the supreme courts had been less favoured during the preceding reign. Louis XI., that cautious and crafty reformer, after having forbidden ecclesiastical judges to examine cases referring to the revenues of vacant benefices, remodelled the secular courts, but he ruthlessly destroyed anything which offended him personally. For this reason, as he himself said, he limited the power of the Parliaments of Paris and of Toulouse by establishing, to their prejudice, several other courts of justice, and by favouring the Châtelet, where he was sure always to find those who would act with him against the aristocracy. The Parliament would not give way willingly, nor without the most determined opposition. It was obliged, however, at last to succumb, and to pass certain edicts which were most repugnant to it. On the death of Louis XI., however, it took its revenge, and called those who had been his favourites and principal agents to answer a criminal charge, for no other reason than that they had exposed themselves to the resentment of the Supreme Court. The Châtelet, in its judicial functions, was inferior to the Parliament; nevertheless, it acquired, through its provost, who represented the bourgeois of Paris, considerable importance in the eyes of the Supreme Court. In fact, for 2 centuries the provost held the privilege of ruling the capital, both politically and financially, of commanding the citizen militia, and of being the chief magistrate of the city. In the Court of Audiences a canopy was erected, under which he sat, a distinction which no other magistrate enjoyed, and which appears to have been exclusively granted to him because he sat in the place of Monsieur Saint-Louis, dispensing justice to the good people of the city of Paris. When the provost was installed, he was solemnly escorted, wearing his cap, to the great chamber of Parliament, accompanied by 4 councillors. After the ceremony of installation, he gave his horse to the president, who had come to receive him. His dress consisted of a short robe with mantle, collar turned down, sword, and hat with feathers. He also carried a staff of office profusely ornamented with silver. Thus attired, he attended Parliament, and assisted at the levees of the sovereign, where he took up his position on the lowest step of the throne, below the great chamberlain. Every day, excepting at the vintage time, he was required to be present at the Châtelet, either personally or by deputy, punctually at 9 in the morning. There he received the list of the prisoners who had been arrested the day before. After that he visited the prisons, settled business of various kinds, and then inspected the town. His jurisdiction extended to several courts, which were presided over by 8 deputies or judges appointed by him, and who were created officers of the Châtelet by Louis XII. In 1498. Subsequently these received their appointments directly from the king. 2 auditing judges, 1 king's attorney, 1 registrar, and some bailiffs completed the provost's staff. The bailiffs at the Châtelet were divided into 5 classes: the king's sergeant-at-arms, the sergeants de la douzaine, the sergeants of the mace or foot sergeants, the sergeants fiefés, and the mounted sergeants. The establishment of these officers dated from the beginning of the 14th century, and they were originally appointed by the provost, but afterwards by the king himself. The king's sergeants-at-arms formed his bodyguard. They were not under the jurisdiction of the high constable, but of the ordinary judges, which proves that they were in civil employ. The sergeants de la douzaine were 12 in number, as their name implies, all of whom were in the service of the provost. The foot sergeants, who were civilians, were gradually increased to the number of 220 as early as the middle of the 15th century. They acted only in the interior of the capital, and guarded the city, the suburbs, and the surrounding districts, whereas the mounted sergeants had to watch over the safety of the rural parishes, and to act throughout the whole extent of the provost's jurisdiction, and of that of the Viscount of Paris. In the midst of the changes of the Middle Ages, especially after the communes became free, all those kings who felt the importance of a strict system of justice, particularly Saint Louis, Philip le Bel, and Charles VIII., had seen the necessity of compiling a record of local customs. An edict of 1453 orders that the customs shall be registered in writing, so as to be examined by the members of the Great Council of the Parliament. Nevertheless, this important work was never properly carried out, and to Louis XII. Is due the honour of introducing a customary or usage law, and at the same time of correcting the various modes of procedure upon which customs and usages had been based, and which had become singularly antiquated since the Edict of 1302. No monarch showed more favour to Parliament than Louis XII. During his reign of 17 years, we never find complaints from the magistracy for not having been paid punctually. But in contrast with this, on the accession of Francis I., the court complained of not having been paid its first quarter's salary. From that moment claims were perpetually being made. There were continually delays or absolute refusals. The members were expecting remuneration for their services in order absolutely to enable them to support their families and households. We can thus judge of the state of the various minor courts, which, being less powerful than the supreme tribunals, and especially than that of Paris, were quite unable to get their murmurings even listened to by the proper authorities. This sad state of things continued, and, in fact, grew worse, until the Assembly of the League, when Mayenne, the chief of the Leaguers, in order to gratify the Parliament, promised to double the salaries, although he was unable to fulfil his promise. Towards the end of the 16th century, the highest French tribunal was represented by 9 superior courts, namely the Parliament of Bordeaux, created on the 9th of June, 1642; the Parliament of Brittany, which replaced the ancient Grand Jour in March, 1553, and sat alternately at Nantes and at Rennes; the Parliament of the Dauphiné, established at Grenoble in 1451 to replace the Delphinal Council; the Parliament of Burgundy, established at Dijon in 1477, which took the place of the Grand Jour at Beaune; the movable Parliament of Dôme, created in 1528, and consisting at the same time of a Court of Excise and a Chamber of Accounts; the Parliament of Normandy, established by Louis XII. In April 1504, intended to replace the Exchequer of Rouen and the ancient ducal council of the province; the Parliament of Provence, founded at Aix in July 1501; the Parliament of Toulouse, created in 1301; and the Parliament of Paris, which took precedence of all the others, both on account of its origin, its antiquity, the extent of its jurisdiction, the number of its prerogatives, and the importance of its decrees. In 1551, Henry II. created, besides these, an inferior court in each bailiwick, the duties of which were to hear on appeal all matters which sums of less than 200 livres involved. There existed besides a branch of the Grand Jour, occasionally sitting at Poitiers, Bayeux, and at some other central towns, in order to suppress the excesses which at times arose from religious dissensions and political controversy. The Parliament of Paris, or Great French Parliament, as it was called by Philip V. and Charles V. in edicts of the 17th of November 1318 and of the 8th of October 1371, was divided into 4 principal chambers: the Grand Chamber, the Chamber of Inquiry, the Criminal Chamber, and the Chamber of Appeal. It was composed of ordinary councillors, both clerical and lay, of honorary councillors, some of whom were ecclesiastics and others members of the nobility, of masters of inquiry, and of a considerable number of officers of all ranks. It had at times as many as 24 presidents, 182 councillors, 4 knights of honour, 4 masters of records. A public prosecutor's office was also attached, consisting of the King's Council, an Attorney General, and deputies, thus forming an assembly of from 15 to 20 persons, called a college. Amongst the inferior officers we may mention 26 ushers, 4 receivers general of trust money, 3 commissioners for the receipt of goods which had been seized under distress, 1 treasurer and paymaster, 3 controllers, 1 physician, 2 surgeons, 2 apothecaries, 1 matron, 1 receiver of fines, 1 inspector of estates, several keepers of refreshment establishments, who resided within the precincts of the palace, 60 or 80 notaries, 400 or 500 advocates, 200 attorneys, besides registers and deputy registers. Down to the reign of Charles VI., 1380 to 1422, members of Parliament held their appointment by commissions granted by the King and renewed each season. From Charles VI. to Francis I. these appointments became royal charges, but from that time, owing to the office being so often prostituted for reward, it got more and more into disrepute. Louis XI. Made the office of Member of the Parliament of Paris a permanent one, and Francis I. continued this privilege. In 1580 the supreme magistracy poured 140 million francs, which now would be worth 15 or 20 times as much, into the state treasury, so as to enable members to sit permanently sur les fleurs de lis, and to obtain hereditary privileges. The hereditary transmission of office from father to son dealt a heavy blow at the popularity of the parliamentary body, which had already deeply suffered through shameful abuses, the enormity of the fees, the ignorance of some of the members, and the dissolute habits of many others. The Châtelet, on the contrary, was less involved in intrigue, less occupied with politics, and was daily engaged in adjudicating in cases of litigation, and thus it rendered innumerable services in promoting the public welfare, and maintained, and even increased, the respect which it had enjoyed from the commencement of its existence. In 1498 Louis XII. Required that the provost should possess the title of Doctor in outroque jours, and that his officers, whom he made to hold their appointments for life, should be chosen from amongst the most distinguished councillors at law. This excellent arrangement bore its fruits. As early as 1510, the usages of the city, provosty, and viscounty of Paris were published in extenso, and were then received with much ceremony at a solemn audience held on the 8th of March in the episcopal palace, and were deposited among the archives of the Châtelet. The Parliament held a very different line of policy from that adopted by the Châtelet, which only took a political part in the religious troubles of Protestantism and the League, with a view to serve and defend the cause of the people. In spite of its fits of personal animosity and its rebellious freaks, Parliament remained almost invariably attached to the side of the King and the Court. It always leaned to the absolute maintenance of things as they were, instead of following progress and changes which time necessitated. It was for severe measures, for intimidation more than for gentleness and toleration, and it yielded sooner or later to the injunctions and admonitions of the King, although, at the same time, it often disapproved the acts which it was asked to sanction. End of Section 24. Recording by Donna Stewart, Seattle, Washington.
Section 25 of Manners, Customs, and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lenny. Manners, Customs, and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance Period, by Paul Lacroix. Section 25. Secret Tribunals. During the Middle Ages, human life was generally held in small respect. Various judicial institutions, if not altogether secret, at least more or less enveloped in mystery, were remarkable for being founded on the monstrous right of issuing the most severe sentences with closed doors, and of executing these sentences with inflexible rigor on individuals who had not been allowed the slightest chance of defending themselves. While passing judgment in secret, they often openly dealt blows as unexpected and terrible as they were fatal. Therefore the most innocent and the most daring trembled at the very name of the free judges of the Terre Rouge, an institution which adopted Westphalia as the special, or rather as the central, region of its authority. The Council of Ten exercised their power in Venice and the states of the Republic, and the assassins of Syria in the time of St. Louis made more than one invasion into Christian Europe. We must nevertheless acknowledge that, terrible as these mysterious institutions were, the general credulity, the gross ignorance of the masses, and the love of the marvellous helped not a little to render them even more outrageous and alarming than they really were. Marco Polo, the celebrated Venetian traveller of the 13th century, says, "We will speak of the Old Man of the Mountain. This prince was named Aladdin. He had a lovely garden, full of all manner of trees and fruits, in a beautiful valley, surrounded by high hills. And all round these plantations were various palaces and pavilions, decorated with works of art in gold, with paintings, and with furniture of silk. Therein were to be seen rivulets of wine, as well as milk, honey, and gentle streams of limpid water. He had placed therein damsels of transcendent beauty and endowed with great charms, who were taught to sing and to play all manner of instruments. They were dressed in silk and gold, and continually walked in these gardens and palaces. The reasons for which the old man had these palaces built were the following. Mahomet having said that those who should obey his will should go to paradise, and there find all kinds of luxuries, this prince wished it to be believed that he was the prophet and companion of Mahomet, and that he had the power of sending whom he chose to paradise. No one could succeed in entering the garden, because an impregnable castle had been built at the entrance of the valley, and it could only be approached by a covered and secret way. The old man had in his court some young men, from 10 to 20 years of age, chosen from those inhabitants of the hills who seemed to him capable of bearing arms, and who were bold and courageous. From time to time he administered a certain drink to 10 or 12 of these young men, which sent them to sleep, and when they were in deep stupor he had them carried into the garden. When they awoke, they saw all we have described. They were surrounded by the young damsels, who sang, played instruments together, caressed them, played all sorts of games, and presented them with the most exquisite wines and meats. So that these young men, satiated with such pleasures, did not doubt that they were in paradise, and would willingly have never gone out of it again. At the end of 4 or 5 days, the old man sent them to sleep again, and had them removed from the garden in the same way in which they had been brought in. He then called them before him, and asked them where they had been. "By your grace, Lord," they answered, "we have been in paradise." And then they related, in the presence of everybody, what they had seen there. This tale excited the astonishment of all those who heard it, and the desire that they might be equally fortunate. The old man would then formally announce to those who were present as follows: Thus saith the law of our prophet, he causes all who fight for their Lord to enter into paradise. If you obey me, you shall enjoy that happiness. By such words and plans this prince had so accustomed them to believe in him, that he whom he ordered to die for his service considered himself lucky. All the nobles or other enemies of the Old Man of the Mountain were put to death by the assassins in his service, for none of them feared death, provided he complied with the orders and wishes of his lord. However powerful a man might be, therefore, if he was an enemy of the old man's, he was sure to meet with an untimely end. In his story, which we translate literally from the original, written in ancient French, the venerable traveller attributes the origin of this singular system of exercising power over the minds of persons to a prince who in reality did but keep up a tradition of his family. For the Aladdin herein mentioned is no other than a successor of the famous Hassan, son of Ali, who, in the middle of the 11th century, took advantage of the wars which devastated Asia to create himself a kingdom comprising the 3 provinces of Turkestan, Jebel, and Syria. Hassan had embraced the doctrine of the Ismailian sect, who pretended to explain allegorically all the precepts of the Mahometan religion, and who did away with public worship and originated a creed which was altogether philosophical. He made himself the chief exponent of this doctrine, which, by its very simplicity, was sure to attract to him many people of simple and sincere minds. Attacked by the troops of the Sultan Singar, he defended himself vigorously and not unsuccessfully, but fearing lest he should fall in an unequal and protracted struggle against an adversary more powerful than himself, he had recourse to cunning so as to obtain peace. He entranced, or fascinated probably, by means analogous to those related by Marco Polo, a slave who had the daring, during Singar's sleep, to stick a sharp dagger in the ground by the side of the Sultan's head. On waking, Singar was much alarmed. A few days after, Hassan wrote to him, if one had not good intentions towards the Sultan, one might have driven the dagger, which was stuck in the earth by his head, into his bosom. The Sultan Singar then made peace with the chief of the Ismailians, whose dynasty lasted for 170 years. The castle of Alamand, built on the confines of Persia, on the top of a high mountain surrounded with trees, after having been the usual residence of Hassan, became that of his successors. As in the native language the same word means both prince and old man, the Crusaders, who had heard the word pronounced, confounded the two, and gave the name of Old Man of the Mountain to the Ismailian prince at that time inhabiting the castle of Alamand, a name which has remained famous in history since the period when the Sire de Joinville published his memoirs. Ancient authors call the subjects of Hassan Hashishini, Heisissini, Assissini, Assassini, various forms of the same expression, which, in fact, has passed into French with a signification which recalls the sanguinary exploits of the Ismailians. In seeking for the etymology of this name, one must suppose that Hashishini is the Latin transformation of the Arabic word Hashishi, the name of the sect of which we are speaking, because the ecstasies during which they believed themselves removed to paradise were produced by means of hashish or hashisha. We know that this inebriating preparation, extracted from hemp, really produces the most strange and delicious hallucinations on those who use it. All travellers who have visited the East agree in saying that its effects are very superior to those of opium. We evidently must attribute to some ecstatic vision the supposed existence of the enchanted gardens which Marco Polo described from popular tales, and which of course never existed but in the imagination of the young men, who were either mentally excited after fasting and praying, or intoxicated by the hashisha, and consequently for a time lulled in dreams of celestial bliss, which they imagined awaited them under the guidance of Hassan and his descendants. The Hashishini, whom certain contemporary historians describe to us as infatuated by the hope of some future boundless felicity, owe their melancholy celebrity solely to the blind obedience with which they executed the orders of their chiefs, and to the coolness with which they sought the favourable moment for fulfilling their sanguinary missions. The Old Man of the Mountain, the Master of Daggers, Magister Cultellorum, as he is also called by the chronicler Jacques de Vintry, was almost continually at war with the Mussulman princes who reigned from the banks of the Nile to the borders of the Caspian Sea. He continually opposed them with the steel of his fanatical emissaries. At times also, making a traffic and merchandise of murder, he treated for a money payment with the sultans or emirs who were desirous of ridding themselves of an enemy. The Ismailians thus put to death a number of princes and Mahometan nobles, but at the time of the Crusades, religious zeal having incited them against the Christians, they found more than one notable victim in the ranks of the Crusaders. Conrad, Marquis of Montferrat, was assassinated by them. The great Salah ed-Din Saladin himself narrowly escaped them. Richard Coeur de Lion and Philippe Augustus were pointed out to the assassins by the old man, who subsequently, on hearing of the immense preparations which Louis IX was making for the Holy War, had the daring to send 2 of his followers to France and even into Paris with orders to kill that monarch in the midst of his court. This king, after having again escaped, during his sojourn in Palestine, from the murderous attempts of the savage messengers of the Prince of Alaman, succeeded, by his courage, his firmness, and his virtues, in inspiring these fanatics with so much respect, that their chief, looking upon him as protected by heaven, asked for his friendship, and offered him presents, amongst which was a magnificent set of chessmen in crystal ornamented with gold and amber. The successors of Hassan, simultaneously attacked by the Moguls under Hulayun and by the Egyptians commanded by the Sultan Bibars, were conquered and dispossessed of their estates towards the middle of the 13th century. But long after, the Ismailians, either because their chiefs sought to recover their power, or because they had placed their daggers at the disposal of some foreign foe, continued notorious in history. At last the sect became extinct, or at least retired into obscurity and renounced its murderous profession which had for so long made its members such objects of terror. End of section 25. Section 26 of Manners, Customs, and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lenny. Manners, Customs, and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance period by Paul Lacroix. Section 26. We have thus seen how a legion of fanatics in the East made themselves the blind and formidable tools of a religious and political chieftain, who was no less ambitious than revengeful. If we now turn our attention to Germany, we shall here find, almost at the same period, a local institution which, although very different from the sanguinary court of the Old Man of the Mountain, was of an equally terrible and mysterious character. We must not, however, look at it from the same point of view, for, having been founded with the object of furthering and defending the establishment of a regular social state, which had been approved and sanctioned by the sovereigns and recognized by the Church, it at times rendered great service to the cause of justice and humanity at a period when might usurped right, and when the excesses and the crimes of shameless evildoers and of petty tyrants entrenched in their impregnable strongholds were but too often made lawful from the simple fact that there was no power to oppose them. The secret tribunal of Westphalia, which held its sittings and passed sentence in private, and which carried out its decrees on the spot, and whose rules, laws, and actions were enveloped in deep mystery, must unquestionably be looked upon as one of the most remarkable institutions of the Middle Ages. It would be difficult to state exactly at what period this formidable institution was established. A few writers, and amongst these Sebastian Münster, wish us to believe that it was founded by Charlemagne himself. They affirm that this monarch, having subjugated the Saxons to his sway, and having forced them to be baptized, created a secret tribunal, the duties of which were to watch over them in order that they might not return to the errors of paganism. However, the Saxons were incorrigible, and, although Christians, they still carried on the worship of their idols, and, for this reason, it is said by these authorities that the laws of the Tribunal of Westphalia were founded by Charlemagne. It is well known that from the 9th to the 13th century all that part of Germany between the Rhine and the Weser suffered under the most complete anarchy. In consequence of this, and of the increase of crime which remained unpunished, energetic men established a rigorous jurisdiction which, to a certain extent, suppressed these barbarous disorders and gave some assurance to social intercourse. But the very mystery which gave weight to the institution was the cause of its origin being unknown. It is only mentioned, and then cursorily, in historical documents towards the early part of the 15th century. This court of judicature received the name of Femgericht or Femgericht, which means Femic Tribunal. The origin of the word fem, vem, or femme, which has given rise to many scientific discussions, still remains in doubt. The most generally accepted opinion is that it is derived from a Latin expression, vemi, why mihi, woe is me. The special dominion over which the Vemic Tribunal reigned supreme was Westphalia, and the country which was subjected to its laws was designated as the Terre Rouge. There was no assembly of this tribunal beyond the limits of this Terre Rouge, but it would be quite impossible to define these limits with any accuracy. However, the free judges, assuming the right of suppressing certain crimes committed beyond their territory, on more than one occasion summoned persons living in various parts of Germany, and even in provinces far from Westphalia, to appear before them. We do not know all the localities wherein the Vemic Tribunal sat, but the most celebrated of them, and the one which served as a model for all the rest, held its sittings under a lime tree in front of the castle gate of Dortmund. There the chapters general of the association usually assembled, and on certain occasions several thousands of the free judges were to be seen there. Each tribunal was composed of an unlimited number of free judges under the presidency of a free count, who was charged with the higher administration of Vemic justice. A free county generally comprised several free tribunals or Freistule. The free count, who was chosen by the prince of the territory in which the tribunal sat, had two courts, one secret, the other public. The public assizes, which took place at least 3 times a year, were announced 14 days beforehand, and any person living within the county and who was summoned before the free count was bound to appear, and to answer all questions which might be put to him. It was required that the free judges, who are generally mentioned as femnoten, that is to say, sages, and who are, besides, denoted by writers of the time by the most honourable epithets, such as serious men, very pious, of very pure morals, lovers of justice, etc., should be persons who had been born in lawful wedlock and on German soil. They were not allowed to belong to any religious order, or to have ever themselves been summoned before the Vemic Tribunal. They were nominated by the free counts, but subject to the approval of their sovereigns. They were not allowed to sit as judges before having been initiated into the mysteries of the tribunals. The initiation of a free judge was accompanied by extraordinary formalities. The candidate appeared bareheaded. He knelt down, and placing 2 fingers of his right hand on his naked sword and on a rope, he took oath to adhere to the laws and customs of the holy tribunal, to devote his 5 senses to it, and not to allow himself to be allured therefrom either by silver, gold, or even precious stones, to forward the interests of the tribunal above everything illumined by the sun and all that the rain reaches, and to defend them against everything which is between heaven and earth. The candidate was then given the sign by which members of the association recognized each other. This sign has remained unknown, and nothing, even in the deeds of the Vemic archives, leads one even to guess what it was, and every hypothesis on this subject must be looked upon as uncertain or erroneous. By one of the fundamental statutes of the Terre Rouge, a member convicted of betraying the secrets of the order was condemned to the most cruel punishment, but we have every reason for asserting that this sentence was never carried out, or even issued against a free judge. In one case alone during the 14th century was an accusation of the sort made, and that proved to be groundless. It would have been considered the height of treason to have given a relation or a friend the slightest hint that he was being pursued, or that he had been condemned by the Holy Vem, in order that he might seek refuge by flight. And in consequence of this, there was a general mistrust of any one belonging to the tribunal, so much so that a brother, says a German writer, often feared his brother, and hospitality was no longer possible. The functions of free judges consisted in going about the country seeking out crimes, denouncing them, and inflicting immediate punishment on any evildoer caught in the act. The free judges might assemble, provided there were at least 7 in number, to constitute a tribunal, but we hear of as many as 300 assisting at a meeting. It has been erroneously stated that the sittings of the Vemic tribunals were held at night in the depths of forests or in subterranean places, but it appears that all criminal business was first heard in public and could only be subjected to a secret judgment when the accused had failed either publicly to justify himself or to appear in person. When 3 free judges caught a malefactor in the very act, they could seize him, judge him, and inflict the penalty on the spot. In other cases, when a tribunal considered that it should pursue an individual, it summoned him to appear before it. The summons had to be written without erasures on a large sheet of vellum, and to bear at least 7 seals, that of the free count and those of 6 free judges, and these seals generally represented either a man in full armor holding a sword, or a simple sword blade, or other analogous emblems. 2 free judges delivered the summons personally where a member of the association was concerned, but if the summons affected an individual who was not of the Vemic order, a sworn messenger bore it and placed it in the very hands of the person, or slipped it into his house. The time given for putting in an appearance was originally 6 weeks, and 3 days at least, but at a later period this time was shortened. The writ of summons was repeated 3 times, and each time bore a greater number of seals of free judges, so as to verify the legality of the instrument. The accused, whether guilty or not, was liable to a fine for not answering the first summons, unless he could prove that it was impossible for him to have done so. If he failed to appear on the 3rd summons, he was finally condemned en corps et en honneur. We have but imperfect information as to the formalities in use in the Vemic tribunals, but we know that the sittings were invested with a certain solemnity and pomp. A naked sword, emblematical of justice and recalling our Saviour's cross in the shape of its handle, and a rope, emblematical of the punishment deserved by the guilty, were placed on the table before the president. The judges were bareheaded, with bare hands, and each wore a cloak over his shoulder, and carried no arms of any sort. The plaintiff and the defendant were each allowed to produce 30 witnesses. The defendant could either defend himself or entrust his case to an advocate whom he brought with him. At first, any free judge being defendant in a suit enjoyed the privilege of justifying himself on oath, but it having been discovered that this privilege was abused, all persons, of whatever station, were compelled to be confronted with the other side. The witnesses, who were subpoenaed by either accuser or accused, had to give their evidence according to the truth, dispassionately and voluntarily. In the event of the accused not succeeding in bringing sufficient testimony to clear himself, the prosecutor claimed a verdict in his favor from the free count presiding at the tribunal, who appointed one of the free judges to declare it. In case the free judge did not feel satisfied as to the guilt, he could, by making oath, temporarily divest himself of his office, which devolved upon a second, a third, or even a fourth free judge. If 4 free judges were unable to decide, the matter was referred to another sitting, for judgment had to be pronounced by the appointed free judge at the sitting. The various penalties for different crimes were left to the decision of the tribunal. The rules are silent on the subject, and simply state that the culprits will be punished according to the authority of the secret bench. The royal, that is, capital punishment, was strictly applied in all serious cases, and the manner of execution most in use was hanging. A person accused who did not appear after the 3rd summons was outlawed by a terrible sentence, which deprived him of all rights, of common peace, and forbade him the company of all Christians. By the wording of this sentence, his wife was looked upon as a widow, his children as orphans, his neck was abandoned to the birds of the air, and his body to the beasts of the field, but his soul was recommended to God. At the expiration of 1 year and a day, if the culprit had not appeared, or had not established his common rights, all his goods were confiscated and appropriated by the king or emperor. When the condemnation referred to a prince, a town, or a corporation, for the accusations of the tribunal frequently were issued against groups of individuals, it caused the loss of all honor, authority, and privileges. The free count, in pronouncing the sentence, threw the rope which was before him onto the ground. The free judges spat upon it, and the name of the culprit was inscribed on the book of blood. The sentence was kept secret. The prosecutor alone was informed of it by a written notice, which was sealed with 7 seals. When the condemned was present, the execution took place immediately, and, according to the custom of the Middle Ages, its carrying out was deputed to the youngest of the free judges. The members of the Vemic Association enjoyed the privilege of being hung 7 feet higher than those who were not associates. The Vemic judgments were, however, liable to be appealed against. The accused might, at the sitting, appeal either to what was termed the Imperial Chamber, a general chapter of the association which assembled at Dortmund, or, and this was the more frequent custom, to the emperor or ruler of the country, whether he were king, prince, duke, or bishop, provided that these authorities belonged to the association. The revision of the judgment could only be entrusted to members of the tribunal who, in their turn, could only act in Westphalia. The condemned might also appeal to the lieutenant general of the emperor, or to the Grand Master of the Holy Vem, a title which, from the remotest times, was given to the Archbishop of Cologne. There are even instances of appeals having been made to the councils and to the popes, although the Vemic Association never had any communication or intercourse with the court of Rome. We must not forget a very curious privilege, which, in certain cases, was left to the culprit as a last resource. He might appeal to the emperor and solicit an order which required the execution of the sentence to be applied after a delay of 100 years, 6 weeks, and 1 day. The chapter general of the association was generally summoned once a year by the emperor or his lieutenant, and assembled either at Dortmund or Arensberg, in order to receive the returns of causes judged by the various Vehmic tribunals, to hear the changes which had taken place among the members of the order, to receive the free judges, to hear appeals, and lastly to decide upon reforms to be introduced into the rules. These reforms usually had reference to the connection of imperial authority with the members of the secret jurisdiction, and were generally suggested by the emperors, who were jealous of the increasing power of the association. From what we have shown, on the authority of authentic documents, we understand how untrue is the tradition, or rather the popular idea, that the secret tribunal was an assembly of bloodthirsty judges secretly perpetrating acts of mere cruelty without any but arbitrary laws. It is clear, on the contrary, that it was a regular institution, having, it is true, a most mysterious and complex organization, but simply acting in virtue of legal prescriptions, which were rigorously laid down and arranged in a sort of code which did honor to the wisdom of those who had created it. It was towards the end of the 14th and the beginning of the 15th centuries that the Vehmic jurisdiction reached its highest degree of power. Its name was only pronounced in a whisper and with trembling. Its orders were received with immediate submission, and its chastisements always fell upon the guilty and those who resisted its authority. There cannot be a doubt but that the Westphalian tribunal prevented many great crimes and public misfortunes by putting a wholesome check on the nobles, who were ever ready to place themselves above all human authority, and by punishing, with pitiless severity, the audacity of bandits, who would otherwise have been encouraged to commit the most daring acts with almost the certainty of escaping with impunity. But the holy Vehm, blinded by the terror it inspired, was not long without displaying the most extravagant assumption of power, and digressing from the strict path to which its action should have been confined. It summoned before its tribunals princes who openly denied its authority, and cities which did not condescend to answer to its behests. In the 15th century the free judges were composed of men who could not be called of unimpeachable integrity, many persons of doubtful morals having been raised to the dignity by party influence and by money. The partiality and the spirit of revenge which at times prompted their judgments were complained of. They were accused of being open to corruption, and this accusation appears to have been but too well founded. It is known that, according to a feudal practice established in the Vehmic system, every new free judge was obliged to make a present to the free count who had admitted him into the order, and the free counts did not hesitate to make this an important source of revenue to themselves by admitting, according to an historian, many people as judges who in reality deserved to be judged. Owing to the most flagrant and most insolent abuses of power, the ancient authority of the institution became gradually more and more shaken. On one occasion, for instance, in answer to a summons issued by the imperial tribunal against some free judges, the tribunal of the Terre Rouge had the daring to summon the Emperor Frederick III before it to answer for this want of respect. On another occasion a certain free count, jealous of one of his associates, hung him with his own hands while out on a hunting excursion, alleging that his rank of free judge authorized him to execute summary justice. From that time there was a perpetual cry of horror and indignation against a judicial institution which thus interpreted its duties, and before long the state undertook the suppression of these secret tribunals. The first idea of this was formed by the electors of the empire at the Diet of Trèves in 1512. The Archbishop of Cologne succeeded, however, in parrying the blow by convoking the Chapter General of the Order on the plea of the necessity of reform. But, besides being essentially corrupt, the Holy Vem had really run its course, and it gradually became effete as, by degrees, a better organized and more defined social and political state succeeded to the confused anarchy of the Middle Ages, and as the princes and free towns adopted the custom of dispensing justice either in person or through regular tribunals. Its proceedings, becoming more and more summary and rigorous, daily gave rise to feelings of greater and greater abhorrence. The common saying over all Germany was, "They first hang you, and afterwards inquire into your innocence." On all sides opposition arose against the jurisdiction of the free judges. Princes, bishops, cities, and citizens agreed instinctively to counteract this worn-out and degenerate institution. The struggle was long and tedious. During the last convulsions of the expiring Holy Vem, there was more than one sanguinary episode, both on the side of the free judges themselves as well as on that of their adversaries. Occasionally the secret tribunal broke out into fresh signs of life and proclaimed its existence by some terrible execution, and at times also its members paid dearly for their acts. On one occasion, in 1570, 14 free judges, whom Caspar Schwitz, Count of Oettingen, caused to be seized, were already tied up in bags and about to be drowned when the mob, pitying their fate, asked for and obtained their reprieve. The death blow to the Vemic Tribunal was struck by its own hand. It condemned summarily and executed without regular procedure an inhabitant of Münster, who used to scandalize the town by his profligacy. He was arrested at night, led to a small wood where the free judges awaited him, and condemned to death without being allowed an advocate, and, after being refused a respite even of a few hours that he might make his peace with heaven, he was confessed by a monk, and his head was severed from his body by the executioner on the spot. Dating from this tragical event, which excited universal indignation, the authority of the free judges gradually declined, and at last the institution became almost defunct, and merely confined itself to occasionally adjudicating in simple civil matters. We must not omit to mention the Council of Ten of Venice when speaking of the subject of arbitrary executions and of tyrannical and implacable justice. In some respects it was more notorious than the Vemic Tribunal, exercising as it did a no less mysterious power and inspiring equal terror, though in other countries. This secret tribunal was created after a revolt which burst on the Republic of Venice on the 15th of June, 1310. At first it was only instituted for 2 months, but, after various successive prorogations, it was confirmed for 5 years on the 31st of January, 1311. In 1316 it was again appointed for 5 years, on the 2nd of May, 1327, for 10 years more, and at last was established permanently. In the 15th century the authority of the Council of Ten was consolidated and rendered more energetic by the creation of the Inquisitors of State. These were 3 in number, elected by the Council of Ten, and the citizens on whom the votes fell could not refuse the functions which were thus spontaneously and often unexpectedly assigned to them. The authority of Inquisitors of State was declared to be unlimited. In order to show the power and mode of action of this terrible tribunal, it is perhaps better to make a few extracts from the Code of Rules which it established for itself in June 1454. This document, several manuscript copies of which are to be found in the public libraries of Paris, says: "The Inquisitors may proceed against any person whomsoever, no rank giving the right of exemption from their jurisdiction. They may pronounce any sentence, even that of death. Only their final sentences must be passed unanimously. They shall have complete charge of the prisons and the leads. they may draw at sight from the treasury of the Council of Ten without having to give any account of the use made of the funds placed in their hands. The proceedings of the tribunal shall always be secret. Its members shall wear no distinctive badge. No open arrests shall be made. The chief of the bailiffs shall avoid making domiciliary arrests, but he shall try to seize the culprit unawares away from his home, and so securely get him under the leads of the palace of the Doges. When the tribunal shall deem the death of any person necessary, the execution shall never be public. The condemned shall be drowned at night in the Orfano Canal. The tribunal shall authorize the generals commanding in Cyprus or in Candia, in the event of its being for the welfare of the Republic, to cause any patrician or other influential person in either of those Venetian provinces to disappear, or to be assassinated secretly, if such a measure should conscientiously appear to them indispensable, but they shall be answerable before God for it. If any workman shall practice in a foreign land any art or craft to the detriment of the Republic, he shall be ordered to return to his country, and should he not obey, all his nearest relatives shall be imprisoned, in order that his affection for them may bring him to obedience. Should he still persist in his disobedience, secret measures shall be taken to put him to death, wherever he may be. If a Venetian noble reveal to the tribunal propositions which have been made to him by some foreign ambassador, the agent, excepting it should be the ambassador himself, shall be immediately carried off and drowned. If a patrician, having committed any misdeed, shall take refuge under the protection of a foreign ambassador, he shall be put to death forthwith. If any noble in full senate take upon himself to question the authority of the Council of Ten, and persist in attacking it, he shall be allowed to speak without interruption. Immediately afterwards he shall be arrested, and instructions as to his trial shall be given, so that he may be judged by the ordinary tribunals, and if this does not succeed in preventing his proceedings, he shall be put to death secretly. In case of a complaint against one of the heads of the Council of Ten, the instructions shall be made secretly, and, in case of sentence of death, poison shall be the agent selected. Should any dissatisfied noble speak ill of the government, he shall first be forbidden to appear in the councils and public places for 2 years. Should he not obey, or should he repeat the offence after the 2 years, he shall be drowned as incorrigible, etc. One can easily understand that in order to carry out these laws, the most careful measures were taken to organize a system of espionage. The nobles were subjected to a rigorous supervision, the privacy of letters was not respected, an ambassador was never lost sight of, and his smallest acts were narrowly watched. Any one who dared to throw obstacles in the way of the spies employed by the Council of Ten was put on the rack, and made afterwards to receive the punishment which the state inquisitors might consider befitting. Whole pages of the secret statutes bear witness that lying and fraud formed the basis of all the diplomatic relations of the Venetian government. Nevertheless, the Council of Ten, which was solely instituted with the view of watching over the safety of the Republic, could not intermeddle in civil cases, and its members were forbidden to hold any sort of communication with foreigners. The list of names of Venetian nobles and distinguished persons who became victims to the suspicious tyranny of the Council of Ten and of the state inquisitors would be very long and of little interest. We may mention a few, however. We find that in 1385 Peter Giustiniani and in 1388 Stephen Monolesco were punished for holding secret transactions with the Lord of Padua. In 1413 John Nogarola for having tried to set fire to Verona. In 1471 Borromeo Memo for having uttered defamatory speeches against the podestat of Padua. Not only was this Borromeo Memo punished, but 3 witnesses of the crime which was imputed to him were condemned to a year's imprisonment and 3 years' banishment for not having denounced the deed between evening and morning. In 1457 we find the Council of Ten attacking the Doge himself by requiring the abdication of Francis Foscari. A century earlier it had caused the Doge, Marino Faliero, who was convicted of having taken part in a plot to destroy the influence of the nobility, to be executed on the very staircase of the ducal palace, where allegiance to the Republic was usually sworn. Like the Holy Vim, the Council of Ten compromised its authority by the abuse of power. In 1540, unknown to the Senate, and in spite of the well-prescribed limit of its authority, it concluded a treaty with the Turkish Sultan, Suleiman II. The Senate at first concealed its indignation at this abuse of power, but in 1582 it took measures so as considerably to restrain the powers of the Council of Ten, which, from that date, only existed in name. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Manners, Customs, and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by HearHis.com. Manners, Custom, and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance period by Paul Lacroix. Section 27. Punishments. Part 1. Refinements of penal cruelty. Tortures for different purposes, water, screw boards, and the rack. The executioner, female executioners, tortures, amende honorable, torture of fire, real and feigned, auto de fe, red-hot brazier or basin, beheading, quartering, wheel, garrote, hanging, the whip, the pillory, the arquebus, tickling, flaying, drowning, imprisonment, regulations of prisons, the iron cage, the Leads of Venice. It is very sad, says the learned M. de Virgile, to observe the infinite variety of tortures which have existed since the beginning of the world. It is, in fact, difficult to realize the amount of ingenuity exercised by men in inventing new tortures, in order to give themselves the satisfaction of seeing their fellow creatures agonizing in the most awful sufferings. In entering upon the subject of ancient modes of punishment, we must first speak of the torture which, according to the received phrase, might be either previous or preparatory. Previous, when it consisted of a torture which the condemned had to endure previous to capital punishment, and preparatory, when it was applied in order to elicit from the culprit an avowal of his crime, or of that of his accomplices. It was also called ordinary or extraordinary, according to the duration or violence with which it was inflicted. In some cases the torture lasted 5 or 6 consecutive hours. In others it rarely exceeded an hour. Hippolyte de Marcielle, the learned and venerable Jewish consult of Bologna, who lived at the beginning of the 15th century, mentions 14 ways of inflicting torture. The compression of the limbs by special instruments, or by ropes only, injection of water, vinegar, or oil into the body of the accused, application of hot pitch, and starvation were the processes most in use. Other means, which were more or less applied according to the fancy of the magistrate and the tormentor or executioner, were remarkable for their singular atrocities. For instance, placing hot eggs under the armpits, inducing dice between the skin and flesh, tying lighted candles to the fingers so that they might be consumed simultaneously with the wax, letting water trickle drop by drop from a great height on the stomach, and also the custom, which was, according to writers on criminal matters, an indescribable torture, of watering the feet with salt water and allowing goats to lick them. However, every country had special customs as to the manner of applying torture. In France, too, the torture varied according to the provinces, or rather according to the parliaments. For instance, in Brittany, the culprit, tied in an iron chair, was gradually brought near a blazing furnace. In Normandy, one thumb was squeezed in a screw in the ordinary, and both thumbs in the extraordinary torture. At Autun, after high boots made of spongy leather had been placed on the culprit's feet, he was tied onto a table near a large fire, and a quantity of boiling water was poured on the boots, which penetrated the leather, ate away the flesh, and even dissolved the bones of the victim. At Orleans, for the ordinary torture, the accused was stripped half naked, and his hands were tightly tied behind his back, with a ring fixed between them. Then, by means of a rope fastened to this ring, they raised the poor man, who had a weight of 180 pounds attached to his feet, a certain height from the ground. For the extraordinary torture, which then took the name of estrapade, they raised the victim, with 250 pounds attached to his feet, to the ceiling by means of a capstan. He was then allowed to fall several times successively by jerks to the level of the ground, by which means his arms and legs were completely dislocated. At Avignon, the ordinary torture consisted in hanging the accused by the wrists with a heavy iron ball at each foot. For the extraordinary torture, which was then much in use in Italy under the name Viglia, the body was stretched horizontally by means of ropes passing through rings riveted into the wall and attached to the four limbs, the only support given to the culprit being the point of a stake cut in a diamond shape, which just touched the end of the backbone. A doctor and a surgeon were always present, feeling the pulse at the temples of the patient so as to be able to judge the moment when he could not any longer bear the pain. At that moment he was untied, hot formations were used to revive him, restoratives were administered, and as soon as he had recovered a little strength, he was again put to the torture, which went on thus for 6 consecutive hours. In Paris, for a long time, the water torture was in use. This was the most easily borne and the least dangerous. A person undergoing it was tied to a board which was supported horizontally on 2 trestles. By means of a horn acting as a funnel, and whilst his nose was being pinched so as to force him to swallow, they slowly poured 4 contumars, about 9 pints of water, into his mouth. This was the ordinary torture. For the extraordinary, double that quantity was poured in. When the torture was ended, the victim was untied, quote, and taken to be warmed in the kitchen, end quote, says the old text. At a later period, the brodequins were preferred. For this torture, the victim was placed in a sitting position on a massive bench, with strong, narrow boards fixed inside and outside of each leg, which were tightly bound together with strong rope. Wedges were then driven in between the center boards with a mallet, 4 wedges in the ordinary and 8 in the extraordinary torture. Not unfrequently, during the latter operation, the bones of the legs were literally burst. The brodequins, which were often used for ordinary torture, were stockings of parchment, into which it was easy enough to get the feet when it was wet, but which, on being held near the fire, shrunk so considerably that it caused insufferable agony to the wearer. Whatever manner of torture was applied, the accused, before undergoing it, was forced to remain 8 or 10 hours without eating. Damhoudère, in his famous technical work called Pratique et Inchiridion des causes criminelles, 1544, also recommends that the hair should be carefully shaved from the bodies of persons about to undergo examination by torture, for fear of their concealing some countercharm which would render them insensible to bodily pain. The same author also recommends, as a rule, when there are several persons, quote, to be placed on the rack, end quote, for the same deed, to begin with those from whom it would be most probable that confession would be first extorted. Thus, for instance, when a man and a woman were to suffer one after the other, he recommended that the woman be first tortured, as being the weaker of the two. When a father and son were concerned, the son should be tortured in presence of the father, quote, who naturally fears more for his son than for himself, end quote. We thereby see that the judges were adept in their art of adding moral to physical tortures. The barbarous custom of punishment by torture was on several occasions condemned by the Church. As early as 866 we find from Pope Nicholas V's letter to the Bulgarians that their custom of torturing the accused was considered contrary to divine as well as to human law. For, says he, a confession should be voluntary, not forced. By means of the torture, an innocent man may suffer to the utmost without making any avowal, and, in such a case, what a crime for the judge! Or, the person may be subdued by pain, and may acknowledge himself guilty, although he be not so, which throws an equally great sin upon the judge. End quote. After having endured the previous torture, the different phases of which were carried out by special tormentors or executioners, the condemned was at last handed over to the maistre des hauses ouvriers, that is to say, the executioner, whose special mission was that of sending culprits to another world. The executioner did not hold the same position in all countries, for whereas in France, Italy, and Spain a certain amount of odium was attached to this terrible craft, in Germany, on the contrary, successfully carrying out a certain number of capital sentences was rewarded by titles and the privileges of nobility. At Reutlingen, in Suabia, the last of the councillors admitted into the tribunal had to carry out the sentence with his own hand. In Franconia, this painful duty fell upon the councillor who had last taken a wife. In France, the executioner, otherwise called the king's sworn tormentor, was the lowest of the officers of justice. His letters of appointment, which he received from the king, had nevertheless to be registered in Parliament, but, after having put the seal on them, it is said that the chancellor threw them under the table in token of contempt. The executioner was generally forbidden to live within the precincts of the city, unless it was on the grounds where the pillory was situated, and in some cases, so that he might not be mistaken amongst the people, he was forced to wear a particular coat, either of red or yellow. On the other hand, his duties ensured him certain privileges. In Paris he possessed the right of havage, which consisted in taking all that he could hold in his hand from every load of grain which was brought into market. However, in order that the grain might be preserved from ignominious contact, he levied his tax with a wooden spoon. He enjoyed many similar rights over most articles of consumption, independently of benefiting by several taxes or fines, such as the toll on the pied-pont, the tax on foreign traders, on boats arriving with fish, on dealers in herrings, watercress, etc., and the fine of 5 sols, which was levied on stray pigs, see previous chapter, and etc. And lastly, besides the personal property of the condemned, he received the rents from the shops and stalls surrounding the pillory, in which the retail fish trade was carried on. It appears that, in consequence of the receipts from these various duties forming a considerable source of revenue, the prestige of wealth by degrees dissipated the unfavorable impressions traditionally attached to the duties of the executioner. At least, we have authority for supposing this when, for instance, in 1418, we see the Paris executioner, who was then captain of the bourgeoisie militia, coming in that capacity to touch the hand of the Duke of Burgundy on the occasion of his solemn entry into Paris with Queen Isabel of Bavaria. We may add that popular belief generally ascribed to the executioner a certain practical knowledge of medicine, which was supposed inherent in the possession itself, and the acquaintance with certain methods of cure unknown to doctors was attributed to him. People went to buy from him the fat of culprits who had been hung, which was supposed to be a marvelous panacea. We may also remark that, in our day, the proficiency of the executioner in setting dislocated limbs is still proverbial in many countries. More than once during the 13th century the duties of the executioner were performed by women, but only in those cases in which their own sex was concerned. For it is expressly stated in an order of St. Louis that persons convicted of blasphemy shall be beaten with birch rods, the men by men, and the women by women only, without the presence of men. This, however, was not long tolerated, for we know that a period soon arrived when women were exempted from a duty so little adapted to their physical weakness and moral sensitivities. The learned writer on criminal cases, José d'Amaraude, whom we have already mentioned, and whom we shall take as our special guide in the enumeration of the various tortures, specifies 13 ways in which the executioner, quote, carries out his executions, end quote, and places them in the following order: fire, the sword, mechanical force, quartering, the wheel, the fork, the gibbet, drawing, spiking, cutting off the ears, dismembering, flogging or beating, and the pillory. But before entering upon the details of this revolting subject, we must state that, whatever punishment was inflicted upon a culprit, it was very rare that its execution had been preceded by the amende honorable, which, in certain cases, constituted a distinct punishment, but which generally was but the prelude to the torture itself. The amende honorable, which was called simple or short, took place without the assistance of the executioner in the council chamber, where the condemned, bareheaded and kneeling, had to state that, quote, he had falsely said or done something against the authority of the king or the honor of some person, end quote. For the amende honorable in figure, that is to say, in public, the condemned in his shirt, barefooted, the rope around his neck, followed by the executioner, and holding in his hand a wax taper, with a weight which was definitely specified in the sentence which had been passed upon him, but which was generally of 2 or 4 pounds, prostrated himself at the door of a church, where in a loud voice he had to confess his sin, and to beg the pardon of God and man. When a criminal had been condemned to be burnt, a stake was erected on the spot specially designed for the execution, and round it a pile was prepared, composed of alternate layers of straw and wood, and rising to about the height of a man. Care was taken to leave a free space round the stake for the victim, and also a passage by which to lead him to it. Having been stripped of his clothes, and dressed in a shirt smeared with sulphur, he had to walk to the center of the pile through a narrow opening, and was then tightly bound to the stake with ropes and chains. After this, faggots and straw were thrown into the empty space through which he had passed to the stake, until he was entirely covered by them. The pile was then fired on all sides at once. Sometimes the sentence was that the culprit should only be delivered to the flames after having been previously strangled. In this case, the dead corpse was then immediately placed where the victim would otherwise have been placed alive, and the punishment lost much of its horror. It often happened that the executioner, in order to shorten the sufferings of the condemned, whilst he prepared the pile, placed a large and pointed iron bar amongst the faggots and opposite the stake breast high, so that, directly the fire was lighted, the bar was quickly pushed against the victim, giving a mortal blow to the unfortunate wretch, who would otherwise have been slowly devoured by the flames. If, according to the wording of the sentence, the ashes of the criminal were to be scattered to the winds, As soon as it was possible to approach the center of the burning pile, a few ashes were taken in a shovel and sprinkled in the air. They were not satisfied with burning the living. They also delivered to the flames the bodies of those who had died a natural death before their execution could be carried out, as if an anticipated death should not be allowed to save them from the punishment which they had deserved. It also happened in certain cases, where a person's guilt was only proved after his decease, that his body was disinterred and carried to the stake to be burnt. The punishment by fire was always inflicted in case of heresy or blasphemy. The Spanish Inquisition made such a constant and cruel use of it that the expression auto de fe, act of faith, strangely perverted from its original meaning, was the only one employed to denote the punishment itself. In France, in the beginning of the 14th century, 59 Templars were burned at the same time for the crimes of heresy and witchcraft, and 3 years later, on the 18th of March, 1314, Jacques Molay and a few other dignitaries of the Order of the Templars also perished in the flames at the extremity of the island of Notre Dame, on the very spot where the equestrian statue of Henry IV now stands. Every one is acquainted with the fact that judges were found iniquitous enough to condemn Joan of Arc to death by fire as a witch and a heretic. Her execution, which took place in the marketplace of Rouen, is remarkable from a circumstance which is little known, and which had never taken place on any other occasion. When it was supposed that the fire which surrounded the young heroine on all sides had reached her, and no doubt suffocated her, although sufficient time had not elapsed for it to consume her body, a part of the blazing wood was withdrawn, "in order to remove any doubts from the people," and when the crowd had satisfied themselves by seeing her in the middle of the pile, "chained to a post and quite dead, the executioner replaced the fire." It should be stated in reference to this point that Joan having been accused of witchcraft, there was a general belief among the people that the flames would be harmless to her, and that she would be seen emerging from her pile unscathed. The sentence of punishment by fire did not absolutely imply death at the stake, for there was a punishment of this description which was specially reserved for base coiners, and which consisted in hurling the criminals into a cauldron of scalding water or oil. We must include in the category of punishment by fire certain penalties, which were, so to speak, but the preliminaries of a more severe punishment, such as the sulphur fire, in which the hands of the parricides, or the criminals accused of high treason, were burned. We must also add various punishments which, if they did not involve death, were none the less cruel, such as the red-hot brazier, brazen ardent, which was passed backwards and forwards before the eyes of the culprit until they were destroyed by the scorching heat, and the process of branding various marks on the flesh as an ineffaceable stigma, the use of which has been continued to the present day. End of section 27. Recorded by hearhis.com.
Section 28 of Manners, Customs, and Dress. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Clevenger. Manners, Customs, and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance Period, by Paul Lacroix. Section 28. In certain countries decapitation was performed with an axe, but in France it was carried out, usually by means of a two-handed sword or glaive of justice, which was furnished to the executioner for that purpose. We find it recorded that in 1476 60 sous parisis were paid to the executioner of Paris for having bought a large espion for the beheading of the condemned, and for having the old sword done up, which was damaged, and had become notched, whilst carrying out the sentence of justice, upon Monsieur Louis de Luxembourg. Originally, decapitation was indiscriminately inflicted on all criminals condemned to death. At a later period, however, it became the particular privilege of the nobility, who submitted to it without any feeling of degradation. The victim, unless the sentence prescribed that he should be blindfolded as an ignominious aggravation of the penalty, was allowed to choose whether he would have his eyes covered or not. He knelt down on the scaffold, placed his head on the block, and gave himself up to the executioner. The skill of the executioner was generally such that the head was almost invariably severed from the body at the first blow. Nevertheless, skill and practice at times failed, for cases are on record where as many as 11 blows were dealt, and at times it happened that the sword broke. It was, no doubt, the desire to avoid this mischance that led to the invention of the mechanical instrument now known under the name of the guillotine, which is merely an improvement on a complicated machine which was much more ancient than is generally supposed. As early as the 16th century the modern guillotine already existed in Scotland under the name of the Maiden, and English historians relate that Lord Morton, Regent of Scotland during the minority of James VI, had it constructed after a model of a similar machine which had long been in use at Halifax in Yorkshire. They add, and popular tradition also has invented an analogous tale in France, that this Lord Morton, who was the inventor or the first to introduce this kind of punishment, was himself the first to experience it. The guillotine is, besides, very accurately described in the Chronicles of Jean de Thon in an account of an execution which took place at Genoa at the beginning of the 16th century. Two German engravings, executed about 1550 by Pens and Aldegrever, also represent an instrument of death almost identical with the guillotine, and the same instrument is to be found on a bas relief of that period, which is still existing in one of the halls of the Tribunal of Luneburg in Hanover. Possibly the invention of such a machine was prompted by the desire to curtail the physical sufferings of the victim, instead of prolonging them as under the ancient system. It is, however, difficult to believe that the medieval judges were actuated by any humane feeling, when we find that, in order to reconcile a respect for propriety with a due compliance with the ends of justice, the punishment of burying alive was resorted to for women who could not, with decency, be hung up to the gibbets. In 1460 a woman named Paurit, accused of theft and of receiving stolen goods, was condemned by the provost of Paris to be buried alive before the gallows, and the sentence was literally carried out. Quartering may in truth be considered the most horrible penalty invented by judicial cruelty. This punishment really dates from the remotest ages, but it was scarcely ever inflicted in more modern times except on regicides, who were looked upon as having committed the worst of crimes. In almost all cases the victim had previously to undergo various accessory tortures. Sometimes his right hand was cut off, and the mutilated stump was burnt in a cauldron of sulphur. Sometimes his arms, thighs, or breast were lacerated with red-hot pincers, and hot oil, pitch, or molten lead was poured into the wounds. After these horrible preliminaries, a rope was attached to each of the limbs of the criminal, one being bound round each leg from the foot to the knee, and round each arm from the wrist to the elbow. These ropes were then fastened to 4 bars, to each of which a strong horse was harnessed, as if for towing a barge. These horses were first made to give short jerks, and when the agony had elicited heart-rending cries from the unfortunate man, who felt his limbs being dislocated without being broken, the four horses were all suddenly urged on with the whip in different directions, and thus all the limbs were strained at one moment. If the tendons and ligaments still resisted the combined efforts of the four horses, the executioner assisted, and made several cuts with a hatchet on each joint. When at last, for this horrible torture often lasted several hours, each horse had drawn out a limb, they were collected and placed near the hideous trunk, which often still showed signs of life, and the whole were burned together. Sometimes the sentence was, that the body should be hung to the gibbet, and that the limbs should be displayed on the gates of the town, or sent to four principal towns in the extremities of the kingdom. When this was done, an inscription was placed on each of the limbs, which stated the reason of its being thus exposed. The wheel is the name applied to a torture of very ancient origin, but which was applied during the Middle Ages to quite a different torture from that used in olden times. The modern instrument might indeed have been called the cross, for it only served for the public exhibition of the body of the criminal whose limbs had been previously broken alive. This torture, which does not date earlier than the days of Francis I, is thus described. The victim was first tied on his back to two joists forming a St. Andrew's cross, each of his limbs being stretched out on its arms. Two places were hollowed out under each limb, about a foot apart, in order that the joints alone might touch the wood. The executioner then dealt a heavy blow over each hollow with a square iron bar about 2 inches broad and rounded at the handle, thus breaking each limb in two places. To the 8 blows required for this, the executioner generally added 2 or 3 on the chest, which were called coups de grace, and which ended this horrible execution. It was only after death that the broken body was placed on a wheel, which was turned round on a pivot. Sometimes, however, the sentence ordered that the condemned should be strangled before being broken, which was done in such cases by the instantaneous twist of a rope round the neck. Strangling, thus carried out, was called garroting. This method is still in use in Spain, and is specially reserved for the nobility. The victim is seated on a scaffold, his head leaning against a beam, and his neck grasped by an iron collar, which the executioner suddenly tightens from behind by means of a screw. For several centuries, and down to the Revolution, hanging was the most common mode of execution in France. Consequently, in every town and almost in every village there was a permanent gibbet, which, owing to the custom of leaving the bodies to hang till they crumbled into dust, was very rarely without having some corpses or skeletons attached to it. These gibbets, which were called fourches patibulaires, or justices, because they represented the authority of the law, were generally composed of pillars of stone, joined at their summit by wooden traverses, to which the bodies of criminals were tied by ropes or chains. The gallows, the pillars of which varied in number according to the will of the authorities, were always placed by the side of frequented roads and on an eminence. According to prescribed rule, the gallows of Paris, which played such an important part in the political as well as the criminal history of that city, were erected on a height north of the town, near the high road leading into Germany. Montfaucon, originally the name of the hill, soon became that of the gallows itself. This celebrated place of execution consisted of a heavy mass of masonry, composed of 10 or 12 layers of rough stone, and formed an enclosure of 40 feet by 25 or 30. At the upper part there was a platform, which was reached by a stone staircase, the entrance to which was closed by a massive door. On 3 sides of this platform rested 16 square pillars, about 30 feet high, made of blocks of stone a foot thick. These pillars were joined to one another by double bars of wood, which were fastened into them, and bore iron chains 3 feet and a half long, to which the criminals were suspended. Underneath, halfway between these and the platform, other bars were placed for the same purpose. Long and solid ladders, riveted to the pillars, enabled the executioner and his assistants to lead up criminals or to carry up corpses destined to be hung there. Lastly, the center of the structure was occupied by a deep pit, the hideous receptacle of the decaying remains of the criminals. One can easily imagine the strange and melancholy aspect of this monumental gibbet, if one thinks of the number of corpses continually attached to it, and which were feasted upon by thousands of crows. On one occasion only it was necessary to replace 52 chains which were useless, and the accounts of the city of Paris prove that the expense of executions was more heavy than that of the maintenance of the gibbet, a fact easy to be understood if one recalls to mind the frequency of capital sentences during the Middle Ages. Montfaucon was used not only for executions, but also for exposing corpses which were brought there from various places of execution in every part of the country. The mutilated remains of criminals who had been boiled, quartered, or beheaded were also hung there, enclosed in sacks of leather or wicker work. They often remained hanging for a considerable time, as in the case of Pierre Dessessart, who had been beheaded in 1413, and whose remains were handed over to his family for Christian burial after having hung on Montfaucon for 3 years. The criminal condemned to be hanged was generally taken to the place of execution, sitting or standing in a wagon, with his back to the horses, his confessor by his side, and the executioner behind him. He bore 3 ropes round his neck, 2 the size of the little finger, and called tortouses, each of which had a slip knot. The third, called the jet, was only used to pull the victim off the ladder, and so to launch him into eternity. When the cart arrived at the foot of the gallows, the executioner first ascended the ladder backwards, drawing the culprit after him by means of the ropes, and forcing him to keep pace with him. On arriving at the top, he quickly fastened the 2 tortouses to the arm of the gibbet, and by a jerk of his knee he turned the culprit off the ladder, still holding the jet in his own hand. He then placed his feet on the tied hands of the condemned, and suspending himself by his hands to the gibbet, he finished off his victim by repeated jerks, thus ensuring complete strangulation. When the words "shall be hung until death does ensue" are to be found in a sentence, it must not be supposed that they were used merely as a form, for in certain cases the judge ordered that the sentence should be only carried out as far as would prove to the culprit the awful sensation of hanging. In such cases the victim was simply suspended by ropes passing under the armpits, a kind of exhibition which was not free from danger when it was too prolonged, for the weight of the body so tightened the rope round the chest that the circulation might be stopped. Many culprits, after hanging thus an hour, when brought down, were dead, or only survived this painful process a short time. We have seen elsewhere that when the criminal passed before the convent of the Feydeau, the nuns of that establishment were bound to bring him out a glass of wine and 3 pieces of bread, and this was called le dernier morceau de passion. It was hardly ever refused, and an immense crowd assisted at this sad meal. After this the procession went forward, and on arriving near the gallows another halt was made at the foot of the stone cross, in order that the culprit might receive the religious exhortations of his confessor. The moment the execution was over, the confessor and the officers of justice returned to the Châtelet, where a repast provided by the town awaited them. Sometimes the criminals, in consequence of a peculiar wording of the sentence, were taken to Montfaucon, whether dead or alive, on a ladder fastened behind a cart. This was an aggravation of the penalty, which was called traîner sur la claie. The penalty of the lash was inflicted in 2 ways: first, under the custode, that is to say, within the prison, and by the hand of the jailer himself, in which case it was simply a correction; and secondly, in public, when its administration became ignominious as well as painful. In the latter case the criminal was paraded about the town, stripped to the waist, and at every crossway he received a certain number of blows on the shoulders, given by the public executioner with a cane or a knotted rope. When it was only required to stamp a culprit with infamy, he was put into the pillory, which was generally a kind of scaffold, furnished with chains and iron collars, and bearing on its front the arms of the feudal lord. In Paris this name was given to a round isolated tower built in the centre of the market. The tower was 60 feet high, and had large openings in its thick walls, and a horizontal wheel was provided, which was capable of turning on a pivot. This wheel was pierced with several holes, made so as to hold the hands and head of the culprit, who, on passing and repassing before the eyes of the crowd, came in full view and was subjected to their hootings. The pillories were always situated in the most frequented places, such as markets, crossways, etc. Notwithstanding the long and dreadful enumeration we have just made of medieval punishments, we are far from having exhausted the subject, for we have not spoken of several more or less atrocious punishments which were in use at various times and in various countries, such as the pain of the cross, especially employed against the Jews; the arquebusade, which was well adapted for carrying out prompt justice on soldiers; the châteauneuf, which resulted in death after the most intense tortures; the palla, flaying alive; and lastly drowning, a kind of death frequently employed in France. Hence the common expression, Jean de sac de corde, which was derived from the sack into which persons were tied who were condemned to die by immersion. But we will now turn away from these horrible scenes, and consider the several methods of penal sequestration and prison arrangements. It is unnecessary to state that in barbarous times the cruel and pitiless feeling which induced legislators to increase the horrors of tortures also contributed to the aggravation of the fate of prisoners. Each administrator of the law had his private jail, which was entirely under his will and control. Law or custom did not prescribe any fixed rules for the internal government of prisons. There can be little doubt, however, that these prisons were as small as they were unhealthy, if we may judge from that in the Rue de la Tonnerie, which was the property of the provost, the merchants, and the aldermen of Paris in 1383. Although this dungeon was only 11 feet long by 7 feet wide, from 10 to 20 prisoners were often immured in it at the same time. Paris alone contained 25 or 30 special prisons, without counting the va de passe of the various religious communities. The most important were the Grand Châtelet, the Petit Châtelet, the Bastille, the Orangerie, and the Four-l'Évêque, the ancient seat of the ecclesiastical jurisdiction of the Bishop of Paris. Nearly all these places of confinement contained subterranean cells, which were almost entirely deprived of air and light. As examples of these may be mentioned the Château Basse of the Petit Châtelet, where, under the reign of Charles VI., it was proved that no man could pass an entire day without being suffocated, and the fearful cells excavated 30 feet below the surface of the earth in the jail of the Abbey of St. Germain des Prés, the roof of which was so low that a man of middle height could not stand up in them, and where the straw of the prisoners' beds floated upon the stagnant water which had oozed through the walls. The Grand Châtelet was one of the most ancient prisons of Paris, and probably the one which held the greatest number of prisoners. By a curious and arbitrary custom, prisoners were compelled to pay a jail fee on entering and going out of this prison, which varied according to their rank, and which was established by a law of the year 1425. We learn from this enactment the names by which the various places of confinement composing this spacious municipal prison were known. A prisoner who was confined in the Beauvoir, La Motte, or Les Salles, had the right of having a bed brought from his own house, and only had to pay the droit de place to the gaoler. Anyone who was placed in the Boucherie, in the Beaumont, or in the Griche Ache, which are closed prisons, had to pay 4 deniers pour plus. Anyone who was confined in the Beaumont lies on mats or on layers of rushes or straw. If he preferred, he might be placed à Puy in the Gourdon, in the Bac-Couillard, or in the Oubliette, where he did not pay more than in the fosse. For this, no doubt, the smallest charge was made. Sometimes, however, the prisoner was left between two doors, and he then paid much less than he would in the Bac-Bailly or in the Joliette. The exact meaning of these curious names is no longer intelligible to us, notwithstanding the terror which they formerly created, but their very strangeness gives us reason to suppose that the prison system was at that time subjected to the most odious refinement of the basest cruelty. From various reliable sources we learn that there was a place in the Grand Châtelet called a Casse de Paca, in which the prisoners had their feet continually in water, and where they could neither stand up nor lie down; and a cell called Fin de Haze, which was a horrible receptacle of filth, vermin, and reptiles. As to the fosse, no staircase being attached to it, the prisoners were lowered down into it by means of a rope and pulley. By the law of 1425 the gaoler was not permitted to put more than 2 or 3 persons in the same bed. He was bound to give bread and water to the poor prisoners who had no means of subsistence, and lastly he was enjoined to keep the large stone basin which was on the pavement full of water, so that prisoners might get it whenever they wished. In order to defray his expenses, he levied on the prisoners various charges for attendance and for bedding, and he was authorized to detain in prison any person who failed to pay him. The power of compelling payment of these charges continued even after a judge's order for the release of a prisoner had been issued. The subterranean cells of the Bastille did not differ much from those of the Châtelet. There were several, the bottoms of which were formed like a sugar loaf upside down, thus neither allowing the prisoner to stand up, nor even to adopt a tolerable position sitting or lying down. It was in these that King Louis XI, who seemed to have a partiality for filthy dungeons, placed the two young sons of the Duc de Magnan, ordering, besides, that they should be taken out twice a week and beaten with birch rods, and, as a supreme measure of atrocity, he had one of their teeth extracted every 3 months. It was Louis XI, too, who, in 1476, ordered the famous iron cage to be erected in one of the towers of the Bastille, in which Guillemot, Bishop of Verdun, was incarcerated for 14 years. The Château de Loches also possessed one of these cages, which received the name of Cache du Bayou, because the Cardinal, John de Bayou, was imprisoned in it. Philippe de Commines, in his Memoirs, declares that he himself had a taste of it for 8 months. Before the invention of cages, Louis XI ordered very heavy chains to be made, which were fastened to the feet of the prisoners, and attached to large iron balls, called, according to Commines, the king's little daughters. The prison, known by the name of the Leads of Venice, is of so notorious a character that its mere mention is sufficient, without its being necessary for us to describe it. To the subject of voluntary seclusion, to which certain pious persons submitted themselves as acts of extreme religious devotion, it will only be necessary to allude here, and to remark that there are examples of this confinement having been ordered by legal authority. In 1485, Renée de Valmondois, the widow of a squire, had been condemned to be burnt for adultery, and for murdering her husband. But on letters of remission from the king, Parliament commuted the sentence pronounced by the provost of Paris, and ordered that Renée de Valmondois should be shut within the walls of the cemetery of the Saints of Innocence in a small house, built at her expense, that she might therein do penance and end her days. In conformity with this sentence, the culprit, having been conducted with much pomp to the cell which had been prepared for her, the door was locked by means of 2 keys, one of which remained in the hands of the churchwarden of the Church of the Innocents, and the other was deposited at the office of the Parliament. The prisoner received her food from public charity, and it is said that she became an object of veneration and respect by the whole town. End of Section 28. Recording by Jim Clevenger, Little Rock, Arkansas. Jim at joclev.com.
Section 29 of Manners, Customs, and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by HearHis.com. Manners, Customs, and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance period by Paul Lacroix. Section 29. Jews. Dispersion of the Jews.
Jewish quarters in the medieval towns, the ghetto of Rome, ancient Prague, the Giudecca of Venice, condition of the Jews, animosity of the people against them, severity and vexatious treatment of the sovereigns, the Jews of Lincoln, the Jews of Blois, mission of the Pastoral, extermination of the Jews, the price at which the Jews purchased indulgences, marks set upon them, wealth, knowledge, industry, and financial aptitude of the Jews, regulations respecting usury as practiced by the Jews, attachment of the Jews to their religion. A painful and gloomy history commences for the Jewish race from the day when the Romans seized upon Jerusalem and expelled its unfortunate inhabitants. A race so essentially homogeneous, strong, patient, and religious, and dating its origin from the remotest period of the patriarchal ages. The Jews, proud of the title of the people of God, were scattered, proscribed, and received universal reprobation, notwithstanding that their annals, collected under divine inspiration by Moses and the sacred writers, and furnished a glorious prologue to the annals of all modern nations, and had given to the world the holy and divine history of Christ, who, by establishing the gospel, was to become the regenitor of the whole human family. Their temple is destroyed, and the crowd, which had once passed beneath its portico as a flock of the living God, has become a miserable tribe, restless and unquiet in the present, but full of hope as regards the future. The Jewish nation exists nowhere. Nevertheless, the Jewish people are to be found everywhere. They are wanderers upon the face of the earth, continually pursued, threatened, and persecuted. It would seem as if the existence of the offspring of Israel is perpetuated simply to present to Christian eyes a clear and awful warning of the divine vengeance, a special and, at the time, an overwhelming example of the vicissitudes which God alone can determine in the life of a people. M. Depping, a historian of this race so long accursed, after having been for centuries blessed and favored by God, says, quote, "A Jewish community in an European town during the Middle Ages resembled a colony on an island or on a distant coast. Isolated from the rest of the population, it generally occupied a district or street which was separated from the town or borough. The Jews, like a troop of lepers, were thrust away and huddled together into the most uncomfortable and most unhealthy quarter of the city, as miserable as it was disgusting. There, in ill-constructed houses, this poor and numerous population was amassed. In some cases, high walls enclosed the small and dark narrow streets of the quarter occupied by this branded race, which prevented its extension, though, at the same time, it often protected the inhabitants from the fury of the populace." In order to form a just appreciation of what the Jewish quarters were in the medieval towns, one must visit the ghetto of Rome, or ancient Prague. The latter place especially has in all respects preserved its antique appearance. We must picture to ourselves a large enclosure of wretched houses, irregularly built, divided by small streets with no attempt at uniformity. The principal thoroughfare is lined with stalls, in which are sold not only old clothes, furniture, and utensils, but also new and glittering articles. The inhabitants of this enclosure can, without crossing its limits, procure everything necessary to material life. This quarter contains the old synagogue, a square building, begrimed with the dirt of ages, and so covered with dirt and moss that the stone of which it is built is scarcely visible. The building, which is as mournful as a prison, has only narrow loopholes by way of windows, and a door so low that one must stoop to enter it. A dark passage leads to the interior, into which air and light can scarcely penetrate. A few lamps contend with the darkness, and lighted fires serve to modify a little the icy temperature of the cellar. Here and there pillars seem to support a roof which is too high and too darkened for the eye of the visitor to distinguish. On the sides are dark and damp recesses, where women assist at the celebration of worship, which is always carried on according to ancient custom, with much wailing and strange gestures of the body. The book of the law which is in use is no less venerable than the edifice in which it is contained. It appears that this synagogue has never undergone the slightest repairs or changes for many centuries. The successive generations who have prayed in this ancient temple rest under thousands of sepulchre stones in a cemetery which is of the same date as the synagogue, and is about a league in circumference. Paris has never possessed, properly speaking, a regular Jewish quarter. It is true that the Israelites settled down in the neighborhood of the markets, and in certain narrow streets, which at some period or other took the name of Juiverie, or Vieille Juiverie, Old Jewry. But they were never distinct from the rest of the population. They only had a separate cemetery at the bottom, or rather on the slope of the hill of Saint Genevieve. On the other hand, most of the towns of France and of Europe had their Jewry. In certain countries the colonies of Jews enjoyed a share of immunities and protections, thus rendering their life a little less precarious, and their occupations of a rather more settled character. In Spain and Portugal, the Jews, in consequence of their having been on several occasions useful to the kings of those two countries, were allowed to carry on their trade, and to engage in money speculations outside their own quarters. A few were elevated to positions of responsibility, and some were even tolerated at court. In the southern towns of France, which they enriched by commerce and taxes, and where they formed considerable communities, the Jews enjoyed the protection of the nobles. We find them in Languedoc and Provence, buying and selling property like Christians, a privilege which was not permitted to them elsewhere. This is proved by charters of contracts made during the 12th and 13th centuries, which bear the signature of certain Jews in Hebrew characters. On papal lands at Avignon and Carpentras, on Avallon, they had ballets or councils of their nation. The Jews of Roussillon, during their Spanish rule, 15th century, were governed by two syndics and a scribe, elected by the community. The latter levied the taxes due to the King of Aragon. In Burgundy they cultivated the vines, which was rather singular, for the Jews generally preferred towns where they could form groups more compact and more capable of mutual assistance. The name of Sabbath, given to a vineyard in the neighborhood of Macon, still points out the position of their synagogue. The hamlet of Moes, a dependency of the communities of Prissy, owes its name to a rich Israelite, Moses, who had received that land as an indemnity for money lent to Count Geoffroy de Macon, which the latter had been unable to repay. In Vienna, where the Israelites had a special quarter, still the Jews' square, a special judge named by the Duke was set over them. Exempted from the city rates, they paid a special poll tax, and they contributed, but on the same footing as Christian vassals, to extraordinary rates, war taxes, and travelling expenses of the nobles, etc. This community even became so rich that it eventually held mortgages on the greater part of the houses of the town. In Venice also the Jews had their quarter, the Giudecca, which is still one of the darkest in the town. But they did not much care about such trifling inconveniences, as the Republic allowed them to bank, that is, to lend money at interest, and although they were driven out on several occasions, they always found means to return and recommence their operations. When they were authorized to establish themselves in the towns of the Adriatic, their presence did not fail to annoy the Christian merchants, whose rivals they were. But neither in Venice nor in the Italian republics had they to fear court intrigues, nor the hatred of corporations of trades, which were so powerful in France and in Germany. It was in the north of Europe that the animosity against the Jews was greatest. The Christian population continually threatened the Jewish quarters, which public opinion pointed to as haunts and sinks of iniquity. The Jews were believed to be much more amenable to the doctrines of Talmud than to the laws of Moses. However secret they may have kept their learning, a portion of its tenets transpired, which was supposed to inculcate the right to pillage and murder Christians, And it is to the vague knowledge of these odious prescriptions of the Talmud that we must attribute the readiness with which the most atrocious accusations against the Jews were always welcomed. Besides this, the public mind in those days of bigotry was naturally filled with a deep antipathy against the Jewish deicides. When monks and priests came annually in Holy Week to relate from the pulpit to their hearers the revolting details of the Passion, resentment was kindled in the hearts of the Christians against the descendants of the judges and executioners of the Saviour. And when, on going out of the churches, excited by the sermons they had just heard, the faithful saw in pictures, in the cemeteries, and elsewhere, representations of the mystery of the death of our Saviour, in which the Jews played so odious a part, there was scarcely a spectator who did not feel an increased hatred against the condemned race. Hence it was that in many towns, even when the authorities did not compel them to do so, the Israelites found it prudent to shut themselves up in their own quarter, and even in their own houses, during the whole of Passion Week, for, in consequence of the public feeling roused during those days of mourning and penance, a false rumor was quite sufficient to give the people a pretext for offering violence to the Jews. In fact, from the earliest days of Christianity, a certain number of accusations were always being made, sometimes in one country, sometimes in another, against the Israelites, which always ended in bringing down the same misfortunes on their heads. The most common and most easily credited report was that which attributed to them the murder of some Christian child, said to be sacrificed in Passion Week in token of their hatred of Christ. And, in the event of this terrible accusation being once uttered, and maintained by popular opinion, it never failed to spread with remarkable swiftness. In such cases, popular fury, not being on all occasions satisfied with the tardiness of judicial forms, vented itself upon the first Jews who had the misfortune to fall into the hands of their enemies. As soon as the disturbance was heard, the Jewish quarter was closed. Fathers and mothers barricaded themselves in with their children, concealed whatever riches they possessed, and listened tremblingly to the clamor of the multitude which was about to besiege them. In 1255, in Lincoln, the report was suddenly spread that a child of the name of Hughes had been enticed into the Jewish quarter, and there scourged, crucified, and pierced with lances, in the presence of all the Israelites of the district, who were convoked and assembled to take part in this horrible barbarity. The King and Queen of England, on their return from a journey to Scotland, arrived in Lincoln at the very time when the inhabitants were so much agitated by this mysterious announcement. The people called for vengeance. An order was issued to the bailiffs and officers of the king to deliver the murderer into the hands of justice, and the quarter in which the Jews had shut themselves up, so as to avoid the public animosity, was immediately invaded by armed men. The rabbi, in whose house the child was supposed to have been tortured, was seized, and at once condemned to be tied to the tail of a horse, dragged through the streets of the town. After this, his mangled body, which was only half dead, was hung. Many of the Jews ran away and hid themselves in all parts of the kingdom, and those who had the misfortune to be caught were thrown into chains and led to London. Orders were given in the provinces to imprison all the Israelites who were accused or even suspected of having taken any part, whether actively or indirectly, in the murder of the Lincoln child. And suspicion made rapid strides in those days. In a short space of time, 18 Israelites in London shared the fate of the rabbi of their community in Lincoln. Some Dominican monks, who were charitable and courageous enough to interfere in favor of the wretched prisoners, brought down odium on their own heads, and were accused of having allowed themselves to be corrupted by the money of the Jews. 71 prisoners were retained in the dungeons of London, and seemed inevitably fated to die, when the king's brother Richard came to their aid by asserting his right over all the Jews of the kingdom, a right which the king had pledged to him for a loan of 5,000 silver marks. The unfortunate prisoners were therefore saved, thanks to Richard's desire to protect his securities. History does not tell what their liberty cost them, but we must hope that a sense of justice alone guided the English prince, and that the Jews found other means besides money by which to show their gratitude. There is scarcely a country in Europe which cannot recount similar tales. In 1171 we find the murder of a child at Orleans, or Blois, causing capital punishment to be inflicted on several Jews. Imputations of this horrible character were continually renewed during the Middle Ages, and were of very ancient origin, for we hear of them in the times of Horenius and Theodosius the Younger. We find them reproduced with equal vehemence in 1475 at Trent, where a furious mob was excited against the Jews, who were accused of having destroyed a child 29 months old named Simon. The tale of the martyrdom of this child was circulated widely, and woodcut representations of it were freely distributed, which necessarily increased, especially in Germany, the horror which was aroused in the minds of Christians against the accursed nation. The Jews gave cause for other accusations calculated to keep up this hatred, such as the desecration of the consecrated host, the mutilation of the crucifix. Tradition informs us of a miracle which took place in Paris in 1290, in the Rue des Jardins, when a Jew dared to mutilate and boil a consecrated host. This miracle was commemorated by the erection of a chapel on the spot, which was afterwards replaced by the church and convent of Billettes. In 1370 the people of Brussels were startled in consequence of the statements of a Jewess, who accused her co-religionists of having made her carry a fy full of stolen hosts to the Jews of Cologne, for the purpose of submitting them to the most horrible profanations. The woman added that the Jews having pierced these hosts with sticks and knives, such a quantity of blood poured from them that the culprits were struck with terror and concealed themselves in their quarter. The Jews were all imprisoned, tortured, and burnt alive. In order to perpetuate the memory of the miracle of the bleeding host, an annual procession took place, which was the origin of the great Kermesse, or annual fair. In the event of any unforeseen misfortune, or any great catastrophe occurring amongst the Christians, the odium was frequently cast on the Jews. If the Crusades met with reverses in Asia, fanatics formed themselves into bands, who, under the name of the Pastoreaux, spread over the country, killing and robbing not only the Jews, but many Christians also. In the event of any general sickness, and especially during the prevalence of epidemics, the Jews were accused of having poisoned the water of fountains and pits, and the people massacred them in consequence. Thousands perished in this way when the Black Plague made ravages in Europe in the 14th century. The sovereigns, who were tardy in suppressing these sanguinary proceedings, never thought of indemnifying the Jewish families which so unjustly suffered. In fact, it was then most religiously believed that by despising and holding the Jewish nation under the yoke, banished as it was from Judea for the murder of Jesus Christ, the will of the Almighty was being carried out, so much so that the greater number of kings and princes looked upon themselves as absolute masters over the Jews who lived under their protection. All feudal lords spoke with scorn of their Jews. They allowed them to establish themselves on their lands, but on the condition that as they became the subjects and property of their lord, the latter should draw his best income from them. We have shown, by an instance borrowed from the history of England, that the Jews were often mortgaged by the kings like land. This was not all, for the Jews who inhabited Great Britain during the reign of Henry III in the middle of the 13th century were not only obliged to acknowledge, by voluntarily contributing large sums of money, the service the king's brother had rendered them in clearing them from the imputation of having had any participation in the murder of the child Richard, but the loan on mortgage, for which they were the material and passive security, became the cause of odious extortions from them. The king had pledged them to the Earl of Cornwall for 5,000 marks, but they themselves had to repay the royal loan by means of enormous taxes. When they had succeeded in cancelling the king's debt to his brother, that necessitous monarch again mortgaged them, but on this occasion to his son Edward. Soon after, the son having rebelled against his father, the latter took back his Jews, and having assembled 6 elders from each of their communities, he told them that he required 20,000 silver marks, and ordered them to pay him that sum at 2 stated periods. The payments were rigorously exacted. Those who were behindhand were imprisoned, and the debtor who was in arrear for the second payment was sued for the whole sum. On the king's death, his successor continued the same system of tyranny against the Jews. In 1279 they were charged with having issued counterfeit coin, and on this vague or imaginary accusation 280 men and women were put to death in London alone. In the countries there were also numerous executions, and many innocent persons were thrown into dungeons, and at last, in 1290, King Edward, who wished to enrich himself by taking possession of their properties, banished the Jews from his kingdom. A short time before this, the English people had offered to pay an annual fine to the king on condition of his expelling the Jews from the country. But the Jews outbid him, and thus obtained the repeal of the edict of banishment. However, on this last occasion there was no mercy shown, and the Jews, 16,000 in number, were expelled from England, and the king seized upon their goods. At the same period, Philippe le Bel of France gave the example of this system of persecuting the Jews, but instead of confiscating all their goods, he was satisfied with taking 1/5. His subjects, therefore, almost accused him of generosity. The Jews often took the precaution of purchasing certain rights and franchises from their sovereign or from the feudal lord under whose sway they lived, but generally these were one-sided bargains, for not being protected by common rights and only forming a very small part of the population, they could nowhere depend upon the promises or privileges which had been made to them, even though they had purchased them with their own money. To the uncertainty and annoyance of a life which was continually being threatened was added a number of vexations and personal insults, even in ordinary times, and when they enjoyed a kind of normal tolerance. They were almost everywhere obliged to wear a visible mark on their dress, such as a patch of gaudy color attached to the shoulder or chest, in order to prevent their being mistaken for Christians. By this or some other means they were continually subject to insults from the people, and only succeeded in ridding themselves of it by paying the most enormous fines. Nothing was spared to humiliate and insult them. At Toulouse they were forced to send a representative to the cathedral on every Good Friday, that he might there publicly receive a box on the ears. At Béziers, during Passion Week, the mob assumed the right of attacking the Jews' houses with stones. The Jews bought off this right in 1160 by paying a certain sum to the Vicomte de Béziers, and by promising an annual poll tax to him and to his successors. A Jew passing on the road to Etampes, beneath the tower of Monterey, had to pay an obole. If he had in his possession a Hebrew book, he paid 4 dinars, and if he carried his lamp with him, 2 oboles. At Chateau-de-Feu-sur-Delord, a Jew on passing had to pay 12 dinars, and a Jewish 6. It has been said that there were various ancient rates levied upon Jews, in which they were treated like cattle, but this requires authentication. During the carnival in Rome they were forced to run in the lists amidst the jeers of the populace. This public outrage was stopped at a subsequent period by a tax of 300 écus, which a deputation from the Ghetto presented on their knees to the magistrates of the city, at the same time thanking them for their protection. When Pope Martin IV arrived at the Council of Constance in 1417, the Jewish community, which was as numerous as it was powerful in that old city, came in great state to present him with the book of the law. The Holy Father received the Jews kindly, and prayed God to open their eyes and bring them back into the bosom of his church. We know, too, how charitable the popes were to the Jews. In the face of the distressing position they occupied, it may be asked what powerful motive induced the Jews to live amongst nations who almost invariably treated them as enemies, and to remain at the mercy of sovereigns whose sole object was to oppress, plunder, and subject them to all kinds of vexations. To understand this, it is sufficient to remember that in their peculiar aptness for earning and hoarding money, they found, or at least hoped to find, a means of compensation, whereby they might be led to forget the servitude to which they were subjected. There existed amongst them, and especially in the southern countries, some very learned men, who devoted themselves principally to medicine, and in order to avoid having to struggle against insuperable prejudice, they were careful to disguise their nationality and religion in the exercise of that art. They pretended, in order not to arouse the suspicion of their patients, to be practitioners from Lombardy or Spain, or even from Arabia. Whether they were really clever, or only made a pretense of being so, in an art which was then very much a compound of quackery and imposture, it is difficult to say, but they acquired wealth as well as renown in its practice. But there was another science, to the study of which they applied themselves with the utmost ardour and perseverance, and for which they possessed a marvellous degree of necessary qualities to ensure success, and that science was the science of finance. In matters having reference to the recovering of arrears of taxes, to contracts for the sale of goods and produce of industry, to turning a royalty to account, to making hazardous commercial enterprises lucrative, or to the accumulating of large sums of money for the use of sovereigns or poor nobles, the Jews were always at hand and might invariably be reckoned upon. They created capital, for they always had funds to dispose of, even in the midst of the most terrible public calamities, and when all other means were exhausted, when all expedients for filling empty purses had been resorted to without success, the Jews were called in. Often, in consequence of the envy which they excited from being known to possess hoards of gold, they were exposed to many dangers, which they nevertheless faced, buoying themselves up with the insatiable love of gain. Few Christians in the Middle Ages were given to speculation, and they were especially ignorant of financial matters, as demanding interest on loans was almost always looked upon as usury, and consequently such dealings were stigmatized as disgraceful. The Jews were far from sharing these high-minded scruples, and they took advantage of the ignorance of Christians by devoting themselves as much as possible to enterprises and speculations, which were at all times the distinguishing occupation of their race. For this reason we find the Jews, who were engaged in the export trade from the 12th to the 15th centuries, doing a most excellent business, even in the commercial towns of the Mediterranean. We can, to a certain extent, in speaking of the intercourse of which the Jews with the Christians of the Middle Ages, apply what Lady Montage remarked as late as 1717, when comparing the Jews of Turkey with the Mussulmans. The former, she says, have monopolized all the commerce of the empire, thanks to those close ties which exist among them, and to the laziness and want of industry of the Turks. No bargain is made without their connivance. They are the physicians and stewards of all nobility. It is easy to conceive the unity which this gives to a nation which never despises the smallest profits. they have found means of rendering themselves so useful that they are certain of protection at court, whoever the ruling minister may be. Many of them are enormously rich, and they are careful to make but little outward display, although living in the greatest possible luxury." The condition of the Jews in the East was never so precarious, nor so difficult as it was in the West. From the councils of Paris in 615 down to the end of the 15th century, the nobles and the civil and ecclesiastical authorities excluded the Jews from administrative positions. But it continually happened that a positive want of money, against which the Jews were ever ready to provide, caused a repeal or modification of these arbitrary measures. Moreover, Christians did not feel any scruple in parting with their most valued treasures and giving them as pledges to the Jews for a loan of money when they were in need of it. This plan of lending on pledge or usury belonged specially to the Jews in Europe during the Middle Ages, and was both the cause of their prosperity and of their misfortune. Of their prosperity, because they cleverly contrived to become possessors of all the coin, and of their misfortune, because their usurious demands became so detrimental to public welfare, and were often exacted with such unscrupulous severity, that people not unfrequently became exasperated, and acts of violence were committed, which as often fell upon the innocent as upon the guilty. The greater number of the acts of banishment were those for which no other motive was assigned, or, at all events, no other pretext was made than the usury practised by these strangers in the provinces and in the towns in which they were permitted to reside. When the Christians heard that these rapacious guests had harshly pressed and entirely stripped certain poor debtors, when they learned that the debtors, ruined by usury, were still kept prisoners in the house of their pitiless creditors, general indignation often manifested itself by personal attacks. This feeling was frequently shared by the authorities themselves, who, instead of dispensing equal justice to the strangers and to the citizens, according to the spirit of the law, often decided with partiality, and even with resentment, and in some cases abandoned the Jews to the fury of the people. The people's feelings of hatred against the sordid avarice of the Jews was continually kept up by ballads which were sung and legends which were related in the public streets of the cities and in the cottages of the villages, ballads and legends in which usurers were depicted in hideous colors. The most celebrated of these popular compositions was evidently that which must have furnished the idea to Shakespeare of the Merchant of Venice. For in this old English drama mention is made of a bargain struck between a Jew and a Christian, who borrows money of him, on condition that, if he cannot refund it on a certain day, the lender shall have the right of cutting a pound of flesh from his body. All the evil which the people said and thought of the Jews during the Middle Ages seemed concentrated in the Shylock of the English poet. The rate of interest for loans was, nevertheless, everywhere settled by law, and at all times. This rate varied according to the scarcity of gold, and was always high enough to give a very ample profit to the lenders, although they too often required a very much higher rate. In truth, the small security offered by those borrowing, and the arbitrary manner in which debts were at times cancelled, increased the risks of the lender and the normal difficulties of obtaining a loan. We find everywhere, in all ancient legislations, a mass of rules on the rate of pecuniary interest to be allowed to the Jews. In some countries, especially in England, precautionary measures were taken for regulating the compacts entered into between Christians and Jews. One of the departments of the exchequer received the register of these compacts, which thus acquired a legal value. However, it was not unfrequent for the kings of England to grant, of their own free will, letters of release to persons owing money to Jews, and these letters, which were often equivalent to the cancelling of the entire debt, were even at times actually purchased from the sovereign. Mention of sums received by the royal treasury for the liberation of debtors, or for enabling them to recover their mortgaged lands without payment, may still be found in the registers of the Executor of London. At the same time, Jews, on the other hand, who paid the king large sums in order that he might allow justice to take its course against powerful debtors who were in arrear, and who could not be induced to pay. We thus see that if the Jews practised usury, the Christians, and especially kings and powerful nobles, defrauded the Jews in every way, and were too often disposed to sell to them the smallest concessions at a great price. Indeed, Christians often went so far as to persecute them, in order to obtain the greatest possible amount from them, and the Jews of the Middle Ages put up with anything provided they could enrich themselves. It must not be supposed, however, that, great as were their capabilities, the Jews exclusively devoted themselves to financial matters. When they were permitted to trade, they were well satisfied to become artisans or agriculturalists. In Spain they proved themselves most industrious, and that kingdom suffered a great loss in consequence of their being expelled from it. In whatever country they established themselves, the Jews carried on most of the mechanical and manual industries with cleverness and success. But they could not hope to become landed proprietors in countries where they were in such bad odor, and where the possession of land, far from offering them any security, could not fail to excite the envy of their enemies. If, as is the case, Oriental people are of a serious turn of mind, it is easy to understand that the Jews should have been still more so, since they were always objects of hatred and abhorrence. We find a touching allegory in the Talmud. Each time that a human being is created, God orders his angels to bring a soul before his throne, and orders this soul to go and inhabit the body which is about to be born on earth. The soul is grieved and supplicates the Supreme Being to spare it that painful trial, in which it only sees sorrow and affliction. This allegory may be suitably applied to a people who have only to expect contempt, mistrust, and hatred everywhere. The Israelites, therefore, clung enthusiastically to the hope of the advent of a Messiah who should bring back to them the happy days of the land of promise, and they looked upon their absence from Palestine as only a passing exile. But, the Christians said to them, this Messiah has long since come. Alas, they answered, if he had appeared on earth, should we still be miserable? Fulbert, Bishop of Chartres, preached 3 sermons to undeceive the Jews, by endeavoring to prove to them that their Messiah was no other than Jesus Christ. But he preached to the winds, for the Jews remained obstinately attached to their illusion that the Messiah was yet to come. In any case, the Jews, who mixed up the mysteries and absurdities of the Talmud with the ancient laws and numerous rules of the religion of their ancestors, found in the practice of their national customs, and in the celebration of their mysterious ceremonies, the sweetest emotions, especially when they could devote themselves to them in a peaceful retirement of the ghetto. For, in all the countries in which they lived scattered and isolated amongst Christians, they were careful to conceal their worship and to conduct their ceremonial as secret as possible. The clergy, in striving to convert the Jews, repeatedly had conferences with the rabbis of a controversial character, which often led to quarrels and aggravated the lot of the Jewish community. If Catholic proselytism succeeded in completely detaching a few individuals or a few families from the Israelitish creed, these ardent converts rekindled the horror of the people against their former co-religionists by revealing some of the precepts of the Talmud. Sometimes the conversion of a whole masses of Jews was effected, but this happened much less through conviction on their part than through the fear of exile, plunder, or execution. These pretended conversions, however, did not always protect them from danger. In Spain, the Inquisition kept a close watch on converted Jews, and, if they were not true to their new faith, severe punishment was inflicted upon them. In 1506, the inhabitants of Abrantes, a town of Portugal, massacred all the baptized Jews. Manuel, a king of Portugal, forbade the converts from selling their goods and leaving his dominions. The church excluded them from ecclesiastical dignities, and, when they succeeded in obtaining civil employments, they were received with distrust. In France, the parliaments tried, with a show of justice, to prevent converted Jews from being reproached for their former condition, but Louis XII, during his pressing wants, did not scruple to exact a special tax from them, and in 1611 we again find that they were unjustly denounced, and under the form of a remonstrance to the king and the Parliament of Provence, on account of the great family alliances of the new converts, an appeal was made for the most cruel reprisals against this unfortunate race, "which deserved only to be banished and their goods confiscated." End of section 29. Recorded by hearhis.com.
Section 30 of Manners, Customs, and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Manners, Customs, and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance period by Paul Lacroix. Section 30. Gypsies, Tramps, Beggars, and Cours de Miracle. First appearance of gypsies in the West. Gypsies in Paris. Manners and customs of these wandering tribes. Tricks of Captain Charles. Gypsies expelled by royal edict. Language of gypsies. The kingdom of slang. The great Saucer, chief of the vagrants, his vassals, and subjects. Divisions of the slang people, its decay and the causes thereof. Cours de Miracle. The camp of Rouen. Cunning language or slang. Foreign rogues, thieves, and pickpockets. In the year 1417, the inhabitants of the countries situated near the mouth of the Elbe were disturbed by the arrival of strangers, whose manners and appearance were far from prepossessing. These strange travelers took a course thence toward the Teutonic Hanse, starting from the Lüneburg. They subsequently proceeded to Hamburg, and then, going from east to west along the Baltic, they visited the free towns of Lübeck, Wismar, Rostock, Stralsund, and Greifswald. These new visitors, known in Europe under the names of Zingari, Cigani, Gypsies, Gitanos, Egyptians, or Bohemians, but who, in their own language, called themselves Romi, or Jean Marie, numbered about 300 men and women, besides the children, who were very numerous. They divided themselves into 7 bands, all of which followed the same track. Very dirty, excessively ugly, and remarkable for their dark complexions, these people had for foreign leaders a duke and a count, as they were called, who were superbly dressed, and to whom they acknowledged allegiance. Some of them rode on horseback, whilst others went on foot. The women and children traveled on beasts of burden and in wagons. If we are to believe their own story, their wandering life was caused by their return to paganism after having been previously converted to the Christian faith, and, as a punishment for their sin, they were to continue their adventurous course for a period of 7 years. They showed letters of recommendation from various princes, among others from Sigismund, king of the Romans, and these letters, whether authentic or false, procured for them a welcome wherever they went. They encamped in the fields at night because the habit they indulged in of stealing everything for which they had a fancy caused them to fear being disturbed in the towns. It was not long, however, before many of them were arrested and put to death for theft, when the rest speedily decamped. In the course of the following year we find them at Meissen in Saxony, whence they were driven out on account of the robberies and disturbances they committed, and then in Switzerland, where they passed through the countries of the Grisons, the cantons of Appenzell and Zurich, stopping at Argovie. Chroniclers who mention them at the time speak of their chief, Michel, as Duke of Egypt, and relate that these strangers, calling themselves Egyptians, pretended that they were driven from their country by the Sultan of Turkey, and condemned to wander for 7 years in want and misery. These chroniclers add that they were very honest people who scrupulously followed all of the practices of the Christian religion, that they were poorly clad, but that they had gold and silver in abundance, that they lived well, and paid for everything they had, and that at the end of 7 years they went away to return home, as they said. However, whether because a considerable number remained on the road, or because they had been reinforced by others of the same tribe during the year, a troop of 50 men, accompanied by a number of hideous women and filthy children, made their appearance in the neighborhood of Augsburg. These vagabonds gave out that they were exiles from Lower Egypt, and pretended to know the art of predicting coming events. It was soon found out that they were much less versed in divination and in the occult sciences than in the arts of plundering, roguery, and cheating. The following year, a similar horde, calling themselves Saracens, appeared at Sisteron in Provence, and on the 18th of July, 1422, a chronicler of Bologna mentions the arrival in the town of a troop of foreigners commanded by a certain André, Duke of Egypt, and composed of at least 100 persons, including women and children. They encamped inside and outside the gates di Galera, with the exception of the Duke, who lodged at the inn del Re. During the 15 days which they spent at Bologna, a number of the people of the town went to see them, and especially to see the wife of the Duke, who, it was said, knew how to foretell future events, and to tell what was to happen to people, what their fortunes would be, the number of their children, if they were good or bad, and many other things. Few men, however, left the house of the so-called Duke of Egypt without having their purse stolen, and but few women escaped without having the skirts of their dresses cut. The Egyptian women walked about the town in groups of 6 or 7, and while some were talking to the townspeople, telling them their fortunes, or bartering in shops, one of their number would lay her hands on anything which was within reach. So many robberies were committed in this way that the magistrates of the town and the ecclesiastical authorities forbade the inhabitants from visiting the Egyptians' camp, or from having any intercourse with them, under penalty of excommunication and of a fine of 50 livres. Besides this, by a strange application of the laws of retaliation, those who had been robbed by these foreigners were permitted to rob them to the extent of the value of the things stolen. In consequence of this, the Bolognians entered a stable in which several of the Egyptians' horses were kept, and took out one of the finest of them. In order to recover him, the Egyptians agreed to restore what they had taken, and the restitution was made. But perceiving that they could no longer do any good for themselves in this province, they struck their tents and started for Rome, to which city they said they were bound to go, not only in order to accomplish a pilgrimage imposed upon them by the Sultan, who had expelled them from their own land, but especially to obtain their letters of absolution from the Holy Father. In 1422 the band left Italy, and we find them at Ball and in Suabia. Then, besides the imperial passports, of which they had up to that time alone boasted, they pretended to have in their possession bulls which they stated that they had obtained from the Pope. They also modified their original tale and stated that they were descendants of the Egyptians who refused hospitality to the Holy Virgin and to Saint Joseph during their flight into Egypt. They also declared that, in consequence of this crime, God had doomed their race to perpetual misery and exile. 5 years later, we find them in the neighborhood of Paris. The Sunday after the middle of August, says the Journal of a Bourgeois of Paris, there came to Paris 12 so-called pilgrims, that is to say, a duke, a count, and 10 men, all on horseback. They said that they were very good Christians, and that they came from Lower Egypt. And on the 29th of August, the anniversary of the beheading of St. John, the rest of the band made their appearance. These, however, were not allowed to enter Paris, but, in order of the provost, were lodged in the chapel of Saint Denis. They did not number more than 120, including women and children. They stated that, when they left their own country, they numbered from 1,000 to 1,200, but that the rest had died on the road. Whilst they were at the chapel, never was such a concourse of people collected, even at the blessing of the fair of Landy, as went from Paris, Saint Denis, and elsewhere to see these strangers. Almost all of them had their ears pierced, and in each one or 2 silver rings, which, in their country, they said, was a mark of nobility. The men were very swarthy, with curly hair. The women were very ugly and extremely dark, with long black hair, like a horse's tail, their only garment being an old rug tied around the shoulder by a strip of cloth or a bit of rope. Amongst them were several fortune-tellers who, by looking into people's hands, told them what had happened or what was going to happen to them, and by this means often did a good deal to sow discord in families. What was worse, either by magic, by satanic agency, or by sleight of hand, they managed to empty people's purses whilst talking to them. So, at least, everyone said. At last, accounts respecting them reached the ears of the Bishop of Paris. He went to them with a Franciscan friar called Le Petit Jacobin, who, by the bishop's order, delivered an earnest address to them, and excommunicated all those who had anything to do with them or who had their fortunes told. He further advised the gypsies to go away, and, on the festival of Notre Dame, they departed for Pontoise. Here, again, the gypsies somewhat varied their story. They said that they were originally Christians, but that in consequence of an invasion by the Saracens, they had been forced to renounce their religion, that at a subsequent period powerful monarchs had come to free them from the yoke of the infidels, and had decreed that as a punishment to them for having renounced the Christian faith, they should not be allowed to return to their country before they had obtained permission from the Pope. They stated that the Holy Father, to whom they had gone to confess their sins, had then ordered them to wander about the world for 7 years without sleeping in beds, at the same time giving directions to every bishop and every priest whom they met to offer them 10 livres, a direction which the abbots and bishops were in no hurry to obey. These strange pilgrims stated that they had been only 5 years on the road when they arrived in Paris. Enough has been said to show that, although the object of their long pilgrimage was ostensibly a pious one, the Egyptians or gypsies were not very slow in giving to the people whom they visited a true estimate of their questionable honesty, and we do not think it would be particularly interesting to follow step by step the track of this odious band, which from this period made its appearance sometimes in one country and sometimes in another, not only in the north but in the south, and especially in the center of Europe. Suffice it to say that their quarrels with the authorities, or the habitants of the countries which had the misfortune to be periodically visited by them, have left numerous traces in history. On the 7th of November, 1453, from 60 to 80 gypsies, coming from Court-de-Sol, arrived at the entrance of the town of Chepe, near Chalon-sur-Marne. The strangers, many of whom carried javelins, darts, and other implements of war, Having asked for hospitality, the mayor of the town informed them that it was not long since some of the same company, or others very like them, had been lodged in the town, and had been guilty of various acts of theft. The gypsies persisted in their demands. The indignation of the people was aroused, and they were soon obliged to resume their journey. During their unwilling retreat, they were pursued by many of the inhabitants of the town, one of whom killed a gypsy named Martin de la Barre. The murderer, however, obtained the king's pardon. In 1532, at Plain-Palais, a suburb of Geneva, some rascals from among a band of gypsies, consisting of upwards of 300 in number, fell upon several of the officers who were stationed to prevent their entering the town. The citizens hurried up to the scene of disturbance. The gypsies retired to the monastery of the Augustin friars, in which they fortified themselves. The bourgeois besieged them and would have committed summary justice on them, but the authorities interfered, and some 20 of the vagrants were arrested, but they sued for mercy and were discharged. In 1632, the inhabitants of Viarme, in the department of Lot-et-Garonne, made an onslaught upon a troop of gypsies who wanted to take up their quarters in the town. The whole of them were killed, with the exception of their chief, who was taken prisoner and brought before the Parliament of Bordeaux, and ordered to be hung. 21 years before this, the mayor and magistrate of Bordeaux gave orders to the soldiers of the watch to arrest a gypsy chief who, having shut himself up in the town of Veyrines at Marignac, ransacked the surrounding country. On the 21st of July, 1622, the same magistrates ordered the gypsies to leave the parish of Aisines within 24 hours under penalty of the lash. It was not often that the gypsies used violence or openly resisted authority. They more frequently had recourse to artifice and cunning in order to attain their end. A certain Captain Charles acquired a great reputation amongst them for the clever trickeries which he continually conceived, and which his troop undertook to carry out. A chronicler of the time says that by means of certain herbs which he gave to a half-starved horse, he made him into a fat and sleek animal. The horse was then sold at one of the neighboring fairs or markets, but the purchaser detected the fraud within a week, for the horse soon became again thin, and usually sickened and died. Tallemant de Réau relates that, on one occasion, Captain Charles and his attendants took up their quarter in a village, the curé of which, being rich and parsimonious, was much liked by his parishioners. The curé never left his house, and the gypsies could not therefore get an opportunity to rob him. In this difficulty they pretended that one of them had committed a crime, and had been condemned to be hung a quarter of a league from the village, where they betook themselves with all their goods. The man, at the foot of the gibbet, asked for a confessor, and they went to fetch the curé. He at first refused to go, but his parishioners compelled him. During his absence, some gypsies entered his house, took 500 écus from his strong-box, and quickly rejoined the troop. As soon as the rascal saw them returning, he said that he appealed to the king of Le Petit Égypte, upon which the captain acclaimed, "Ah, the traitor! I expected he would appeal." Immediately they packed up, secured the prisoner, and were far enough away from the scene before the curé re-entered his house. Tallemant relates another good trick. Near Roye, in Picardy, a gypsy who had stolen a sheep offered it to a butcher for 100 sous, but the butcher declined to give him more than 5 livres for it. The butcher then went away, whereupon the gypsy pulled the sheep from a sack into which he had put it, and substituted for it a child belonging to his tribe. He then ran after the butcher and said, "Give me 5 livres, and you shall have the sack into the bargain." The butcher paid him the money and went away. When he got home, he opened the sack, and was much astonished when he saw a little boy jump out of it, who, in an instant, caught up the sack and ran off. "Never was a poor man so thoroughly hoaxed as this butcher," says Tallemant de Réau. The gypsies had thousands of other tricks in stock as good as the ones we have just related, in proof of which we have but to refer to the testimony of one of their own tribe who, under the name of Péchant de Ruby, published towards the close of the 16th century La vie généreuse des matois, gueux, bohémiens et cajous. When they want to leave a place where they have been stopping, they set out in an opposite direction to that in which they are going, and after traveling about half a league, they take their right course. They possess the best and most accurate maps, in which are laid down not only all the towns, villages, and rivers, but also the houses of the gentry and others, and they fix upon places of rendezvous every 10 days, at 12 leagues from the point from whence they set out. The captain hands over to each of their chiefs 3 or 4 families to take charge of, and these small bands take different crossroads towards the place of rendezvous. Those who are well armed and mounted he sends off with a good almanac, on which are marked all the fares, and they continually change their dress and their horses. When they take up their quarters in any village, they steal very little in its immediate vicinity, but in the neighboring parishes they rob and plunder in the most daring manner. If they find a sum of money, they give notice to the captain, and make a rapid flight from the place. They coin counterfeit money, and put it into circulation. They play at all sorts of games, they buy all sorts of horses, whether sound or unsound, provided that they can manage to pay for them in their own base coin. When they buy food, they pay for it in good money the first time, as they are held in such distrust. But when they are about to leave a neighborhood, they again buy something for which they tender false coin, receiving the change in good money. In harvest time all doors are shut against them. Nevertheless, they contrive by means of picklocks and other instruments to effect an entrance into houses, when they steal linen, cloaks, silver, and any other movable article which they can lay their hands on. They give a strict account of everything to their captain, who takes his share of all they get, except of what they earn by fortune-telling. They are very clear at making a good bargain. When they know of a rich merchant being in the place, they disguise themselves, enter into communications with him, and swindle him. After which they change their clothes, have their horses shod the reverse way, and the shoes covered with some sort of material, lest they should be heard, and gallop away. In the Histoire Générale de la Ronde, we read that the vagabonds called gypsies sometimes played tricks with goblets, sometimes danced on the tightrope, turned double somersaults, and performed other feats, which proves that these adventurers adopted all kinds of methods of gaining a livelihood, highway robbery not excepted. We must not therefore be surprised if in almost all countries very severe police measures were taken against these dangerous race, though we must admit that these measures sometimes partook of a barbarous character. After having forbidden them, with a threat of 6 years at the galleys, to sojourn in Spain, Charles V ordered them to leave Flanders under penalty of death. In 1545, a gypsy who had infringed the sentence of banishment was condemned by the court of Utrecht to be flogged till the blood appeared, to have his nostrils slit, his hair removed, his beard shaved off, and to be banished for life. We can form some idea, says the German historian Grellman, of the miserable condition of the gypsies from the following facts. Many of them, especially the women, have been burned by their own request in order to end their miserable state of existence. And we can give the case of a gypsy who, having been arrested, flogged, and conducted to the frontier, with the threat that if he reappeared in the country he would be hanged, resolutely returned after 3 successive and similar threats at 3 different places, and implored that the capital sentence might be carried out, in order that he might be released from a life of such misery. These unfortunate people, continues the historian, were not even looked upon as human beings, for, during a hunting party consisting of members of a small German court, the huntsmen had no scruple whatsoever in killing a gypsy woman who was suckling her child, just as they would have done any wild beast which came in their way. M. Francisque Michel says, amongst the questions which arise from a consideration of the existence of this remarkable people is one which, although neglected, is nevertheless of considerable interest, namely, how with a strange language, unlike any used in Europe, the gypsies could make themselves understood by the people amongst whom they made their appearance for the first time. Newly arrived in the West, they could have none of those interpreters who are only to be found amongst a long-established people, and who have political and commercial intercourse with other nations. Where, then, did the gypsies obtain interpreters? The answer seems to us to be clear. Receiving into their ranks all those whom crime, the fear of punishment, an uneasy conscience, or the charm of a roaming life continually threw in their path. They made use of them either to find their way into countries of which they were ignorant, or to commit robberies which would otherwise have been impracticable. Themselves adept in all sorts of bad practices, they were not slow to form an alliance with profligate characters who sometimes worked in concert with them, and sometimes alone, and who always framed the model for their own organization from that of the gypsies. This alliance, governed by statutes, the honor of compiling which has been given to a certain Ragot, who styled himself captain, was composed of matois, or sharpers, of marcelots, or hawkers, who were very little better than the former, of géaux, or dishonest beggars, and of a host of other swindlers constituting the order or hierarchy of the argot, or slang people. Their chief was called the Grand Saucer, a vagabond broken to all the tricks of his trade, says M. Francisque Michel, and who frequently ended his days on the rack on the biggest gibbet. History has furnished us with the story of a miserable cripple who used to sit in a wooden bowl, and who, after having seen Grand Saucer for 3 years, was broken alive on the wheel of Bordeaux for his crimes. He was called Rat de Thun of Tunis, and was drawn about by 2 large dogs. One of his successors, the Grand Saucer, named Anacréon, who suffered from the same infirmity, namely that of a cripple, rode about Paris on a donkey, begging. He generally held his court on the Port au Foin, where he sat on his throne, dressed in a mantle made of 1,000 pieces. The Grand Saucer had a lieutenant in each province called Cajou, whose business it was to initiate apprentices in the secret of the craft, and who looked after, in different localities, those whom the chief had entrusted to his care. He gave an account of the property he received, in thus exercising his stewardship, and of the money as well as of the clothing which he took from the argotiers who refused to recognize his authority. As a remuneration of their duties, the cajots were exempted from all tributes to their chief. They received their share of the property taken from persons whom they had ordered to be robbed, and they were free to beg in any way they pleased. After the cajots came the archisuppôts, who, being recruited from the low dregs of the clergy, and others who had been in a better position, were, so to speak, the teachers of the law. To them was entrusted the duty of instructing the less experienced rogues, and of determining the language of slang, and, as a reward for their good and loyal services, they had the right of begging without paying any fees to their chiefs. The Grand Saucer levied a tax of 24 sous per annum upon the young rogues who went about the streets pretending to shed tears as hopeless orphans, in order to excite public sympathy. The marcandiers had to pay an écu. They were tramps clothed in a tolerable good doublet, who passed themselves off as merchants ruined by war, by fire, or by having been robbed on the highway. The malingereaux had to pay 40 sous. They were covered with sores, most of which were self-inflicted, or they pretended to have swellings of some kind, and stated that they were about to undertake a pilgrimage to St. Méen in Brittany in order to be cured. The piètres, or lame rogues, paid half an écu, and walked with crutches. The sabouleux, who were commonly called the poor sick of St. John, were in the habit of frequenting friars and markets, or the vicinity of the churches. There, smeared with blood and appearing as if foaming at the mouth by means of a piece of soap they had placed in it, they struggled on the ground as if in a fit, and in this way realized a considerable amount of alms. These consequently paid the largest fees to the Saucer. Besides these, there were the caillots, who were either affected with a scurfy disease or pretended to be so, and who were contributors to the civil list of their chief to the amount of 7 sous, as also the coquillard, or pretended pilgrim of St. James or St. Michael, and the Hubin, who, according to the forged certificate which they carried with them, were going to or returning from St. Hubert after having been bitten by a mad dog. The polissons paid 2 écus to the saucer, but they earned a considerable amount, especially in winter, for benevolent people touched with their destitution and half-nakedness gave them sometimes a doublet, sometimes a shirt or some other article of clothing, which of course they immediately sold. The francs-mitoux, who were never taxed above 5 sous, were sickly members of the fraternity, or at all events pretended to be such. They tied their arms above the elbow so as to stop the pulse, and fell down apparently fainting on the public footpaths. We must also mention the Ruffets and the Millards, who went into the country in groups begging. The Capons were cut purses, who hardly ever left the towns, and who laid hands on everything within their reach. The Courtois de Boutage pretended to be workmen, and were to be met with everything with the tools of their craft on their back, though they never used them. The Convertis pretended to have been impressed by the exhortations of some excellent preacher, and made a public profession of faith. They afterwards situated themselves at church doors as recently converted Catholics, and in this way received liberal contributions. Lastly, we must mention the Dries, the Narquois, or the people of the Petite Flambe, who for the most part were old pensioners, and who begged in the streets from house to house, with their swords at their sides. These, who at times lived a racketing and luxurious life, at last rebelled against the Grand Coesre, and would no longer be reckoned among his subjects, a step which gave a considerable shock to the Argotic monarchy. End of section 30. Section 31 of Manners, Customs, and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Manners, Customs, and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance period, by Paul Lacroix. Section 31. Gypsies, Tramps, Beggars, and Cours de Miracle. There was another cause which greatly contributed to diminish the power as well as the prestige of this eccentric sovereign, and this was that the cut-purses, the night-prowlers, and wood-thieves, not finding sufficient means of livelihood in their own department, and seeing that the argotiers, on the contrary, were always in a more luxurious position, tried to amalgamate robbery with mendacity, which raised an outcry amongst these sections of their community. The archieuppeaux and the cagoux at first declined such an alliance, but eventually they were obliged to admit all, with the exception of the wood-thieves, who were altogether excluded. In the 17th century, therefore, in order to become a thorough argotier, it was necessary not only to solicit alms, like any mere beggar, but also to possess the dexterity of the cut-purse and the thief. These arts were to be learned in the places which served as the habitual rendezvous of the very dregs of society, and which were generally known as the Cours de Miracle. These houses, or rather resorts, had been so called, if we are to believe a writer of the early part of the 17th century, because rogues and others, who have all day been cripples, maimed, dropsical, and beset with every sort of bodily ailment, come home at night, carrying under their arms a sirloin of beef, a joint of veal, or a leg of mutton, not forgetting to hang a bottle of wine to their belt, and, on entering the court, they throw aside their crutches, resume their healthy and lusty appearance, and in imitation of the ancient bacchanalian revelries, dance all kinds of dances with their trophies in their hands, whilst the host is preparing their suppers. Can there be a greater miracle than is to be seen in this court, where the maimed walk upright? In Paris there were several cours de miracle, but the most celebrated was that which, from the time of Sauval, the singular historian of the antiquities of Paris, to the middle of the 17th century, preserved this generic name par excellence, and which exists to this day. He says, "It is a place of considerable size, and is in an unhealthy, muddy, and irregular blind alley. Formerly it was situated on the outskirts of Paris. Now it is in one of the worst built, dirtiest, and most out-of-the-way quarters of the town, between the Rue Montargis, the Convent of Fille-Dieu, and the Rue Neuve Saint-Sauveur. To get there, one must wander through narrow, close and by-streets, and in order to enter it, one must descend a somewhat winding and rugged declivity. In this place I found a mud-house, half-buried, very shaky from old age and rottenness, and only 8 meters square, but in which nevertheless some 50 families are living, who have the charge of a large number of children, many of whom are stolen or illegitimate. I was assured that upwards of 500 large families occupy that and other houses adjoining. Large as this court is, it was formerly even bigger. Here, without any care of the future, every one enjoys the present, and eats in the evening what he has earned during the day with so much trouble, and often with so many blows. For it is one of the fundamental rules of the Cours de Miracle never to lay by anything for the morrow. Every one who lives there indulges in the utmost licentiousness. Both religion and law are utterly ignored. It is true that outwardly they appear to acknowledge a God, for they have set up in a niche an image of God the Father, which they have stolen from some church, and before which they come daily to offer up certain prayers. But this is only because they superstitiously imagine that by this means they are released from the necessity of performing the duties of Christians to their pastor and their parish, and are even absolved from the sin of entering a church for the purpose of robbery and purse-cutting. Paris, the capital of the kingdom of rogues, was not the only town which possessed a Cours de Miracle, for we find here and there, especially at Lyon and Bordeaux, some traces of these privileged resorts of rogues and thieves, which then flourished under the sceptre of the Grand Saucer. Sauval states, on the testimony of people worthy of credit, that at Saint-Anne-d'Auray, the most holy place of pilgrimage in Brittany, under the superintendence of the order of the Reformed Carmelite friars, there was a large field called Rogues' Field. This was covered with mud huts, and here the Grand Saucer resorted annually on the principal solemn festivals, with his officers and subjects, in order to hold council of state, that is to say, in order to settle and arrange respecting robbery. At these state meetings, which were not always held at Saint-Anne-d'Auray, all the subjects of the Grand Saucer were present, and paid homage to their lord and master. Some came and paid him the tribute which was required of them by the statutes of the craft. Others rendered him an account of what they had done, and what they had earned during the year. When they had executed their work badly, he ordered them to be punished, either corporally or pecuniarily, according to the gravity of their offences. When he had not himself properly governed his people, he was dethroned, and a successor was appointed by acclamation. At these assemblies, as well as in the Cours de Miracle, French was not spoken, but a strange and artificial language was used, called jargon, langue matoise, narquois, etc. This language, which is still in use under the name of argot, or slang, had for the most part been borrowed from the jargon or slang of the lower orders. To a considerable extent, according to the learned philologist of this mysterious language, M. Francisque Michel, it was composed of French words lengthened or abbreviated, of proverbial expressions, of words expressing the symbols of things instead of the things themselves, of terms either intentionally or unintentionally altered from their true meaning, and of words which resembled other words in sound, but which had not the same signification. Thus, for mouth they said pontière, from pain, bread, which they put into it. The arms were lion, binders. An ox was a cornon, horned. A purse, a fouille or fouilleuse. A coq, a horloge or timepiece. The legs, des quilles, ninepins. A sou, a rond or round thing. The eyes, des luisants, sparklers, etc. In jargon, several words were also taken from the ancient language of the gypsies, which testifies to the part which these vagabonds played in the formation of the Argotic community. For example, a shirt was called lime, a chambermaid limogère, sheets, limon, words all derived from the gypsy word lima, a shirt. They called an écu a rousquin, or rougesme, from rougia, the common word for money. A rich man, roupin, a house, tourne, a knife, chorin, from rup, tourna, and chori, which in the gypsy tongue mean respectively silver, castle, and knife. From what we have related about rogues and the Cour des Miracles, one might perhaps be tempted to suppose that France was especially privileged, but it was not so, for Italy was far worse in this respect. The rogues were called by the Italians Bianti or Ceretani, and were subdivided into more than 40 classes, the various characteristics of which have been described by a certain Raphael Frianoro. It is not necessary to state that the analogue of more than one of these classes is to be found in the short description we have given of the Argotic kingdom in France. We will therefore only mention those which were more especially Italian. It must not be forgotten that in the southern countries, where religious superstition was more marked than elsewhere, the numerous family of rogues had no difficulty in practising every description of imposture, inasmuch as they trusted to the various manifestations of religious feeling to effect their purposes. Thus the affrati, in order to obtain more alms and offerings, went about in the garb of monks and priests, even saying Mass, and pretending that it was the first time they had exercised their sacred office. So the morghigeri walked behind a donkey, carrying a bell and a lamp, with their string of beads in their hands, and asking how they were to pay for the bell, which they were always just going to buy. The felsi pretended that they were divinely inspired and endowed with the gift of second sight, and announced that there were hidden treasures in certain houses under the guardianship of evil spirits. They asserted that these treasures could not be discovered without danger, except by means of fastings and offerings, which they and their brethren could alone make, in consideration of which they entered into a bargain, and received a certain sum of money from the owners. The Akatosi deserve mention on account of the cleverness with which they contrived to assume the appearance of captives recently escaped from slavery. Shaking the chains with which they said they had been bound, jabbering unintelligible words, telling heart-rending tales of their suffering and privations, and showing the mark of blows which they had received, they went on their knees, begging for money that they might buy off their brethren or their friends, whom they said they had left in the hands of the Saracens or the Turks. We must mention also the alacrimanti, or weepers, who owed their name to the facility with which they possessed of shedding tears at will, and the testatori, who, pretending to be the seriously ill and about to die, extorted money from all of those to whom they promised to leave their fortunes, though, of course, they had not a son to leave behind them. We must not forget the protobianti, master rogues, who made no scruple of exciting compassion from their own comrades, nor the vergognosi, who, notwithstanding their poverty, wished to be thought rich, and considered that assistance was due to them from the mere fact of their being noble. We must here conclude, for it would occupy too much time to go through the list of these Italian vagabonds. As for the German, Spanish, and English rogues, we may simply remark that no type exists among them which is not to be met with amongst the Argotiers of France or the Bianti of Italy. In giving a description, therefore, of the mendicity practiced in these two countries during the Middle Ages, we are sure to be representing what it was in other parts of Europe. The history of irregular robbers and highwaymen during this long period is more difficult to describe. It contains only disconnected anecdotes of a more or less interesting character. It is probable, moreover, that robbers did not always commit their depredations singly, and that they early understood the advantages of associating together. The Tafurs, or Halegrins, whom we notice as followers of Godfrey de Bouillon at the time of the Crusades, towards the end of the 11th century, were terribly bad characters, and are actually accused by contemporary writers of violating tombs and of living on human flesh. On this account, they were looked upon with the utmost horror by the infidels, who dreaded more their savage ferocity than the valor of the Crusaders. The latter even, who had these hordes of Tafurs under their command, were not without considerable mistrust of them, and when, during their march through Hungary, under the protection of the cross, these miscreants committed depredations, Godfrey de Bouillon was obliged to ask pardon for them from the king of that country. An ancient poet has handed down to us a story in verse setting forth the exploits of Eustace the monk, who, after having thrown aside his frock, embraced the life of a robber, and only abandoned it to become Admiral of France under Philip Augustus. He was killed before Sandwich in 1217. We have satisfactory proof that as early as the 13th century, sharpers were very expert masters of their trade, for the ingenious and amusing tricks of which they were guilty are quite equal to the most skilled of those now recorded in our police reports. In the two following centuries, the science of the pince and of the crock, pincers and hook, as it was then called, alone made progress, and Pathelin, a character in comedy and an incomparable type of craft and dishonesty, never lacked disciples any more than Villon did imitators. We know that this charming poet, who was at the same time a most expert thief, narrowly escaped hanging on 2 occasions. His contemporaries attributed to him a poem of 1200 verses entitled La Répue Franche, in which are described the methods in use among his companions for procuring wine, bread, meat, and fish, without having to pay for them. They form a series of interesting stories, the moral of which is to be gathered from the following lines. C'est bien dîner quand on échappe, sans désbourser pas un denier, et dire adieu en tavernier, en torchant son nez à la nappe. The meaning of this doggerel, which is somewhat broad, may be rendered, he dines well who escapes without paying a penny, and who bids farewell to the innkeeper by wiping his nose on the tablecloth. Side by side with this poem of Villon, we ought to cite one of a later period, La Légende de Maître Faifeu, versified by Charles Boudinier. This Faifeu was a kind of Villon of Anjou, who excelled in all kinds of rascality, and who might possibly have taught it even to the gypsies themselves. The character of Panurge in the Pantagruel is no other than the type of Faifeu immortalized by the genius of Rabelais. We must also mention one of the pamphlets of Guillaume Boucher, written towards the end of the 16th century, which gives a very amusing account of thieves of every description, and also L'Histoire Générale de Laron, in which are related numerous wonderful tales of murders, robberies, and other atrocities, which made our admiring ancestors well acquainted with the heroes of the Grève and of Montfaucon. It must not be supposed that in those days the life of a robber who pursued his occupation with any degree of industry and skill was unattended with danger, for the most harmless cutpurses were hung without mercy whenever they were caught. The fear, however, of this fate did not prevent the enfants de la matte from performing wonders. Brantôme relates that King Charles IX had the curiosity to wish to know how the cutpurses performed their arts with so much skill and dexterity, and begged Captain La Chambre to introduce to him, on the occasion of a banquet and a ball, the cleverest cutpurses, given them full liberty to exhibit their skill. The captain went on to the Cour des Miracles and fetched 10 of the most expert of these thieves, whom he presented to the king. Charles, after the dinner and the ball had taken place, wished to see all the plunder, and found that they had absolutely earned 3,000 écus, either in money from purses, or in precious stones, pearls, or other jewels. Some of the guests even lost their cloaks, at which the king thought he should die of laughter. The king allowed them to keep what they had thus earned at the expense of his guests, but he forbade them to continue this sort of life under penalty of being hung, and he had them enrolled in the army, in order to recompense them for their clever feats. We may safely assert that they made but indifferent soldiers. End of section 31.
Section 32 of Manners, Customs, and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Donna Stewart. Manners, Customs, and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance period, by Paul Lacroix, Section 32. Ceremonials. Origin of modern ceremonial. Uncertainty of French ceremonial up to the end of the 16th century. Consecration of the kings of France. Coronation of the emperors of Germany. Consecration of the doges of Venice. Marriage of the doge with the sea. State entries of sovereigns. An account of the entry of Isabella of Bavaria into Paris. Seats of justice. Visits of ceremony between persons of rank. Mourning. Social courtesies. Popular demonstrations and national commemorations. New Year's Day. Local festivals. Vin d'honneur. Processions of trades. Although society during the Middle Ages was as a whole closely cemented together, being animated by the same sentiments and imbued with the same spirit, it was divided, as we have already stated, into 3 great classes, namely the clergy, the nobility, and the liers-état. These classes, each of which formed a distinct body within the state, carried on an existence peculiar to itself, and presented in its collective capacity a separate individuality. Hence there was a distinct ceremonial for each class. We will not attempt to give in detail the innumerable laws of these 3 kinds of ceremonial. Our attention will be directed solely to their most characteristic customs, and to their most remarkable and interesting aspects taken as a whole. We must altogether lay aside matters relating specially to ceremonies of a purely religious character, as they are connected more or less with the traditions and customs of the Church, and belong to a quite distinct order of things. When the Germans, and especially the Franks, says the learned paleographer Valette de Viriville, had succeeded in establishing their own rule in place of that of the Romans, these almost savage nations, and the barbarian chiefs who were at their head under the title of kings, necessarily borrowed more or less the refined practices relating to the ceremonial possessed by the people whom they had conquered. The elevation of the elected chief or king on the shield, and the solemn taking of arms in the midst of the tribe, seem to be the only traces of public ceremonies which we can discover among the Germans. The marvellous display and the imposing splendour of the political hierarchy of the Roman Empire, especially in its outward arrangements, must have astonished the minds of these uncultivated people. Thus we find the Frank kings becoming immediately after a victory the simple and clumsy imitators of the civilization which they had broken up. Clovis, on returning to Tours in 507, having defeated Alaric, received the titles of Patrician and Consul from the Emperor Anastasius, and bedecked himself with the purple, the chlamys, and the diadem. The same principle of imitation was afterwards exhibited in the internal and external court ceremonial, in proportion as it became developed in the royal person. Charlemagne, who aimed at everything which could adorn and add strength to a new monarchy, established a regular method for the general and special administration of his empire, as also for the internal arrangement and discipline of his palace. We have already referred to this twofold organization. See chapters on private life and on food. But we may here remark that notwithstanding these ancient tendencies to the creation of a fixed ceremonial, the trifling rules which made etiquette a science and a law were introduced by degrees, and have only very recently been established amongst us. In 1385, when King Charles VI. Married the notorious Isabel of Bavaria, then scarcely 14 years of age, he desired to arrange for her a magnificent entry into Paris, the pomp and brilliancy of which should be consistent with the rank and illustrious descent of his young bride. He therefore begged the old Queen Blanche, widow of Philip de Valois, to preside over the ceremony, and to have it conducted according to the custom of the olden times. She was consequently obliged, in the absence of any fixed rules on the subject, to consult the official records, that is to say, the Chronique du Monastère de Saint-Denis. The first embodiment of rules relating to these matters in use among the nobility, which had appeared in France under the title of Honneur de la Cour, only goes back to the end of the 15th century. It appears, however, that even then this was not generally admitted among the nobility as the basis of ceremonial, for in 1548 we find that nothing had been definitely settled. This is evident from the fact that when King Henry III. Desired to know the rank and order of precedence of the princes of the royal blood, both dukes and counts, as also that of the other princes, the barons, the nobles of the kingdom, the constables, the marshals of France, and the admirals, and what position they had held on great public occasions during the reigns of his predecessors, he commissioned Jean du Tillet, the civil registrar of the Parliament of Paris, to search among the royal archives for the various authentic documents which might throw light on this question, and serve as a precedent for the future. In fact, it was Henry III. Who, in 1585, created the office of Grand Master of the Ceremonies of France, entrusting it to Guillaume Pot, a noble of Rhodes, which office for many generations remained hereditary in his family. Nevertheless, the question of ceremonial, especially that of precedence, had already more than once occupied the attention of sovereigns, not only within their own states, but also in relation to diplomatic matters. The meetings of councils, at which the ambassadors of all the Christian powers, with the delegates of the Catholic Church, were assembled, did not fail to bring this subject up for decision. Pope Julius II., in 1504, instructed Pierre de Crassy, his master of the ceremonies, to publish a decree determining the rank to be taken by the various sovereigns of Europe or by their representatives. But we should add that this papal decree never received the sanction of the parties interested, and that the question of precedence, even at the most unimportant public ceremonies, was during the whole of the Middle Ages a perpetual source of litigation in courts of law, and of quarrels which too often ended in bloodshed. It is right that we should place at the head of political ceremonies those having reference to the coronation of sovereigns, which were not only political, but owed their supreme importance and dignity to the necessary intervention of ecclesiastical authority. We will therefore first speak of the consecration and coronation of the kings of France. Pepin le Bref, son of Charles Martel and founder of the second dynasty, was the first of the French kings who was consecrated by the religious rite of anointing. but its mode of administration for a long period underwent numerous changes before becoming established by a definite law. Thus Pepin, after having been first consecrated in 752 in the Cathedral of Boissons by the Archbishop of Mayence, was again consecrated with his two sons, Charlemagne and Carloman, in 753 in the Abbey of Saint Denis by Pope Stephen III. Charlemagne was twice anointed by the sovereign pontiff, first as King of Lombardy and then as Emperor. Louis le Débonnaire, his immediate successor, was consecrated at Rheims by Pope Stephen IV in 816. In 877 Louis de Bégu received unction and the sceptre at Compiègne at the hands of the Archbishop of Rheims. Charles the Simple in 893 and Robert I in 922 were consecrated and crowned at Rheims, but the coronation of Raoul in 923 was celebrated in the Abbey of Saint-Médard de Soissons, and that of Louis d'Outremont in 936 at Laon. From the accession of King Lothaire to that of Louis VI, called Le Gros, the consecration of the kings of France sometimes took place in the metropolitan church of Rheims, and sometimes in other churches, but more frequently in the former. Louis VI having been consecrated in the Cathedral of Orleans, the clergy of Rheims appealed against this supposed infraction of custom and their own special privileges. A long discussion took place, in which were brought forward the titles which the Church of Rheims possessed subsequently to the reign of Clovis, to the exclusive honour of having kings consecrated in it; and King Louis le Jeune, son of Louis le Gros, who was himself consecrated at Rheims, promulgated a special decree on this question in anticipation of the consecration of his son Philip Auguste. This decree finally settled the rights of this ancient church, and, at the same time, defined the order which was to be observed in future at the ceremony of consecration. From that date down to the end of the reign of the Bourbons of the elder line, kings were invariably consecrated according to legal right in the metropolitan church of Rheims, with the exception of Henry IV, who was crowned at Chartres by the bishop of that town on account of the civil wars which then divided his kingdom, and caused the gates of Rheims to be closed against him. The consecration of the kings of France always took place on a Sunday. On the previous day, at the conclusion of evening prayers, the custody of the cathedral devolved upon certain royal officers, assisted by the ordinary officials. During the evening the monarch came to the church for devotion, and, according to his religious feelings, to pass part of the night in prayer, an act which was called la veillée des armes. A large platform, surmounted by a throne, was erected between the chancel and the great nave. Upon this assembled, besides the king and his officers of state, 12 ecclesiastical peers, together with those prelates whom the king might be pleased to invite, and 6 lay peers, with other officers or nobles. At daybreak the king sent a deputation of barons to the Abbey of Saint Remy for the holy vial, which was a small glass vessel called ampoule, from the Latin word ampulla, containing the holy oil to be used at the royal anointing. According to tradition, this vial was brought from heaven by a dove at the time of the consecration of Clovis. 4 of the nobles remained as hostages at the abbey during the time that the abbot of Saint Remy, followed by his monks and escorted by barons, went in procession to the cathedral to place the sacred vessel upon the altar. The abbot of Saint Denis in France had in a similar manner to bring from Rheims with great pomp, and deposit by the side of the holy vial, the royal insignia, which were kept in the treasury of his monastery, and had been there since the reign of Charlemagne. They consisted of the crown, the sword sheathed, the golden spurs, the gilt sceptre, the rod adorned with an ivory handle in the form of a hand, the sandals of pure silk embroidered with fleur-de-lis, the chasuble or dalmatique, and the surcoat or royal mantle, in the shape of a cape without a hood. The king, immediately on rising from his bed, entered the cathedral, and forthwith took oath to maintain the Catholic faith and the privileges of the Church, and to dispense good and impartial justice on his subjects. He then walked to the foot of the altar and divested himself of part of his dress, having his head bare, and wearing a tunic with openings on the chest, on the shoulders, at the elbows, and in the middle of the back. These openings were closed by means of silver aigulets. The Bishop of Rheims then drew the sword from the scabbard and handed it to the King, who passed it to the principal officer in attendance. The prelate then proceeded with the religious part of the ceremony of consecration, and taking a drop of the miraculous oil out of the holy vial by means of a gold needle, he mixed it with the holy oil from his own church. This being done, and sitting in the posture of consecration, he anointed the King, who was kneeling before him, in 5 different parts of the body, namely, on the forehead, on the breast, on the back, on the shoulders, and on the joints of the arms. After this the King rose up, and with the assistance of his officers put on his royal robes. The Archbishop handed to him successively the ring, the sceptre, and the rod of justice, and lastly placed the crown on his head. At this moment the 12 peers formed themselves into a group, the lay peers being in the first rank immediately around the sovereign, and raising their hands to the crown, they held it for a moment, and then they conducted the King to the throne. The consecrating prelate, putting down his mitre, then knelt at the feet of the monarch and took the oath of allegiance, his example being followed by the other peers and their vassals who were in attendance. At the same time, the cry of "Vive le Roi," uttered by the Archbishop, was repeated 3 times outside the cathedral by the heralds at arms, who shouted it to the assembled multitude. The latter replied, "Noël, Noël, Noël," and scrambled for the small pieces of money thrown to them by the officers, who at the same time cried out, "Largesse, largesse aux manants." Every part of this ceremony was accompanied by benedictions and prayers, the form of which was read out of the consecration service as ordered by the bishop, and the proceedings terminated by the return of the civil and religious procession which had composed the cortège. When the sovereign was married, his wife participated with him in the honours of the consecration, the symbolical investiture, and the coronation; but she only partook of the homage rendered to the King to a limited degree, which was meant to imply that the Queen had a less extended authority and a less exalted rank. The ceremonies which accompanied the accessions of the emperors of Germany are equally interesting, and were settled by a decree which the Emperor Charles IX. Promulgated in 1356 at the Diet of Nuremberg. According to the terms of this decree, which is still preserved among the archives of Frankfurt on the Main, and which is known as the Bull d'Or or Golden Bull, from the fact of its bearing a seal of pure gold, on the death of an emperor, the Archbishop of Mayence summoned for an appointed day the prince-electors of the empire, who, during the whole course of the Middle Ages, remained 7 in number, in honour, says the bull, of the 7 candlesticks mentioned in the Apocalypse. These electors, who occupied the same position near the Emperor that the 12 peers did in relation to the King of France, were the Archbishops of Mayence, of Trèves, and of Cologne, the King of Bohemia, the Count Palatine of the Rhine, the Duke of Saxony, and the Margrave of Brandenburg. On the appointed day, the Mass of the Holy Spirit was duly solemnized in the Church of St. Bartholomew of Frankfurt, a town in which not only the election of the Emperor, but also his coronation almost always took place, though one might have supposed that Aix-la-Chapelle would have been selected for such ceremonies. The electors attended, and after the service was concluded, they retired to the sacristy of the church, accompanied by their officers and secretaries. They had 30 days for deliberation, but beyond that period they were not allowed to eat bread or drink water until they had agreed at least by a majority to give a temporal chief to the Christian people, that is to say, a king of the Romans, who should in due time be promoted to emperor. The newly elected prince was, in fact, at first simply King of the Romans, and this title was often borne by persons who were merely nominated for the office by the voice of the electors or by political combinations. In order to be promoted to the full measure of power and authority, the King of the Romans had to receive both religious consecration and the crown. The ceremonies adopted at this solemnity were very analogous to those used at the consecrations of the kings of France, as well as to those of installation of all Christian princes. The service was celebrated by the Archbishop of Cologne, who placed the crown on the head of the sovereign-elect, whom he consecrated emperor. The symbols of his authority were handed to him by the electors, and then he was proclaimed Cæsar, most sacred, ever august Majesty, Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire of the nation of Germany. The imperial cortège then came out from the church of St. Bartholomew and went through the town, halting at the town hall, called the Romer, in commemoration of the noble name of Rome, where a splendid banquet, prepared in the Kaisersaal, hall of the Cæsars, awaited the principal performers in this august ceremony. At the moment that the Emperor set foot on the threshold of the Romer, the Elector of Saxony, chief marshal of the empire, on horseback, galloped at full speed toward a heap of oats which was piled up in the middle of the square. Holding in one hand a silver measure, and in the other a scraper of the same metal, each of which weighed 6 marks, he filled the measure with oats, levelled it with the scraper, and handed it over to the hereditary marshal. The rest of the heap was noisily scrambled for by the people who had been witnesses of this allegorical performance. Then the Count Palatine, as chief seneschal, proceeded to perform his part in the ceremony, which consisted of placing before the Emperor, who was sitting at table, 4 silver dishes, each weighing 3 marks. The King of Bohemia, as chief butler, handed to the monarch wine and water in a silver cup weighing 12 marks, and then the Margrave of Magdeburg presented to him a silver basin of the same weight for washing his hands. The other 3 electors or arch-chancellors provided at their own expense the silver baton, weighing 12 marks, suspended to which one of them carried the seals of the empire. Lastly, the Emperor, and with him the Empress if he was married, the princes and the electors, sat down to a banquet at separate tables, and were waited upon by their respective officers. On another table or stage were placed the imperial insignia. The ceremony was concluded outside by public rejoicings. Fountains were set to play, wine, beer, and other beverages were distributed. Gigantic bonfires were made, at which whole oxen were roasted. Refreshment tables were set out in the open air, at which any one might sit down and partake, and, in a word, every bounty as well as every amusement was provided. In this way, for centuries, public fêtes were celebrated on these occasions. The Doges of Venice, as well as the emperors of Germany and in some other heads of states, differed from other Christian sovereigns in this respect, that instead of holding their high office by heredity or divine right, they were installed therein by election. At Venice, a conclave, consisting of 40 electors, appointed by a much more numerous body of men of high position, elected the Doge, or President of the Most Serene Republic. From the day when Laurent Tiepolo, immediately after his election in 1268, was spontaneously carried in triumph by the Venetian sailors, it became the custom for a similar ovation to take place in honour of any newly elected Doge. In order to do this, the workmen of the harbour had the new Doge seated in a splendid palanquin, and carried him on their shoulders in great pomp around the Piazza San Marco. But another still more characteristic ceremony distinguished this magisterial election. On Ascension Day, the Doge, entering a magnificent gallery called the Bucentaur, which was elegantly equipped and resplendent with gold and precious stuffs, crossed the Grand Canal, went outside the town, and proceeded in the midst of a nautical cortège, escorted by bands of music, to the distance of about a league from the town on the Adriatic Gulf. Then the Patriarch of Venice gave his blessing to the sea, and the Doge, taking the helm, threw a gold ring into the water, saying, "O sea, I espouse thee in the name and in token of our true and perpetual sovereignty." Immediately the waters were strewed with flowers, and the shouts of joy and the clapping of hands of the crowd were intermingled with the strains of instruments of music of all sorts, whilst the glorious sky of Venice smiled on the poetic scene. End of Section 32. Recording by Donna Stewart, Seattle, Washington. Section 33 of Manners, Customs, and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Donna Stewart. Manners, Customs, and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance period, by Paul Lacroix. Section 33. The greater part of the principal ceremonies of the Middle Ages acquired, from various accessory and local circumstances, a character of grandeur well fitted to impress the minds of the populace. On these memorable occasions, the exhibition of some historical memorial, of certain traditional symbols, of certain relics, etc., brought to the recollection the most celebrated events in national history, events already possessing the prestige of antiquity, as well as the veneration of the people. Thus, as a memorial of the consecration of the kings of Hungary, the actual crown of Holy King Stephen was used. At the consecration of the kings of England, the actual chair of Edward the Confessor was used. At the consecration of the emperors of Germany, the imperial insignia actually used by Charlemagne formed part of the display. At the consecration of the kings of France at a certain period, the hand of Justice of Saint Louis, which has been before alluded to, was produced. After their consecration by the Church and by the spiritual power, the sovereigns had simply to take possession of their dominions, and, so to speak, of their subjects. This positive act of sovereignty was often accompanied by another class of ceremonies called joyous entry or public entry. These entries, of which numerous accounts have been handed down to us by historians, and which for the most part were very varied in character, naturally took place in the capital city. We will limit ourselves to transcribing the account given by the ancient chronicler Juvenal des Ursins of the entry into Paris of Queen Isabel of Bavaria, wife of Charles VI, which was a curious specimen of the public fêtes of this kind. In the year 1389, the king was desirous that the queen should make a public entry into Paris, and this he made known to the inhabitants in order that they should make preparations for it. And there were at each cross-roads divers histoires, historical representations, pictures, or tableaux vivants, and fountains sending forth water, wine, and milk. The people of Paris in great numbers went out to meet the queen, with the provost of merchants crying Noël. The bridge by which she passed was covered with blue taffeta, embroidered with golden fleur-de-lis. A man of light weight, dressed in the guise of an angel, came down, by means of some well-constructed machinery, from one of the towers of Notre Dame to the said bridge, through an opening in the said blue taffeta, at the moment when the queen was passing, and placed a beautiful crown on her head. After he had done this, he withdrew through the said opening by the same means, and thus appeared as if he were returning to the skies of his own accord. Before the grand Chastelet there was a splendid court adorned with azure tapestry, which was intended to be a representation of the lit de justice, and it was very large and richly decorated. In the middle of it was a very large, pure, white artificial stag, its horns gilt, and its neck encircled with a crown of gold. It was so ingeniously constructed that his eyes, horns, mouth, and all its limbs were put in motion by a man who was secreted within its body. Hanging to its neck were the king's arms, that is to say, 3 gold fleur-de-lis on an azure field. Near the stag there was a large sword, beautiful and bright, unsheathed, and when the queen passed, the stag was made to take the sword in the right forefoot, to hold it out straight, and to brandish it. It was reported to the King that said preparations were made, and he said to Savoisy, who was one of those nearest to him, "Savoisy, I earnestly entreat thee to mount a good horse, and I will ride behind thee, and we will so dress ourselves that no one will know us, and let us go and see the entry of my wife." And although Savoisy did all he could to dissuade him, the King insisted and ordered that it should be done. So Savoisy did what the King had ordered, and disguised himself as well as he could, and mounted on a powerful horse with the King behind him. They went through the town, and managed so as to reach the Chastelet at the time the Queen was passing. There was a great crowd, and Savoisy placed himself as near as he could, and there were sergeants on all sides with thick birch wands, who, in order to prevent the crowd from pressing upon and injuring the court where the stag was, hit away with their wands as hard as they could. Savoisy struggled continually to get nearer and nearer, and the sergeants, who neither knew the King nor Savoisy, struck away at them, and the King received several very hard and well-directed blows on the shoulders. In the evening, in the presence of the ladies, the matter was talked over, and they began to joke about it, and even the King himself laughed at the blows he had received. The Queen, on her entry, was seated on a litter, and very magnificently dressed, as were also the ladies and maids of honour. It was indeed a splendid sight, and if any one wished to describe the dresses of the ladies, of the knights and squires, and of those who escorted the Queen, it would take a long time to do so. After supper, singing and dancing commenced, which continued until daylight. The next day there were tournaments and other sports. In the course of this simple and graphic description, mention has been made of the lit de justice, seat of justice. All judicial or legislative assemblies at which the King considered it his duty to be present were thus designated. When the King came there simply as a looker on, they were more commonly called plaidoyer, and in this case no change was made in the ordinary arrangements; but when the King presided they were called conseil, and then a special ceremonial was required. In fact, by lit de justice, or corps de pair, we understand a court consisting of the high officers of the Crown and of the great executive of the State, whose duty it was to determine whether any peer of France should be tried on a criminal charge, gravely to deliberate on any political matter of special interest, or to register in the name of the absolute sovereignty of the King any edict of importance. We know the prominent, and we may say even the fatal part played by these solemnities, which were being continually re-enacted, and on every sort of pretext, during the latter days of monarchy. These courts were always held with impressive pomp. The sovereign usually summoned to them the princes of the blood royal and the officers of his household. The members of the Parliament took their seats in scarlet robes, the presidents being habited in their caps and mantles, and the registrars of the court also wearing their official dress. The High Chancellor, the First Chamberlain, and the Provost of Paris sat at the King's feet. The Chancellor of France, the presidents and councillors of the Parliament occupied the bar, and the ushers of the court were in a kneeling posture. Having thus mentioned the assemblies of persons of distinction, the interviews of sovereigns, and the reception of ambassadors, without describing them in detail, which would involve more space than we have at our command, we will enter upon the subject of the special ceremonial adopted by the nobility, taking as our guide the standard book called Honneurs de la Cour, compiled at the end of the 15th century by the celebrated Aliénor de Poitiers. In addition to her own observations, she gives those of her mother, Isabel de Souza, who herself had but continued the work of another noble lady, Jeanne d'Arcourt, married in 1391 to the Count William de Namur, who was considered the best authority to be found in the kingdom of France. This collection of the customs of the court forms a kind of family diary embracing 3 generations, and extending back over more than a century. Notwithstanding the curious and interesting character of this book, and the authority which it possesses on the subject, we cannot, much to our regret, do more than borrow a few passages from it; but these, carefully selected, will no doubt suffice to give some idea of the manners and customs of the nobility during the 15th century, and to illustrate the laws of etiquette of which it was the recognised code. One of the early chapters of the work sets forth this fundamental law of French ceremonial, namely, that according to the traditions or customs of France, women, however exalted their position, be they even kings' daughters, rank with their husbands. We find on the occasion of the marriage of King Charles VII. With Mary of Anjou in 1413, although probably there had never been assembled together so many princes and ladies of rank, that at the banquet the ladies alone dined with the Queen, and no gentlemen sat with them. We may remark, whilst on this subject, that before the reign of Francis I. it was not customary for the two sexes to be associated together in the ordinary intercourse of court life; and we have remarked elsewhere (see chapter on Private Life) that this departure from ancient custom exerted a considerable influence not only on manners but also on public affairs. The authoress of the Honneurs de la Cour specially mentions the respect which Queen Mary of Anjou paid to the Duchess of Burgundy when she was at Châlons in Champagne in 1445. The Duchess came with all her retinue, on horseback and in carriages, into the courtyard of the mansion where the King and Queen were, and there alighted, her first maid of honour acting as her train-bearer. Monsieur de Bourbon gave her his right hand, and the gentlemen went on in front. In this manner she was conducted to the hall which served as the antechamber to the Queen's apartment. There she stopped, and sent in Monsieur de Créquy to ask the Queen if it was her pleasure that she should enter. When the Duchess came to the door, she took the train of her dress from the lady who bore it, and let it trail on the ground, and as she entered she knelt, and then advanced to the middle of the room. There she made the same obeisance, and moved straight towards the Queen, who was standing close to the foot of her throne. When the Duchess had performed a further act of homage, the Queen advanced 2 or 3 steps, and the Duchess fell on her knees, and the Queen then put her hand on her shoulder, embraced her, kissed her, and commanded her to rise. The Duchess then went up to Margaret of Scotland, wife of the Dauphin, afterwards Louis XI., who was 4 or 5 feet from the Queen, and paid her the same honours as she had done to the Queen, although the Dauphine appeared to wish to prevent her from absolutely kneeling to her. After this she turned towards the Queen of Sicily, Isabel de Lorraine, wife of René of Anjou, brother-in-law of the King, who was 2 or 3 feet from the Dauphine, and merely bowed to her, and the same to another princess, Madame de Calabre, who was still more distantly connected with the blood royal. Then the Queen, and after her the Dauphine, kissed the 3 maids of honour of the Duchess and the wives of the gentlemen. The Duchess did the same to the ladies who accompanied the Queen and the Dauphine, but of those of the Queen of Sicily the Duchess kissed none, inasmuch as the Queen had not kissed hers; and the Duchess would not walk behind the Queen, for she said that the Duke of Burgundy was nearer the crown of France than was the King of Sicily, and also that she was the daughter of the King of Portugal, who was greater than the King of Sicily. Further on, from the details given of a similar reception, we learn that etiquette was not at that time regulated by the laws of politeness as now understood, inasmuch as the voluntary respect paid by men to the gentle sex was influenced much by social rank. Thus, at the time of a visit of Louis XI., then Dauphin, to the court of Brussels, to which place he went to seek refuge against the anger of his father, the Duchesses of Burgundy, of Charolais, and of Cleves, his near relatives, exhibited towards him all the tokens of submission and inferiority which he might have received from a vassal. The Dauphin, it is true, wished to avoid this homage, and a discussion on the subject of more than a quarter of an hour ensued. At last he took the Duchess of Burgundy by the arm, and led her away, in order to cut short the ceremonies about which Madame made so much to do. This, however, did not prevent the princesses, on their withdrawing, from kneeling to the ground, in order to show their respect for the son of the King of France. We have already seen that the Duchess of Burgundy, when about to appear before the Queen, took her train from her train-bearer in order that she might carry it herself. In this she was only conforming to a general principle, which was, that in the presence of a superior, a person, however high his rank, should not himself receive honours whilst at the same time paying them to another. Thus a duke and a duchess amidst their court had all the things which were used at their table covered, hence the modern expression mettre le couvert, to lay the cloth, even the wash-hand basin and the cadinus, a kind of case, in which the cups, knives, and other table articles were kept. But when they were entertaining a king, all these marks of superiority were removed as a matter of etiquette from the table at which they sat, and were passed on as an act of respect to the sovereign present. The book of Dame Aliénor, in a series of articles to which we shall merely allude, speaks at great length and enters into detail respecting the interior arrangements of the rooms in which princes and other noble children were born. The formalities gone through on these occasions were as curious as they were complicated, and Dame Aliénor regretted to see them falling into disuse, owing to which, she says, we fear that the possessions of the great houses of the nobility are getting too large, as every one admits, and chicanery or concealment of birth, so as to make away with too many children, is on the increase. Mourning is the next subject which we shall notice. The king never wore black for mourning, not even for his father, but scarlet or violet. The queen wore white, and did not leave her apartments for a whole year. Hence the name of château, hôtel, or tour de la Reine Blanche, which many of the buildings of the Middle Ages still bear, from the fact that widowed queens inhabited them during the first year of their widowhood. On occasions of mourning, the various reception rooms of a house were hung with black. In deep mourning, such as that for a husband or a father, a lady wore neither gloves, jewels, nor silk. The head was covered with a low black head-dress, with trailing lappets, called chaperons, barbettes, couvre-chef, or tourets. A duchess and the wife of a knight or banneret, on going into mourning, stayed in their apartments for 6 weeks; the former, during the whole of this time, while in deep mourning, remained lying down all day on a bed covered with a white sheet, whereas the latter, at the end of 9 days, got up, and until the 6 weeks were over, remained sitting in front of the bed on a black sheet. Ladies did not attend the funerals of their husbands, though it was usual for them to be present at those of their fathers and mothers. For an elder brother they wore the same mourning as for a father, but they did not lie down as above described. In their everyday intercourse with one another, kings, princes, dukes, and duchesses called one another Monsieur and Madame, adding the Christian name or that of the estate. A superior speaking or writing to an inferior might prefix to his or her title of relationship beau or belle, for instance, mon bel oncle, ma belle cousine. The people in a lower sphere of life, on being introduced to one another, did not say Monsieur Jean, ma belle tante, Mr. John, allow me to introduce you to my aunt, but simply Jean, ma tante. The head of a house had his seat under a canopy or dosseret, which he only relinquished to his sovereign when he had the honour of entertaining him. Such, says Aliénor in conclusion, are the points of etiquette which are observed in Germany, in France, in Naples, in Italy, and in all other civilised countries and kingdoms. We may here remark that etiquette, after having originated in France, spread throughout all Christian nations, and when it had become naturalised, as it were, amongst the latter, it acquired a settled position, which it retained more firmly than it did in France. In this latter country it was only from the 17th century, and particularly under Louis XIV., that court etiquette really became a science and almost a species of religious observance, whose minutiæ were attended to as much as if they were sacramental rites, though they were not infrequently of the most childish character, and whose pomp and precision often caused the most insufferable annoyance. But notwithstanding the perpetual changes of times and customs, the French nation has always been distinguished for nobility and dignity, tempered with good sense and elegance. If we now direct our attention to the tiers état, that class which, to quote a celebrated expression, was destined to become everything after having for a long time been looked upon as nothing, we shall notice that there too custom and tradition had much to do with ceremonies of all kinds. The presence of the middle classes not only gave, as it were, a stamp of grandeur to fêtes of an aristocratic and religious character, but in addition the people themselves had a number of ceremonies of every description, in which etiquette was not one whit less strict than in those of the court. The variety of civic and popular ceremonies is so great that it would require a large volume illustrated with numerous engravings to explain fully their characteristic features. The simple enumeration of the various public fêtes, each of which was necessarily accompanied by a distinct ceremonial, would take up much time were we to attempt to give it even in the shortest manner. Besides the numerous ceremonies that were purely religious, namely the procession of the Fête Dieu in Rogation Week, and the fêtes which were both of a superstitious and burlesque character, such as des Fous, d'Hélène, des Innocents, and others of the same kind, so much in vogue during the Middle Ages, and which we shall describe more in detail hereafter, we should like to mention the military or gymnastic fêtes. Among these were what were called the processions of the Confrères de l'Arquebuse, the archers, the Papagots, or the Roi de l'Épinette at Lille, or the Forestiers at Bruges. There were also what may be termed the fêtes peculiar to certain places, such as those of Béor, of the Champ Gala at Épinal, of the Laboureurs at Montélimar, of Guy de la Neuf at Anjou; also of the fêtes of May, of the Sheaf, of the Spring, of the Roses, of the Fires of St. John, etc. Then there were the historical or commemorative fêtes, such as those of the Géants Russes at Dunkirk, of the Gaillants at Douai, etc., also of Gouet de Saint Maxime at Riez in Provence, of the processions of Jeanne d'Arc at Orléans, of Jeanne Hachette at Beauvais, and lastly the numerous fêtes of public corporations, such as Écoliers, the Nation, the Université, also the Lundi, the Saint Charlemagne, the Ballet de Rose au Palmont, the literary fêtes of the Pays de Chambre de Rhétorique of Picardy and Flanders, of the Clémence Isaure at Toulouse, of the Capitole at Rome, etc., the fêtes of the Serment, Métier, and Devoir of the Working Men's Corporation, and lastly the Fête Patronale, also called Assemblée, Ducasse, Folie, Foire, Kermesse, Pardon, etc. From this simple enumeration it can easily be understood what a useless task we should impose upon ourselves were we merely to enter upon so wide and difficult a subject. Apart from the infinite variety of details resulting from the local circumstances under which these ceremonies had been instituted, which were everywhere celebrated at fixed periods, a kind of general principle regulated and directed their arrangement. Nearly all these fêtes and public rejoicings, which to a certain extent constituted the common basis of popular ceremonial, bore much analogy to one another. There are, however, certain peculiarities less known and more striking than the rest, which deserve to be mentioned, and we shall then conclude this part of our subject. Those rites, ceremonies, and customs which are the most commonly observed, and which most persistently keep their place amongst us, are far from being of modern origin. Thus the custom of jovially celebrating the commencement of the new year, or of devoting certain particular days to festivity, is still universally followed in every country of the world. The practice of sending presents on New Year's Day is to be found among civilized nations in the East, as well as in our own country. In the Middle Ages the intimate friends of princes, and especially of the kings of France, received Christmas gifts, for which they considered themselves bound to make an ample return. In England these interchanges of generosity also take place on Christmas Day. In Russia, on Easter Day, the people, on meeting in the street, salute one another by saying, "Christ is risen." These practices, as well as many others, have no doubt been handed down to us from the early ages of Christianity. The same may be said of a vast number of customs of a more or less local character, which have been observed in various countries for centuries. In former times, at Aschenbach, in Würtemberg, during the Carnival, women held a feast at which they were waited upon by men, and after it was over, they formed themselves into a sort of court of plenary indulgence, from which the men were uniformly excluded, and sat in judgment on one another. At Ramerupt, a small town in Champagne, every year on the 1st of May, 20 of the citizens repaired to the adjoining hamlet of Saint-Remy, hunting as they went along. They were called the Fools of Rameru, and it was said that the greatest fool led the band. The inhabitants of Saint-Remy were bound to receive them gratuitously, and to supply them, as well as their horses and dogs, with what they required, to have a mass said for them, to put up with all the absurd vagaries of the captain and his troop, and to supply them with a fine and handsome horned ram, which was led back in triumph. On their return to Ramerupt, they set up shouts at the door of the curé, the procurator fiscal, and the collector of taxes, and after the invention of gunpowder, fireworks were let off. Then they went to the market-place, where they danced round the ram, which was decorated with ribbons. No doubt this was a relic of the feasts of ancient heathenism. A more curious ceremony still, whose origin, we think, may be traced to the Dionysian feasts of heathenism, has continued to be observed to this day at Béziers. It bears the names of the Feast of Pépézuch, the Triumph of Béziers, or the Feast of Caritas or Charité. At the bottom of the Rue Française at Béziers, a statue is to be seen, which, notwithstanding the mutilations to which it has been subjected, still distinctly bears traces of being an ancient work of the most refined period of art. This statue represents Pépézuch, a citizen of Béziers, who, according to somewhat questionable tradition, valiantly defended the town against the Goths, or, as some say, against the English. Its origin, therefore, cannot be later than the 13th century. On Ascension Day, the day of the feast of Pépézuch, an immense procession went about the town. 3 remarkable machines were particularly noticeable. The first was an enormous wooden camel, made to walk by mechanism, and to move its limbs and jaws. The second was a galley on wheels fully manned. The third consisted of a cart on which a travelling theatre was erected. The consuls and other civic authorities, the corporations of trades having the pastors walking in front of them, the farriers on horseback, all bearing their respective insignia and banners, formed the procession. A double column, composed of a division of young men and young women holding white hoops decorated with ribbons and many-coloured streamers, was preceded by a young girl crowned with flowers, half veiled, and carrying a basket. This brilliant procession marched to the sound of music, and at certain distances the youthful couples of the two sexes halted in order to perform, with the assistance of their hoops, various figures which were called the Danse des Treillis. The machines also stopped from time to time at various places. The camel was especially made to enter the church of Aphrodise, because it was said that the apostle had first come on a camel to preach the gospel in that country, and there to receive the palm of martyrdom. On arriving before the statue of Pépézuch, the young couple decorated it with garlands. When the square of the town was reached, the theatre was stopped like an ancient car of Thespis, and the actors treated the people to a few comical drolleries in imitation of Aristophanes. From the galley the youths flung sugar plums and sweetmeats, which the spectators returned with equal profusion. The procession closed with a number of men crowned with green leaves, carrying on their heads loaves of bread, which, with other provisions contained in the galley, were distributed among the poor of the town. In Germany and in France it was the custom at the public entries of kings, princes, and persons of rank, to offer them the wines made in the district and commonly sold in the town. At Langres, for instance, These wines were put into 4 pewter vessels called cimaises, which are still to be seen. They were called the lion, monkey, sheep, and pig wines, symbolical names which express the different degrees or phases of drunkenness which they were supposed to be capable of producing. The lion, courage; the monkey, cunning; the sheep, good temper; the pig, bestiality. We will now conclude by borrowing from the excellent work of M. Alfred Michel on Dutch and Flemish painting, the abridged description of a procession of corporations of trades which took place at Antwerp in 1520 on the Sunday after Ascension Day. All the corporations of trades were present, every member being dressed in his best suit. In front of each guild a banner floated, and immediately behind an enormous lighted wax taper was carried. March music was played on long silver trumpets, flutes, and drums. The goldsmiths, painters, masons, silk embroiderers, sculptors, carpenters, boatmen, fishermen, butchers, curriers, drapers, bakers, tailors, and men of every other trade marched 2 abreast. Then came crossbowmen, arquebusiers, archers, &c., some on foot and some on horseback. After them came the various monastic orders, and then followed a crowd of bourgeois magnificently dressed. A numerous company of widows, dressed in white from head to foot, particularly attracted attention. They constituted a sort of sisterhood, observing certain rules, and gaining their livelihood by various descriptions of manual work. The cathedral canons and the other priests walked in the procession in their gorgeous silk vestments sparkling with gold. 20 persons carried on their shoulders a huge figure of the Virgin, with the infant Saviour in her arms, splendidly decorated. At the end of the procession were chariots and ships on wheels. There were various groups in the procession representing scenes from the Old and New Testament, such as the salutation of the angels, the visitation of the Magi, who appeared riding on camels, the flight into Egypt, and other well-known historical incidents. The last machine represented a dragon being led by Saint Margaret with a magnificent bridle, and was followed by Saint George and several brilliantly attired knights. End of Section 33. Recording by Donna Stewart, Seattle, Washington.
Section 34 of Manners, Customs and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Manners, Customs and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance period by Paul Lacroix. Section 34. Costumes. Long garments alone were worn by the ancients, and up to the period when the barbarous tribes of the north made their appearance, or rather until the invasion of the Roman Empire by these wandering nations, male and female dress differed but little. The Greeks made scarcely any change in their mode of dress for centuries, but the Romans, on becoming masters of the world, partially adopted the dress and arms of the people they had conquered, where they considered them an improvement on their own, although the original style of dress was but little altered. Roman attire consisted of 2 garments, the under garment or tunic, and the outer garment or cloak. The latter was known under the various names of chlamys, toga, and pallium, but, notwithstanding these several appellations, there was scarcely any appreciable distinction between them. The simple tunic with sleeves, which answered to our shirt, was like the modern blouse in shape, and was called by various names. The chiridota was a tunic with long and large sleeves, of Asiatic origin. The manuleata was a tunic with long and tight sleeves coming to the wrists. The talaris was a tunic reaching to the feet. The palmata was a state tunic embroidered with palms, which ornamentation was often found in other parts of dress. The lacerna, loena, cucullus, chlamys, sagum, paludamentum were upper garments, more or less coarse, either full or scant, and usually short, and were analogous to our cloaks, mantles, etc., and were made both with and without hoods. There were many varieties of the tunic and cloak invented by female ingenuity, as well as of other articles of dress, which formed elegant accessories to the toilet. But there was no essential alteration in the national costume, nor was there any change in the shape of the numerous descriptions of shoes. The barbarian invasions brought about a revolution in the dress, as well as in the social state of the people, and it is from the time of these invasions that we may date, properly speaking, the history of modern dress. For the Roman costume, which was in use at the same time as that of the Franks, the Huns, the Vandals, the Goths, etc., was subjected to various changes down to the 9th century. These modifications increased afterwards to such an extent that, towards the 14th century, the original type had altogether disappeared. It was quite natural that men living in a temperate climate, and bearing arms only when in the service of the state, should be satisfied with garments which they could wear without wrapping themselves up too closely. The northern nations, on the contrary, had early learned to protect themselves against the severity of the climate in which they lived. Thus the garments known by them as braies, and by the Parthians as sarabara, doubtless gave origin to those which have been respectively called by us chausses, haut de chausses, trousses, grègues, culottes, pantalons, etc. These wandering people had other reasons for preferring the short and close-fitting garments to those which were long and full, and these were their innate pugnacity, which forced them ever to be under arms, their habit of dwelling in forests and thickets, their love of the chase, and their custom of wearing armour. The ancient Greeks and Romans always went bareheaded in the towns, but in the country, in order to protect themselves from the direct rays of the sun, they wore hats much resembling our round hats, made of felt, plaited rushes, or straw. Other European nations of the same period also went bareheaded, or wore caps made of skins of animals, having no regularity of style, and with the shape of which we are but little acquainted. Shoes, and head-dresses of a definite style, belong to a much more modern period, as also do the many varieties of female dress which have been known at all times and in all countries under the general name of robes. The girdle was only used occasionally, and its adoption depended on circumstances. The women used it in the same way as the men, for in those days it was never attached to the dress. The great difference in modern female costume consists in the fact of the girdle being part of the dress, thus giving a long or short waist according to the requirements of fashion. In the same manner, a complete revolution took place in men's dress, according as loose or tight, long or short sleeves were introduced. We shall commence our historical sketch from the 5th century, at which period we can trace the blending of the Roman with the barbaric costume, namely, the combination of the long shapeless garment with that which was worn by the Germans, and which was accompanied by tight-fitting braies. Thus, in the recumbent statue which adorned the tomb of Clovis, in the church of the Abbey of Saint Geneviève, the king is represented as wearing the tunic and the toga, but, in addition, Gallo-Roman civilization had actually given him tight-fitting braies, somewhat similar to what we now call pantaloons. Besides this, his tunic is fastened by a belt, which, however, was not a novelty in his time, for the women then wore long dresses, fastened at the waist by a girdle. There is nothing very remarkable about his shoes, since we find that the shoe, or closed sandal, was worn from the remotest periods by nearly all nations. The cloak claims an equally ancient origin. The principal thing worthy of notice is the amount of ornament with which the Franks enriched their girdles and the borders of their tunics and cloaks. This fashion they borrowed from the imperial court, which, having been transferred from Rome to Constantinople during the 3rd century, was not slow to adopt the luxury of precious stones and other rich decorations commonly in use amongst Eastern nations. Following the example of Horace de Villecastel, the learned author of a history of the costumes of France, we may here state that it is very difficult, if not impossible, to define the exact costume during the time of the early Merovingian periods. The first writers who have touched upon this subject have spoken of it very vaguely, or not being contemporaries of the times of which they wrote, could only describe from tradition or hearsay. Those monuments in which early costume is supposed to be represented are almost all of later date, when artists, whether sculptors or painters, were not very exact in their delineations of costume, and even seemed to imagine that no other style could have existed before their time than the one with which they were daily familiar. In order to be as accurate as possible, although, after all, we can only speak hypothetically, we cannot do better than call to mind, on the one hand, what Tacitus says of the Germans, that they "were almost naked, excepting for a short and tight garment round their waists, and a little square cloak, which they threw over the right shoulder," and on the other, to carry ourselves back in imagination to the ancient Roman costume. We may notice, moreover, the curious description given of the Franks by Sidoine Apollinaire, who says, "They tied up their flaxen or light brown hair above their foreheads into a kind of tuft, and then made it fall behind the head like a horse's tail. The face was clean shaved, with the exception of 2 long moustaches. They wore cloth garments fitting tight to the body and limbs, and a broad belt to which they hung their swords." But this is a sketch made at a time when the Frankish race was only known among the Gauls through its marauding tribes, whose raids from time to time spread terror and dismay throughout the countries which they visited. From the moment when the uncultivated tribes of ancient Germany formally took possession of the territory which they had withdrawn from Roman rule, they showed themselves desirous of adopting the more gentle manners of the conquered nation. In imitation of their chief, says M. Jules Quicherat, the eminent antiquarian, "more than once the Franks doffed the war coat and the leather belt, and assumed the toga of Roman dignity. More than once their flaxen hair was shown to advantage by flowing over the imperial mantle, and the gold of the knights, the purple of the senators and patricians, the triumphal crowns, the fasces, and, in short, everything which the Roman Empire invented in order to exhibit its grandeur, assisted in adding to that of our ancestors." One great and characteristic difference between the Romans and the Franks should, however, be specially mentioned, namely, in the fashion of wearing the hair long, a fashion never adopted by the Romans, and which, during the whole of the first dynasty, was a distinguishing mark of kings and nobles among the Franks. Agathias, the Greek historian, says, "The hair is never cut from the heads of the Frankish kings' sons. From early youth their hair falls gracefully over their shoulders, it is parted on the forehead, and falls equally on both sides. It is with them a matter to which they give special attention." We are told, besides, that they sprinkled it with gold dust, and plaited it in small bands, which they ornamented with pearls and precious metals. Whilst persons of rank were distinguished by their long and flowing hair, the people wore theirs more or less short, according to the degree of freedom which they possessed, and the serfs had their heads completely shaved. It was customary for the noble and free classes to swear by their hair, and it was considered the height of politeness to pull out a hair and present it to a person. Frédégaire, the chronicler, relates that Clovis thus pulled out a hair in order to do honour to Saint Germain, Bishop of Toulouse, and presented it to him. Upon this the courtiers hastened to imitate their sovereign, and the venerable prelate returned home with his hand full of hair, delighted at the flattering reception he had met with at the court of the Frankish king. During the Merovingian period, the greatest insult that could be offered to a freeman was to touch him with a razor or scissors. The degradation of kings and princes was carried out in a public manner by shaving their heads and sending them into a monastery. On their regaining their rights and their authority, their hair was always allowed to grow again. We may also conclude that great importance was attached to the preservation of the hair even under the kings of the second dynasty, for Charlemagne, in his Capitulaire, orders the hair to be removed as a punishment in certain crimes. The Franks, faithful to their ancient custom of wearing the hair long, gradually gave up shaving the face. At first they only left a small tuft on the chin, but by degrees they allowed this to increase, and in the 6th and 7th centuries freemen adopted the usual form of beard. Amongst the clergy the custom prevailed of shaving the crown of the head, in the same way as that adopted by certain monastic orders in the present day. Priests for a long time wore beards, but ceased to do so on their becoming fashionable amongst the laity. Painters and sculptors therefore commit a serious error in representing the prelates and monks of those times with large beards. As far as the monumental relics of those remote times allow us to judge, the dress as worn by Clovis underwent but trifling modifications during the first dynasty. But during the reigns of Pepin and Charlemagne considerable changes were effected, which resulted from the intercourse, either of a friendly or hostile nature, between the Franks and the southern nations. About this time silk stuffs were introduced into the kingdom, and the upper classes, in order to distinguish themselves from the lower, had their garments trimmed round with costly furs. See chapter on Commerce. We have before stated, see chapter on Private Life, that Charlemagne, who always was very simple in his tastes, strenuously set his face against these novel introductions of luxury, which he looked upon as tending to do harm. "Of what use are these cloaks?" he said. "In bed they cannot cover us, on horseback they can neither protect us from the rain nor the wind, and when we are sitting they can neither preserve our legs from the cold nor the damp." He himself generally wore a large tunic made of otters' skins. On one occasion his courtiers went out hunting with him, clothed in splendid garments of southern fashion, which became much torn by the briars, and begrimed with the blood of the animals they had killed. "O ye foolish men!" he said to them the next day, as he showed them his own tunic, which a servant had just returned to him in perfect condition, after having simply dried it before the fire and rubbed it with his hands. "Whose garments are the more valuable and the more useful? Mine, for which I have only paid a sou (about 22 francs of present money), or yours, which have cost so much?" From that time, whenever this great king entered on a campaign, the officers of his household, even the most rich and powerful, did not dare to show themselves in any clothes but those made of leather, wool, or cloth; for had they, on such occasions, made their appearance dressed in silk and ornaments, he would have sharply reproved them, and have treated them as cowards, or as effeminate, and consequently unfit for the work in which he was about to engage. Nevertheless, this monarch, who so severely proscribed luxury in daily life, made the most magnificent display on the occasions of political or religious festivals, when the imperial dignity with which he was invested required to be set forth by pompous ceremonial and richness of attire. During the reign of the other Carlovingian kings, in the midst of political troubles, of internal wars, and of social disturbances, they had neither time nor inclination for inventing new fashions. Monuments of the latter part of the 9th century prove, indeed, that the national dress had hardly undergone any change since the time of Charlemagne, and that the influence of Roman tradition, especially on festive occasions, was still felt in the dress of the nobles. In a miniature of the large manuscript Bible given by the canons of Saint Martin of Tours in 869 to Charles the Bald, National Library of Paris, we find the king sitting on his throne, surrounded by the dignitaries of his court, and by soldiers all dressed after the Roman fashion. The monarch wears a cloak which seems to be made of cloth of gold, and is attached to the shoulder by a strap or ribbon sliding through a clasp. This cloak is embroidered in red on a gold ground. The tunic is of reddish brown, and the shoes are light red, worked with gold thread. In the same manuscript there is another painting representing 4 women listening to the discourse of a prophet. From this we discover that the female costume of the time consisted of 2 tunics, the under one being longer but less capacious than the other, the sleeves of the former coming down tight to the wrists and being plaited in many folds, whilst those of the latter open out and only reach to the elbow. The lower part, the neck, and the borders of the sleeves are trimmed with ornamented bands, the waist is encircled by a girdle just above the hips, and a long veil, finely worked and fastened on the head, covers the shoulders and hangs down to the feet, completely hiding the hair, so that long plaits falling in front were evidently not then in fashion. The underdress of these 4 women, who all wear black shoes, which were probably made of Morocco leather, are of various colours, whereas the gowns or outer tunics are white. Notwithstanding that under the Carlovingian dynasty it was always considered a shame and a dishonour to have the head shaved, it must not be supposed that the upper classes continued to wear the long Merovingian style of hair. After the reign of Charlemagne, it was the fashion to shave the hair from above the forehead, the parting being thus widened, and the hair was so arranged that it should not fall lower than the middle of the neck. Under Charles the Bald, whose surname proves that he was not partial to long hair, this custom fell into disuse or was abandoned, and men had the greater part of their heads shaved, and only kept a sort of cap of hair growing on the top of the head. It is at this period that we first find the cowl worn. This kind of common head-dress, made from the furs of animals or from woollen stuffs, continued to be worn for many centuries, and indeed almost to the present day. It was originally only a kind of cap, light and very small, but it gradually became extended in size, and successively covered the ears, the neck, and lastly even the shoulders. No great change was made in the dress of the 2 sexes during the 10th century. Nothing was more simple than the head-dress of women, says M. Jules Quicherat. Nothing was less studied than their mode of wearing their hair, nothing was more simple and yet finer than their linen. The elegant appearance of their garments recalls that of the Greek and Roman women. Their dresses were at times so tight as to display all the elegance of their form, whilst at others they were made so high as completely to cover the neck. The latter were called cottes hardies. The cotte hardie, which has at all times been part of the dress of French women, and which was frequently worn also by men, was a long tunic reaching to the heels, fastened in at the waist and closed at the wrists. Queens, princesses, and ladies of the nobility wore in addition a long cloak lined with ermine, or a tunic with or without sleeves. Often, too, their dress consisted of two tunics, and of a veil or drapery, which was thrown over the head and fell down before and behind, thus entirely surrounding the neck." We cannot find that any very decided change was made in dress before the end of the 11th century. The ordinary dress, made of thick cloths and of coarse woollen stuffs, was very strong and durable, and not easily spoiled; and it was usual, as we still find in some provinces which adhere to old customs, for clothes, especially those worn on festive occasions and at ceremonials, to be handed down as heirlooms from father to son to the third or fourth generation. The Normans, who came from Scandinavia towards the end of the 10th century, A.D. 970, with their short clothes and coats of mail, at first adopted the dress of the French, and continued to do so in all its various changes. In the following century, having found the Saxons and Britons in England clad in the garb of their ancestors, slightly modified by the Roman style of apparel, they began to make great changes in their manner of dressing themselves. They more and more discarded Roman fashions, and assumed similar costumes to those made in France at the same period. Before proceeding further in our history of mediæval dress, we must forestall a remark which will not fail to be made by the reader, and this is, that we seem to occupy ourselves exclusively with the dress of kings, queens, and other people of note. But we must reply that though we are able to form tolerably accurate notions relative to the dress of the upper classes during these remote periods, we do not possess any reliable information relative to that of the lower orders, and that the written documents, as well as the sculptures and paintings, are almost useless on this point. Nevertheless, we may suppose that the dress of the men in the lowest ranks of society has always been short and tight, consisting of braies, or tight drawers, mostly made of leather, of tight tunics, of saillants, or doublets, and of capes and cloaks of coarse brown woollen. The tunic was confined at the waist by a belt, to which the knife, the purse, and sometimes the working tools were suspended. The head-dress of the people was generally a simple cap, made of thick coarse woollen cloth or felt, and often of sheep's skin. During the 12th century, a person's rank or social position was determined by the head-dress. The cap was made of velvet for persons of rank, and of common cloth for the poor. The cornette, which was always an appendage to the cap, was made of cloth, with which the cap might be fastened or adjusted on the head. The mortier, or round cap, dates from the earliest centuries, and was altered both in shape and material according to the various changes of fashion, but lawyers of high position continued to wear it almost in its original shape, and it became like a professional badge for judges and advocates. In the miniatures of that time we find Charles the Good, Count of Flanders, who died in 1127, represented with a cap with a point at the top, to which a long streamer is attached, and a peak turned up in front. A cap very similar, but without the streamer, and with the point turned towards the left, is to be seen in a portrait of Geoffroy le Bel, Comte de Maine, in 1150. About the same period, Agnès de Baudemont is represented with a sort of cap made of linen or stuff, with lappets hanging down over the shoulders. She is dressed in a robe fastened round the waist, and having long bands attached to the sleeves near the wrists. Queen Ingeborga, second wife of Philip Augustus, also wore the tight gown, fastened at the collar by a round buckle, and two bands of stuff forming a kind of necklace. She also used the long cloak and the closed shoes, which had then begun to be made pointed. Robert, Comte de Dreux, who lived at the same period, is also dressed almost precisely like the Queen, notwithstanding the difference of sex and rank. His robe, however, only descends to the instep, and his belt has no hangings in front. The queen is represented with her hair long and flowing, but the count has his cut short. Women, in addition to their headdress, often wore a broad band which was tied under the chin, and gave the appearance of a kind of frame for the face. Both sexes wore coloured bands on their shoes, which were tied round the ankles like those of sandals, and showed the shape of the foot. The beard, which was worn in full at the beginning of the 12th century, was by degrees modified both as to shape and length. At first it was cut in a point, and only covered the end of the chin, but the next fashion was to wear it so as to join the moustaches. Generally, under Louis le Jeune, moustaches went out of fashion. We next find beards worn only by country people, who, according to contemporary historians, desired to preserve a "remembrance of their participation in the Crusades." At the end of this century all chins were shaved. The Crusades also gave rise to the general use of the purse, which was suspended to the belt by a cord of silk or cotton, and sometimes by a metal chain. At the time of the Holy War it had become an emblem characteristic of pilgrims, who, before starting for Palestine, received from the hands of the priest the cross, the pilgrim's staff, and the purse. We now come to the time of Louis IX., of that good king who, according to the testimony of his historians, generally dressed with the greatest simplicity, but who, notwithstanding his usual modesty and economy, did not hesitate on great occasions to submit to the pomp required by the regal position which he held. Sometimes, says the Sire de Joinville, "he went into his garden dressed in a camel's hair coat, a surcoat of linsey-woolsey without sleeves, a black silk cloak without a hood, and a hat trimmed with peacock's feathers. At other times he was dressed in a coat of blue silk, a surcoat and mantle of scarlet satin, and a cotton cap." The surcoat, surcotte, was at first a garment worn only by females, but it was soon adopted by both sexes. It was originally a large wrapper with sleeves, and was thrown over the upper part of the robe, cotte, hence its name, surcotte. Very soon it was made without sleeves, doubtless, as M. Quicherat remarks, that the undergarment, which was made of more costly material, might be seen; and then, with the same object, and in order that the due motion of the limbs might not be interfered with, the surcoat was raised higher above the hips, and the armholes were made very large. At the consecration of Louis IX. in 1226, the nobles wore the cap, mortier, trimmed with fur; the bishops wore the cope and the mitre, and carried the crosier. Louis IX., at the age of 13, is represented, in a picture executed in 1262, Sainte Chapelle, Paris, with his hair short, and wearing a red velvet cap, a tunic, and over this a cloak open at the chest, having long sleeves, which are slit up for the arms to go through. This cloak, or surcoat, is trimmed with ermine in front, and has the appearance of what we should now call a fur shawl. The young king has long hose, and shoes similar in shape to high slippers. In the same painting Queen Margaret, his wife, wears a gown with tight bodice opened out on the hips, and having long and narrow sleeves. She also has a cloak embroidered with fleur-de-lis, the long sleeves of which are slit up and bordered with ermine. A kind of hood, much larger than her head, and over this a veil, which passes under the chin without touching the face. The shoes are long, and seem to enclose the feet very tightly. From this period, gowns with tight bodices were generally adopted. The women wore over them a tight jacket, reaching to a little below the hips, often trimmed with fur when the gown was richly ornamented, and itself richly ornamented when the gown was plain. They also began to plait the hair, which fell down by the side of the face to the neck, and they profusely decorated it with pearls or gold or silver ornaments. Jeanne, Queen of Navarre, wife of Philippe le Bel, is represented with a pointed cap, on the turned-up borders of which the hair clusters in thick curls on each side of the face. On the chest is a frill turned down in 2 points. The gown, fastened in front by a row of buttons, has long and tight sleeves, with a small slit at the wrists closed by a button. Lastly, the Queen wears over all a sort of second robe in the shape of a cloak, the sleeves of which are widely slit in the middle. At the end of the 13th century, luxury was at its height at the court of France. Gold and silver, pearls and precious stones were lavished on dress. At the marriage of Philip III., son of Saint Louis, the gentlemen were dressed in scarlet, the ladies in cloth of gold, embroidered and trimmed with gold and silver lace. Massive belts of gold were also worn, and chaplets sparkling with the same costly metal. Moreover, this magnificence and display, see chapter on private life, was not confined to the court, for we find that it extended to the bourgeois class, since Philippe le Bel, by his edict of 1294, endeavoured to limit this extravagance, which, in the eyes of the world, had an especial tendency to obliterate, or at least to conceal, all distinctions of birth, rank, and condition. Wealth strove hard at that time to be the sole standard of dress. End of section 34. Section 35 of Manners, Customs and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Manners, Customs and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance period by Paul Lacroix. Section 35. As we approach the 14th century, an epoch of the Middle Ages at which, after many changes of fashion and many struggles against the ancient Roman and German traditions, modern national costume seems at last to have assumed a settled and normal character, we think it right to recapitulate somewhat, with a view to set forth the nature of the various elements which were at work from time to time in forming the fashions in dress. In order to give more weight to our remarks, we will extract almost word for word a few pages from the learned and excellent work which M. Jules Quicherat has published on this subject. Towards the year 1280, he says, quote, "The dress of a man, not of a man as the word was then used, which meant serf, but of one to whom the exercise of human prerogatives was permitted, that is to say, of an ecclesiastic, a bourgeois, or a noble, was composed of 6 indispensable portions: the bray, or breeches, the stockings, the shoes, the coat, the surcoat, or cotte hardie, and the chaperon, or head-dress. To these articles, those who wished to dress more elegantly added on the body a shirt, on the shoulders a mantle, and on the head a hat or fronteau. The bray, B-R-A-I-E-S, or B-R-A-Y-E-S, were a kind of drawers, generally knitted, sometimes made of woollen stuff or silk, and sometimes even of undressed leather. Our ancestors derived this part of their dress from the ancient Gauls. Only the Gallic bray came down to the ankle, whereas those of the 13th century only reached to the calf. They were fastened above the hips by means of a belt called the braillet. By chausses was meant what we now call long stockings or hose. The stockings were of the same colour and material as the braies, and were kept up by the lower part of the braies being pulled over them and tied with a string. The shoes were made of various kinds of leather, the quality of which depended on the way in which they were tanned, and were either of common leather, or of leather which was similar to that we know as Morocco, and was called cordouan or cordua, hence the derivation of the word cordouanier, which has now become cordonnier. Shoes were generally made pointed. This fashion of the poulaine, or Polish points, was followed throughout the whole of Europe for nearly 300 years, and when first introduced, the Church was so scandalized by it that it was almost placed in the catalogue of heresies. Subsequently, the taste respecting the exaggerated length of the points was somewhat modified, but it had become so inveterate that the tendency for pointed shoes returning to their former absurd extremes was constantly showing itself. The pointed shoes became gradually longer during the struggles which were carried on in the reign of Philippe le Bel between Church and State. Besides the shoes, there were also the estiviaux, thus named from estiva, summer thing, because, being generally made of velvet, brocade, or other costly material, they could only be worn in dry weather. The coat, cotte, corresponded with the tunic of the ancients. It was a blouse with tight sleeves. These sleeves were the only part of it which were exposed, the rest being completely covered by the surcoats, or cotte hardie, a name the origin of which is obscure. In shape, the surcoat somewhat resembled a sack, in which, at a later period, large slits were made in the arms, as well as over the hips and on the chest, through which appeared the rich furs and satins with which it was lined. The ordinary material of the surcoat for the rich was cloth, either scarlet, blue, or reddish brown, or two or more of these colours mixed together, and for the poor, linsey-woolsey or fustian. The nobles, princes, or barons, when holding a court, wore surcoats of a colour to match their arms, which were embroidered upon them, but the lesser nobles who frequented the houses of the great spoke of themselves as in the robes of such and such a noble, because he whose patronage they courted was obliged to provide them with surcoats and mantles. These were of their patron's favourite colour, and were called the livery, livret, on account of their distribution, livraison, which took place twice a year. The word has remained in use ever since, but with a different signification. It is, however, so nearly akin to the original meaning that its affinity is evident. End quote. An interesting anecdote relative to this custom is to be found in the chronicles of Matthew Paris. When St. Louis, to the dismay of all his vassals and of his inferior servants, had decided to take up the cross, he succeeded in associating the nobles of his court with him in his vow by a kind of pious fraud. Having had a certain number of mantles prepared for Christmas Day, he had a small white cross embroidered on each above the right shoulder, and ordered them to be distributed among the nobles on the morning of the feast, when they were about to go to mass, which was celebrated some time before sunrise. Each courtier received the mantle given by the king at the door of his room, and put it on in the dark, without noticing the white cross. But when the day broke, to his great surprise, he saw the emblem worn by his neighbour, without knowing that he himself wore it also. They were surprised and amused, says the English historian, at finding that the king had thus piously entrapped them. As it would have been unbecoming, shameful, and even unworthy of them to have removed these crosses, they laughed heartily, and said that the good king, on starting as a pilgrim hunter, had found a new method of catching men. The chaperon, adds M. Quicherat, was the national headdress of the ancient French, as the cucullus, which was its model, was that of the Gauls. We can imagine its appearance by its resemblance to the domino now worn at masked balls. The shape was much varied during the reign of Philippe le Bel, either by the diminution of the cape or by the lengthening of the hood, which was always sufficiently long to fall on the shoulders. In the first of these changes, the chaperon no longer being tied round the neck, required to be held on the head by something more solid. For this reason it was set on a pad or roll, which changed it into a regular cap. The material was so stitched as to make it take certain folds, which were arranged as puffs, as ruffs, or in the shape of a cock's comb. This last fashion, called cockade, was especially in vogue. Hence the origin of the French epithet coquard, which would be now expressed by the word dandy. Hats were of various shapes. They were made of different kinds of felt, or of otter or goat's skin, or of wool or cotton. The expression chapeau de fleurs, hat of flowers, which continually occurs in ancient works, did not mean any form of hat, but simply a coronet of forget-me-nots or roses, which was an indispensable part of dress for balls or festivities down to the reign of Philippe de Valois, 1347. Frontlets, fronteaux, a species of fillet made of silk, covered with gold and precious stones, superseded the chapeau de fleurs, inasmuch as they had the advantage of not fading. They also possessed the merit of being much more costly, and were thus the means of establishing in a still more marked manner distinctions in the social positions of the wearers. There were two kinds of mantles. One was open in front and fell over the back, and a strap which crossed the chest held it fixed on the shoulders. The other, enveloping the body like a bell, was slit up on the right side, and was thrown back over the left arm. It was made with a fur collar, cut in the shape of a tippet. This last has been handed down to us, and is worn by our judges under the name of toge and épitoge. It is a very common mistake to suppose that the shirt is an article of dress of modern invention. On the contrary, it is one of great antiquity, and its coming into general use is the only thing new about it. Lastly, we have to mention the chape, which was always regarded as a necessary article of dress. The chape was the only protection against bad weather at a period when umbrellas and covered carriages were unknown. It was sometimes called chape de pluie, on account of the use to which it was applied, and it consisted of a large cape with sleeves, and was completely waterproof. It was borne behind a master by his servant, who, on account of this service, was called a porte-chape. It is needless to say that the common people carried it themselves, either slung over their backs or folded under the arm." End quote. If we now turn to female attire, we shall find represented in it all the component parts of male dress, and almost all of them under the same names. It must be remarked, however, that the women's coats and surcoats often trailed on the ground, that the hat, which was generally called a couvre-chef, and consisted of a frame of wire-work covered over with stuff which was embroidered or trimmed with lace, was not of a conical shape. And lastly, that the chaperon, which was always made with a tippet or chausse, never turned over so as to form a cap. We may add that the use of the couvre-chef did not continue beyond the middle of the 14th century, at which time women adopted the custom of wearing any kind of head-dress they chose, the hair being kept back by a silken net, or crépine, attached either to a frontlet or to a metal fillet, or confined by a veil of very light material, called a mollequin. With the aid of our learned guide we have now reached a period, end of the 13th century, well adapted for this general study of the dress of our ancestors, inasmuch as soon afterwards men's dress at least, and especially that of young courtiers, became most ridiculously and even indecently exaggerated. To such an extent was this the case, that, serious calamities having befallen the French nation about this time, and its fashions having exercised a considerable influence over the whole continent of Europe, contemporary historians do not hesitate to regard these public misfortunes as a providential chastisement inflicted on France for its disgraceful extravagance in dress. We must believe that God has permitted this as a just judgment on us for our sins, say the monks who edited the Grande Chronique de Saint Denis in 1346, at the time of the unfortunate battle of Crécy, "although it does not belong to us to judge. But what we see we testify to, for pride was very great in France, and especially amongst the nobles and others, that is to say, pride of nobility and covetousness. There was also much impropriety in dress, and this extended throughout the whole of France. Some had their clothes so short and so tight that it required the help of two persons to dress and undress them, and whilst they were being undressed, they appeared as if they were being skinned. Others wore dresses plaited over their loins, like women. Some had chaperons cut out in points all round, some had tippets of one cloth, others of another, and some had their head dresses and sleeves reaching to the ground, looking more like mountebanks than anything else. Considering all this, it is not surprising if God employed the King of England as a scourge to correct the excesses of the French people." And this is not the only testimony to the ridiculous and extravagant tastes of this unfortunate period. One writer speaks with indignation of the goats' beards with 2 points, which seemed to put the last finishing touch of ridicule on the already grotesque appearance of even the most serious people of that period. Another exclaims against the extravagant luxury of jewels, of gold and silver, and against the wearing of feathers, which latter then appeared for the first time as accessories to both male and female attire. Some censure, and not without reason, the absurd fashion of converting the ancient leather girdle, meant to support the waist, into a kind of heavy padded band, studded with gilded ornaments and precious stones, and apparently invented expressly to encumber the person wearing it. Other contemporary writers, and amongst these Pope Urban V. and King Charles V., inveigh against the poulaines, which had more than ever come into favour, and which were only considered correct in fashion when they were made as a kind of appendix to the foot, measuring at least double its length, and ornamented in the most fantastical manner. The Pope anathematized this deformity as "a mockery of God and the Holy Church," and the king forbade craftsmen to make them, and his subjects to wear them. All this is as nothing in comparison with the profuse extravagance displayed in furs, which was most outrageous and ruinous, and of which we could not form an idea were it not for the items in certain royal documents, from which we gather that, in order to trim 2 complete suits for King John, no fewer than 670 marten skins were used. It is also stated that the Duke of Berry, the youngest son of that monarch, purchased nearly 10,000 of these same skins from a distant country in the north, in order to trim only 5 mantles and as many surcoats. We read also that a robe made for the Duke of Orleans, grandson of the same king, required 2,790 ermine skins. It is unnecessary to state that in consequence of this large consumption, skins could only be purchased at the most extravagant prices. For example, 50 skins cost about 100 francs, or about 6,000 of present currency, showing to what an enormous expense those persons were put who desired to keep pace with the luxury of the times. We have already seen that Charles V. used his influence, which was unfortunately very limited, in trying to restrain the extravagance of fashion. This monarch did more than decree laws against indelicate or unseemly and ridiculous dress. He himself never wore anything but the long and ample costume, which was most becoming, and which had been adopted in the preceding century. His example, it is true, was little followed, but it nevertheless had this happy result, that the advocates of short and tight dresses, as if suddenly seized with instinctive modesty, adopted an upper garment, the object of which seemed to be to conceal the absurd fashions which they had not the courage to rid themselves of. This heavy and ungraceful tunic, called a housse, consisted of two broad bands of a more or less costly material, which, starting from the neck, fell behind and before, thus almost entirely concealing the front and back of the person, and only allowing the undergarments to be seen through the slits which naturally opened on each side of it. A fact worthy of remark is, that whilst male attire, through a depravity of taste, had extended to the utmost limit of extravagance, women's dress, on the contrary, owing to a strenuous effort towards a dignified and elegant simplicity, became of such a character that it combined all the most approved fashions of female costume which had been in use in former periods. The statue of Queen Jeanne de Bourbon, wife of Charles V., formerly placed with that of her husband in the church of the Célestins at Paris, gives the most faithful representation of this charming costume, to which our artists continually have recourse when they wish to depict any poetical scenes of the French Middle Ages. This costume, without positively differing in style from that of the 13th century, inasmuch as it was composed of similar elements, was nevertheless to be distinguished by a degree of elegance which hitherto had been unknown. The coat or undergarment, which formerly only showed itself through awkwardly contrived openings, now displayed the harmonious outlines of the figure to advantage, thanks to the large openings in the overcoat. The surcoat, kept back on the shoulders by two narrow bands, became a sort of wide and trailing skirt, which majestically draped the lower part of the body. And lastly, the external corset was invented, which was a kind of short mantle, falling down before and behind, without concealing any of the fine outlines of the bust. This new article of apparel, which was kept in its place in the middle of the chest by a steel busk encased in some rich lacework, was generally made of fur in winter and of silk in summer. If we consult the numerous miniatures in manuscripts of this period, in which the gracefulness of the costume was heightened by the colours employed, we shall understand what variety and what richness of effect could be displayed without departing from the most rigid simplicity. One word more in reference to female headdress. The fashion of wearing false hair continued in great favour during the middle of the 14th century, and it gave rise to all sorts of ingenious combinations, which, however, always admitted of the hair being parted from the forehead to the back of the head in two equal masses, and of being plaited or waved over the ears. Nets were again adopted, and head-dresses which, whilst permitting a display of masses of false hair, hid the horsehair or padded puffs. And lastly, the escoffion appeared, a heavy roll which, being placed on a cap also padded, produced the most clumsy, outrageous, and ungraceful shapes. At the beginning of the 15th century, men's dress was still very short. It consisted of a kind of tight waistcoat, fastened by tags, and of very close-fitting breeches, which displayed the outlines of the figure. In order to appear wide at the shoulders, artificial pads were worn, called mahoitres. The hair was allowed to fall on the forehead in locks, which covered the eyebrows and eyes. The sleeves were slashed, the shoes armed with long metal points, and the conical hat, with turned-up rim, was ornamented with gold chains and various jewels. The ladies, during the reign of Charles VI., still wore long trains to their dresses, which they carried tucked up under their arms, unless they had pages or waiting maids. See chapter on ceremonials. The tendency, however, was to shorten these inconvenient trains, as well as the long hanging and embroidered or fringed sleeves. On the other hand, ladies' dresses on becoming shorter were trimmed in the most costly manner. Their head dresses consisted of very large rolls, surmounted by a high conical bonnet, called a hennin, the introduction of which into France was attributed to Queen Isabel of Bavaria, wife of Charles VI. It was at this period that they began to uncover the neck and to wear necklaces. Under Louis XI. This costume, already followed and adopted by the greatest slaves of fashion, became more general. In this year, 1487, says the chronicler Monstrelet, "Ladies ceased to wear trains, substituting for them trimmings of grebe, of marten's fur, of velvet, and of other materials, of about 18 inches in width. Some wore on the top of their heads rolls nearly 2 feet high, shaped like a round cap, which closed in above. Others wore them lower, with veils hanging from the top and reaching down to the feet. Others wore unusually wide silk bands, with very elegant buckles equally wide, and magnificent gold necklaces of various patterns." About this time, too, men took to wearing shorter clothes than ever, having them made to fit tightly to the body after the manner of dressing monkeys, which was very shameful and immodest, and the sleeves of their coats and doublets were slit open so as to show their fine white shirts. They wore their hair so long that it concealed their face and even their eyes, and on their heads they wore cloth caps nearly a foot or more high. They also carried, according to fancy, very splendid gold chains. Knights and squires, and even the varlets, wore silk or velvet doublets, and almost every one, especially at court, wore poulaines 9 inches or more in length. They also wore under their doublets large pads, mahoitres, in order to appear as if they had broad shoulders." Under Charles VIII. The mantle, trimmed with fur, was open in front, its false sleeves being slit up above in order to allow the arms of the undercoat to pass through. The cap was turned up, the breeches or long hose were made tight-fitting. The shoes with poulaines were superseded by a kind of large padded shoe of black leather, round or square at the toes, and gored over the foot with coloured material, a fashion imported from Italy, and which was as much exaggerated in France as the poulaine had formerly been. The women continued to wear conical caps, hennins, of great height, covered with immense veils. Their gowns were made with tight-fitting bodies, which thus displayed the outlines of the figure. Under Louis XII., Queen Anne invented a low head-dress, or rather it was invented for her, consisting of strips of velvet or of black or violet silk over other bands of white linen, which encircled the face and fell down over the back and shoulders. The large sleeves of the dresses had a kind of turned-over borders, with trimmings of enormous width. Men adopted short tunics, plaited and tight at the waist. The upper part of the garments of both men and women was cut in the form of a square over the chest and shoulders, as most figures are represented in the pictures of Raphael and contemporary painters. The introduction of Italian fashions, which in reality did not much differ from those which had been already adopted, but which exhibited better taste and a greater amount of elegance, dates from the famous expedition of Charles VIII. Into Italy. Full and gathered or puffed sleeves, which gave considerable gracefulness to the upper part of the body, succeeded to the mahoitres, which had been discarded since the time of Louis XI. A short and ornamental mantle, a broad-brimmed hat covered with feathers, and trunk hose, the ample dimensions of which earned for them the name of trousse, formed the male attire at the end of the 15th century. Women wore the bodies of their dresses closely fitting to the figure, embroidered, trimmed with lace, and covered with gilt ornaments. The sleeves were very large and open, and for the most part they still adhered to the heavy and ungraceful headdress of Queen Anne of Brittany. The principal characteristic of female dress at the time was its fulness. Men's, on the contrary, with the exception of the mantle or the upper garment, was usually tight and very scanty. We find that a distinct separation between ancient and modern dress took place as early as the 16th century. In fact, our present fashions may be said to have taken their origin from about that time. It was during this century that men adopted clothes closely fitting to the body, overcoats with tight sleeves, felt hats with more or less wide brims, and closed shoes and boots. The women also wore their dresses closely fitting to the figure, with tight sleeves, low-crowned hats, and richly trimmed petticoats. These garments, which differ altogether from those of antiquity, constitute, as it were, the common type from which have since arisen the endless varieties of male and female dress; and there is no doubt that fashion will thus be continually changing backwards and forwards from time to time, sometimes returning to its original model, and sometimes departing from it. During the 16th century, ladies wore the skirts of their dresses, which were tight at the waist and open in front, very wide, displaying the lower part of a very rich under petticoat, which reached to the ground, completely concealing the feet. This, like the sleeves with puffs, which fell in circles to the wrists, was altogether an Italian fashion. Frequently the hair was turned over in rolls and adorned with precious stones, and was surmounted by a small cap, coquettishly placed either on one side or on the top of the head, and ornamented with gold chains, jewels, and feathers. The body of the dress was always long and pointed in front. Men wore their coats cut somewhat after the same shape. Their trunk hose were tight, but round the waist they were puffed out. They wore a cloak which only reached as far as the hips, and was always much ornamented. They carried a smooth or ribbed cap on one side of the head, and a small upright collar adorned the coat. This collar was replaced, after the first half of the 16th century, by the high starched ruff, which was kept out by wires. Ladies wore it still larger, when it had somewhat the appearance of an open fan at the back of the neck. If we take a retrospective glance at the numerous changes of costume which we have endeavoured to describe in this hurried sketch, we shall find that amongst European nations during the Middle Ages there was but one common standard of fashion, which varied from time to time according to the particular custom of each country, and according to the peculiarities of each race. In Italy, for instance, dress always maintained a certain character of grandeur, ever recalling the fact that the influence of antiquity was not quite lost. In Germany and Switzerland, garments had generally a heavy and massive appearance; in Holland still more so. England uniformly studied a kind of instinctive elegance and propriety. It is a curious fact that Spain invariably partook of the heaviness peculiar to Germany, either because the Gothic element still prevailed there, or that the Walloon fashions had a special attraction to her, owing to associations and general usage. France was then, as it is now, fickle and capricious, fantastical and wavering, but not from indifference, but because she was always ready to borrow from every quarter anything which pleased her. She, however, never failed to put her own stamp on whatever she adopted, thus making any fashion essentially French, even though she had only just borrowed it from Spain, England, Germany, or Italy. In all these countries we have seen, and still see, entire provinces adhering to some ancient costume, causing them to differ altogether in character from the rest of the nation. This is simply owing to the fact that the fashions have become obsolete in the neighbouring places, for every local costume faithfully and rigorously preserved by any community at a distance from the centre of political action or government must have been originally brought there by the nobles of the country. Thus the headdress of Anne of Brittany is still that of the peasant women of Penhoë and of Labrevac, and the hennin of Isabel of Bavaria is still the headdress of Normandy. Although the subject has reached the limits we have, by the very nature of this work, assigned to it, we think it well to overstep them somewhat, in order briefly to indicate the last connecting link between modern fashions and those of former periods. Under Francis I., the costumes adopted from Italy remained almost stationary. Under Henri II., and especially after the death of that prince, the taste for frivolities made immense progress, and the style of dress in ordinary use seemed day by day to lose the few traces of dignity which it had previously possessed. Catherine de' Medici had introduced into France the fashion of ruffs, and at the beginning of the 14th century Marie de' Medici that of small collars. Dresses tight at the waist began to be made very full round the hips by means of large padded rolls, and these were still more enlarged under the name of vertugadin, corrupted from vertu gardien, by a monstrous arrangement of padded whalebone and steel, which subsequently became the ridiculous paniers, which were worn almost down to the commencement of the present century, and the fashion seems likely to come into vogue again. Under the last of the Valois, men's dress was short, the jacket was pointed and trimmed round with small peaks, the velvet cap was trimmed with aigrettes, the beard was pointed, a pearl hung from the left ear, and a small cloak or mantle was carried on the shoulder, which only reached to the waist. The use of gloves, made of scented leather, became universal. Ladies wore their dresses long, very full, and very costly, little or no change being made in these respects during the reign of Henry IV. At this period the men's high hose were made longer and fuller, especially in Spain and the Low Countries, and the fashion of large soft boots, made of doeskin or of black morocco, became universal on account of their being so comfortable. We may remark that the costume of the bourgeois was for a long time almost unchanged, even in the towns. Never having adopted either the tight-fitting hose or the balloon trousers, they wore an easy jerkin, a large cloak, and a felt hat, which the English made conical and with a broad brim. Towards the beginning of the 17th century, the high hose which were worn by the northern nations, profusely trimmed, was transformed into the culotte, which was full and open at the knees. A division was thus suddenly made between the lower and the upper part of the hose, as if the garment which covered the lower limbs had been cut in two, and garters were then necessarily invented. The felt hat became over almost the whole of Europe a cap, taking the exact form of the head, and having a wide flat brim turned up on one side. High heels were added to boots and shoes, which up to that time had been flat and with single soles. 2 centuries later, a terrible social agitation took place all over Europe, after which male attire became mean, ungraceful, plain, and more paltry than ever, whereas female dress, the fashions of which were perpetually changing from day to day, became graceful and elegant, though too often approaching to the extravagant and absurd. End of section 35, and end of Manners, Customs, and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance period, by Paul Lacroix.